paraphrasing, saying that I'm always following when I'm like especially emotional about things or uncomfortable about something. Your attitude does not actually change what is happening. It changes you to identify it. It changes myself, my mentality to do a better version of what I'm gonna do for the future. The things that are happening now, it's not gonna change if my attitude changes about it. Nothing's gonna change. But then that state of mind will tell me to be a better version of myself for the future things that I'm gonna do, right? I don't think that exists to a lot of ourselves, like to the young generation nowadays. I don't think our attitudes are like revolutionary enough to make us a better version of ourselves, to do something better, to do innovative things. We're just like following and saying like economy's hampering us. You know, like the teachers are not teaching us. And then that's not going to do anything if my attitude does not change about it. You know, like we could say as a governmental sense, you know, the government is not going to do something unless my attitude towards doing the very bare minimum to change myself is not going to be there. Because the politics of the government is the reflection of the population. People, when you don't listen to the government, they change their minds. The government changed their mind. So it's us directing the narrative to become a better versions of ourselves, and we're not doing that. And I think that's the biggest problem nowadays that we're facing as the young generation of the country.
I don't want to, I know what you mean. Of course, there's still a lot we can do, but there's still a lot of hopelessness. I don't want to seem like a downer. Good. It depends what your passions are, because in Nazuri at least we know our interest is filmmaking, music. That's what I'm interested. That I have a lot of control over. You know what I mean? I could write a script and do a movie, and I can even get international recognition.
Yeah, there's an autonomy in it. If you
there's a certain, especially artists get a bit more freedom, which is why in this country artists seem to be the most sort of independent-minded, or the most kind of, the ones that are pushing the. But what about people that have passion for everything else? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
there's nothing else is in.
For example, for me,
as
a physician, as a doctor, and as a person who's much more interested in the psychology of women and the empowerment of women as to be my first like focus towards, you know, like that's what I want my career to be. That's what I want to do the best in my lifetime. And as that person, it is always so difficult to go past. Like I have proposals that I could do, like that I could present to people, and like online channels. But it's so people are so against it, and the government is so against it, and the whole ideology behind it is so resistant that there is this hopelessness coming through, because like, you know, you say what you want to say, you do, like, you want to be autonomous as much as you can, but then how can you be autonomous when a lot of this empowerment situations, the health issues about women, and is under the regards of the government and under the regards of the population who is not really willing to be an ally to you.
Well, see, it's an interesting point, because is there any such thing as a way out of that, or as an alternative to that, when if it's not the government, if it's not some other, it's going to be some other structure. So, for instance, like I went to Catholic school, right, in high school. We're under the archdiocese, right? Like literally, we're part of the boss of the headmaster is the archbishop. If it's not that, you know, private school education, people have this is part of that American mentality about individual freedom and so on. A private corporation is still a power structure. If anything, it's somewhat of a fascistic power structure, because there's no accountability, or there's no, you know what I mean, dissemination of power. There's no democratization. In the economic, there's like no democratization of the economic sphere in capitalism, which is interesting for people. In American capitalism and in much of other capitalism, and to the extent that there is, it's non-capitalistic, right? It's a social. So that's an interesting question. Is there a way of avoiding? And so before anybody accuses that argument of being a Marxist one, it's not like any Marxist or socialist state has exactly avoided authoritarianism.
No, of course not.
Quite the contrary. So then that leads to the question: is there any way to avoid these massive asymmetries of power, or is that just part of structuring a society, right? And if we were to get away from that, would that not devolve into, you know, anarchistic structures, you know, anarcho-syndicalist little communes, and then you lose the whole advantage that comes with economies of scale, or people uniting together. Everybody has these little disparate communities, and how do you trade? How do you industrialize? This is a huge question, but
it's quite expensive.
And the whole with the whole anarchist community being inevitable if people are always having this mass mentality, this population mentality, it has a lot to do with education, because when you have a proper knowledge of not just your country but the world, when you try to identify who you are as an individual and have that personal identity, I think that comes off in every perspective way. It comes off as being less population based, less being a sheep mentality. You'll have your own individual identity to identify, and then the idea of anarchy or civil war in general will probably go down. So I think the perspective we should follow is how to change the individualistic community so that we would be more understanding, would be more forgiving of the openness, and I don't see that in our community. That openness is still not there. It's been a while. I've seen it through my grandfather's generation, my mother's generation, and then me, and I don't think there's this much of an openness to different ideas.
No, of course not. Again, that's not just Ethiopia. I think that applies to America as well, no?
Yeah.
It does, because it's not. So that means it's not just about the poverty; it's about the culture. Americans seem to be not very open to stuff as well. I guess it depends. This kind of discussion, I guess, depends what our goal is. So the models that we suggest, what is it that we want to achieve? Is it maximum happiness for the most people? Because in the Zakwana, then the American model is not the best.
Yeah.
Individualism might not be the best in general for happiness. It doesn't seem to be.
Of course not. I don't.
Or is it creating a society that is wealthy?
Anybody's formula or theory.
No, exactly. Would you say we can sacrifice collective happiness for, let's say, a very effective society that produces the best artists, that produce the best doctors, the best the best factories, society. Even sacrifice by sacrificing. Of course not. Is the sacrifice worth it? That's what I mean.
In other words, is it as a principle what's the best for the greatest number of people?
Individual.
Is it happiness or is it success? You know what I mean?
The success of a few versus the happiness, the interest of the few versus the many, right? Because some people will say, well, if democracy is what's in the best for the majority of people, then you have tyranny of the majority. Whoever is less than 51%. Their interests are completely discarded, right? So that brings up another question: is what exactly is social welfare, and how do you quantify that, right? What's best? How do you quantify what's best for a group of people, and then how do you quantify how many of those people? You know what I mean? But yeah, these are questions that are well beyond our spectrum. We've kind of drifted into the second area of topic for the second hour, which is which is about
second topic, I
right,
guess.
What time is it anyway?
Which is about actually that's been the majority of the conversation so far has really been.
Yeah, so we've been talking about Meseyem, which is our topic, our first topic, and our naming, and how we came up with our name and the idea behind it. So the second point, yes, probably we've been talking about teaching in schools, is Meseyem, which is, kind of maybe a derogatory term in Amharic for people who are not educated.
Right, ignorant
maybe.
But it means empty-minded, right?
Yes.
So what we're doing is talking about using
so what
this
is the concept of Meseyem in our country, and the ideology behind it, and what it actually means in the perspective of Ethiopianism, or being an Ethiopian, and what are the ways to go about things to make a better version, a more educated version of ourselves, I guess.
I think that part of what we're doing with the term Meseyem is also talking about empty-mindedness and social conditioning and environment, pedagogy, child rearing. It was basically the conversation we were having naturally, but
I think the very basis of what do you think actual Meseyem means? For me, it's without education plus the social construct of social ignorance, more than not just individual.
So Meseyem as
social brainwashing, basically.
So Meseyem as society uses it? Is that what you mean?
Brainwashed plus uneducated.
Or what is it to you, I guess? Because for me, a Meseyem is an ignorant person is somebody who chooses not only to be ignorant, but to valorize ignorance or to not valorize learning for whatever reason. Because honestly, if you value learning of any kind, right? And by the way, we might say that a person who's a laborer is stupid or is ignorant, but if you want to talk about the process of a labor, which can often be very, very complex. They're way more intelligent than any of us are, right? They could take us to school about what they have to learn. This is also the idea behind the Zamacha program between cooperation through development. It wasn't just, educated people in the urban centers going and providing literacy, but also learning about labor, learning about, so the daily plight and the daily processes of that aspect of the economy, which is still the vast majority of the. So it's about bridging that gap between different classes and between the urban and the rural. But I think of Meseyem as somebody who chooses not to learn or to valorize them.
Exactly, Meseyem and him, it's like aggressively closed-minded.
Aggressively, right, intentionally.
Intentionally, proudly closed-minded and confident.
People who I don't think people who are like incessantly or knowingly do not want to learn. Like, I don't think there's much of that. I don't think that's the big problem.
No, it depends. But by learning, I don't mean learning a certain skill or knowledge I own. Understanding anybody's point of view, and being confident with whatever their belief is, not giving anything a chance. Just a walking logical fallacy on it. So which is just stupid. That could be a professor, but he could absolutely be a Meseyem to me. You know what I mean? So Yaltamara Solomon is not Meseyem for me, because they're full of wisdom, and they want Lenny. The being full of questions and wanting to learn or trying to understand things makes you automatically not Meseyem. That's not, for me, that's not what it is.
And isn't it, in a sense, even if we take it as literally a blank slate, an empty mind, that person, that's also a potential, right? Because if you've crammed your mind, and the more you've learned and the more you've lived, the harder it is. And older people have all kinds of experience. They're the least Meseyem, right? Yeah. But as a result, it's very hard for old people to learn new things or to readjust their worldview, their perspective, right? That's what old people struggle with. A young person, a child, like Meseyem, we were also referring to, like, so John Locke has this theory from the Enlightenment of the tabula rasa. Like, a child's mind is a clean slate, and everything is nurture, everything is environment, nothing is inherent. He's more right than the people came before him, because he's reacting to the medieval kind of mentality that everything is either from God or your biology or genetics, that nothing is environment. No. Everything is, even someone like Victor Hugo, if you watch or if you've either seen the adaptations or read Les Miserables, what his real argument there is that crime is nurture. Crime is environment. The guy wanted to eat a loaf of bread, and he gets locked up for it, and then he goes into a cycle of crime and poverty. That's all environmental, right? That's Enlightenment thought. Everything is environment, which is enlightened compared to what came before. But then you have in the 50s Noam Chomsky, who was later known for his radical anti-imperialist writings, and is still around. One of the most famous public indulgences. Way back in the 50s, and then when he was in his 20s, he came up with this idea that the child's mind is like grammatical genius. Normal conversation, not even intellectual conversation, is incredibly complex. And linguistics and language and psychology and computers, which are emerging at the time. Computers which are emerging in time. These are all very sophisticated, interrelated processes that need to be studied kind of together in an integrated way. And that was revolutionary. They call it the Chomsky Revolution. But what this opens up the question is, isn't that blank slate, if the child is still a blank slate, but a blank slate that is incredible, the child or the Meseyem or the person who knows nothing, still has these sophisticated processes in the brain. Neural processes in the brain. The ability to absorb, and nothing has been projected onto it yet. That's a potential. There's a ton of potential in being blank-minded or being.
That's what I mean. That for me is not Meseyem. That's why I don't think a child is Meseyem.
Right. That's why Meseyem, like, for me, is like social brainwashing, because it's just in general a lot of our biased opinions. They come from our ancestors. They come from people around us. I know some people are narcissistic in general, so they have personalities where, no, I'm just saying, I'm not particularly saying to you, but like, there are some personality traits where people are just born to be a little too aggressive, a little too narcissistic, self-absorbed, but then when you have a lot of this social brainwashing seeping through you, it's so much easier to just be actively ignorant. It's so much easier to like make it into a narrative for your existence. So I think one of the biggest problems or the biggest causes of Meseyem is social brainwashing.
It's so funny because when you mention Narcissus, everybody knows the myth of Narcissus, right? He's transfixed in his own image. So it's that self-absorption is to the point of paralysis or death. Right? Like this is one of the. But we know that that kind of suffering, that narcissistic personality, is very typical of a lot of creative type of people. But the other aspect of that story is it's echo in narcissists. Right? Echo is the opposite basis for the opposite kind of suffering, or the opposite kind of personality disorder of the artistic temperament. Because echo is like, it explains why there's an echo when you speak into, myth is not literal, right? It's an explanation of natural phenomenon that speaks of a deeper human phenomenon, right? So you speak into the cave and you have this echo. Where does the echo come from? Where there's somebody inside who's trapped, who is like someone with borderline personality disorder, who's just echoing whatever, like mimicking whatever. And a lot of people are actors, a lot of people have perfect pitch, a lot of people are very naturally musically talented, a lot of people who are great memorizers. Those are people who have that other, so it's two different kinds of suffering that lead to two different kinds of intense artistic or creative pursuit, which is either being overly rooted in the self and self-absorbed to the point of paralysis, or being so unrooted in oneself and so seeking to be like a chameleon, right? Like, take on somebody else's person, or echo or mimic somebody else's. That it leads to this. So it's opposite, expressions of the same kind.
But that's what I mean. Like, I know the fact that personality traits have some effectiveness when it comes to being ignorant or being Mahayim, as we say it. But I don't think the biggest problem of being Mahayim, or that Mahayiminess mentality, is rooted in that self-absorbent, or created, it's my nature, or that I'm born with it, and I'm just naturally not willing to listen to others.
I agree.
I don't think it's that much of an issue. What is a big issue is the social construct, which you see around you, where you're fixedly told in a population that this is a certain way now, follow it. Especially, I think the mass hysteria mentality, a lot has to do with religion.
With our definition
religion
of
is just it's faith. So you don't even have to have a feasible reason to just believe. So
no, it's the absence of a feasible reason, right?
Yes,
faith is belief with the absence of evidence, right?
You don't need that. You just believe. So whenever you believe something without having a proof, that creates this social brainwashing, and by in turn, it causes Mahayim.
Let me ask you, you're anti-religion, right? Or do you see?
I am anti-constructed religion.
But do you believe that there are benefits to religion? You don't want to indulge.
No, in older days, yes, but I don't see the value of it now in our modern society.
Can't be replaced. The benefits of that.
So it's outdated.
It is definitely outdated.
So
social gatherings.
Certain religions themselves might be okay. We're talking about new religions right now. Maybe there's a need for newer religions of some kind. But you know who the most famous, or one of the most famous, and one of the most significant atheists ever is Karl Marx. Right? Karl Marx, his ideology led to the destruction of entire religious societies, steamrolled by communism, which is atheistic and godless. And he famously says, in the line that everybody quotes, is, "Religion is the opiate of the masses." Religion is the opiate of the masses. It's like a drug, an aphrodisiac that distracts you from your current material state of oppression.
But it goes on, right?
and defers it for a heaven that doesn't exist. When we should be living good today, rather than it's a distraction. Just labor in the fields now, and don't stay down, because in the future, you'll be knocking on heaven's door.
But
like
people cut that quote short, don't they?
Exactly, because it goes on. The next two lines are: "Religion is the opiate of the masses, the sigh of the oppressed animal, the heart of the heartless world." The sigh of the oppressed animal, the heart of the heartless world. What he's saying is, religion is the opiate of the masses. He's obviously anti-religious, but there's, especially Christianity, even Islam, certain aspects of Islam, Buddhism, some of those religions, compared to some of the more harsher and inhumane religions. One of the reasons that certain parts of Africa were opened up to the civilizing mission is that Christianity, compared to a lot of the religions that existed, things fall apart. Shows is now are so much more humane, or at least has the appearance of brotherly love, forgiveness. So it provides people solace. It provides people social solidarity, and it makes them feel better, and gives people a reason to contribute to for a lot of people in this. But see a lot of people in this country, like the church provides them literally with shelter. It provides them with a little bit of food, or a little bit.
Not just the direct benefits, but also religion. What I noticed, every society seems to sort of reinterpret the religion to sort of benefit the society to a certain extent. They find loopholes without ever discussing it, and it kind of becomes the norm. In Ethiopia, you think about it, fasting is not as popular. It's really popular. It's important. especially rural Ethiopians think that if you don't fast, then you're not Christian at all. That is the main tenet of Christianity in this country. I think the point of that is that it kind of went well with the economic system of the time. You know what I mean? So it gives you justification for why you're not eating meat all the time.
Yeah.
So fasting kind of makes you feel better about not having to, have meat all the time, except for the king. Also, the fact that murder, one of the most important sins, one of the biggest sins, murder is not. It's kind of glossed over. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's
Especially
fine.
in rural
As
areas,
long as you
like
fast.
Exactly.
I mean, a guy could be fasting and then avenge his brother in the morning and then just go to Kardassia the next morning, and it's perfect. That's what I mean. That society sort of if religion is too uncomfortable for them, they kind of either kick it out or readjust it.
Well, that's
until it becomes suitable
that
for
is
that
such
society.
An interesting example. This is the Protestant Reformation is what you're describing, and one example of what you're describing is the Protestant Reformation, right? Because Martin Luther, his Plenary Indulgences, his 99 complaints. His 99 problems or whatever it was. He tapped it to the door, and that started the Protestant Reformation. The main one was about plenary indulgences, which is a practice that the Catholic Church had. Now they distinguish between temporal sin and mortal sin, so it's actually not that you are going to be pay your way out of heaven, but that's the way it effectively became. Like rich people could pay money to the church, which is based on Peter's principle that you have to do works. Without works, faith is dead. Whereas St. Paul, who was against that because of his own experience persecuting Christians, is really the foundation of Protestantism, and his views on sin and grace is what Martin Luther goes back to. Because the whole thing is, well, now this whole idea of you have to do things, people are literally paying their way out of heaven to remove their temporal sin. And this is the absolute corruption of Christianity, right? Which is supposed to be anti-materialistic and really anti-rich people, right? Now you might say certain aspects of Protestantism have also become very much perverted by really very materialistic.
It's become
but this is exactly what you mean by the need to readjust.
Based on
right?
society,
Protestantism is a readjustment, but of course it was very violent, right? Protestant Reformation tore Europe apart. Right?
And then the whole idea behind, you do know, like, the Dark Ages started with the propagation of Christianity. That's why the Dark Age exists. It's because Christianity basically monopolized a lot of Africa, a lot of Southeastern Asian countries.
Europe.
And
as well,
in Europe, but like in Europe, there's at least some room under the heaven of the church, at the heavenly care of the church. You could still be a doctor. You could still have that kind of scientific mentality where you could propagate into
but
something
better. But I think
better.
Europe was the most harmed by the Dark Ages, right?
Yes, but then Africa was much more.
But
there was no colonization, was there?
There wasn't
the
any
Dark Ages is a
but
European.
there was Christianity propagation.
Right, but the Dark Ages
missionaries were there. So the idea behind, God is making you do this for God. Christian God is. Wasn't it
way more violent in Europe? That's what I mean. The idea of when people think of Dark Ages
led into.
Yeah, I mean the Dark Ages is medieval times.
Yeah,
right. So that ends with modernity and colonialism arrives shortly. I mean, especially with the British and all that. That's early modern.
Yeah,
it's early modern, right? So like in the Dark Ages, they didn't even have a conception of the existence of much of the rest of the world.
Yeah.
I mean,
But then that's the Christianity was there, it was propagating, and there was this. At least illuminating civilization that was not basically Christian in a lot of the African countries, right? And then when the Christianity came, there was so much procrastination going there because there was more or less focused on the morality and the Christianity and the giving
was Africa Christianized during the medieval ages?
No.
Was after colonization? Was after colonization?
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that happens in England in particular, with early modernity, with the English Renaissance, this is around the time of Shakespeare and all that. This is Elizabethan England, is the defeat of the Spanish Armada. When the English kind of established themselves under Elizabeth, hey, we can mess with. Because up until then, it's Portugal and Spain, and only then, with the defeat and England kind of establishing itself, and you have also mercantilism and the rise of cities and whatnot. That's when you have the early modern period.
But Africa was cut off during those times, completely cut off from the rest of the society.
During the medieval ages, during the Dark Ages, exactly.
Yeah, everybody's cut off from everybody, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's why you can have an illness, like you can have a pandemic, like the bubonic plague that affected nobody except for Europe, and over 500 years killed probably half of the population of Europe. Now we see what happens with a pandemic. If it's in one country, within a few days, everybody else has to shut down, right? Everybody was isolated.
I think, could be wrong, but the 1,000 years of the Dark Ages, what that was weapons and aggression training for Europe that they utilized later on to conquer the world.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Because ultimately the colonization is about weapons, isn't it?
Right.
It's not
Steel,
But then that's the
especially
ideology.
steel, yeah.
It's not just about steel. The
And
idea
illness
the
and-
idea that the gunpowder was
Right,
invented in
gunpowder.
China,
Right.
but they didn't think to use it as gunpowder. They used it for fireworks.
Right.
Europeans came along and they're like, oh, I could use this on the damn Protestants.
But then
You know what I mean?
that's-
They
that's
figured
the
out how to
ideology.
weaponize everything. You know what I mean? And
That's
so,
the ideology
so the
that,
Dark Ages did kind of arm Europe. It weaponized them since they've been killing each other for 1,000 years. When they come across Africa and the rest of Asia, there's nothing. You know what I mean? Of course, they're gonna take it by force.
Well, I mean, it's also Europe. When we define Europe, I mean, there's all kinds of appropriation that goes on, or co-optation that goes on, right? Because the Greeks and ultimately the Egyptians, the Hellenic sphere, provide much of the traditional culture, the thinking, the philosophy, the religion, and that through Rome, right? Rome, the rest of Europe absorbs it through Rome, and then ultimately Rome breaks down. As you have, the Visigoths and the Ostrogoths and all these like savages, all these like I don't mean to sound racist, but like Northern Europe and the rest of Europe beyond the Rome were considered savages, and the further north you go, the more they're raping barbarians who are there pillaging, but they're also the ones, savage as they may be, right, who because of their own dearth of resources and because of their own sort of experience pillaging others, they're also the ones who discover the Americas, right?
Yeah.
Columbus is not the one who discovered the Americas. No, not the Italians, not the Spanish, not the Portuguese. It's the Vikings who discovered it. It's Eric the Red, and
they just didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, well, yeah, they didn't settle there, but
exactly.
You know what I mean? Like these the northern peoples.
Even if they did settle there, I'm sure the Columbus era, they would have taken it from them.
Sure.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Because they don't have settled culture in the same way. I don't think they have
exactly,
settled, not really extensive settled agriculture at that point either.
Yeah,
But then this is the kind of ideology that a lot of the Anglo-Saxons or Caucasian communities come up with for like why wasn't Africa as developed during those Dark Age times? Like colonialism happened later. Yes, we did disturb the natural consensus, but you were basically the same thing. While we became the better versions of ourselves and discovered and known more about it after the whole separation of.
Yeah, I don't mean they were more intelligent. I just mean they had better weapons and they had better.
They had better weapons because they worked on the better weapons.
Yeah,
right?
they were fighting
and
a lot
we
more.
Did not.
Right, and there's
Why
more of a
did
motive. I
we
mean,
not?
this is the old simplistic theory, but like it's there's still something to it of like, dude, when you winter and you have to hide caves and you have to you know what I mean,
when
like
you're
when they
yourself to be a better to
when the weather is better, when the resources are more easily attainable, you are not as motivated, right? You do not have to do as much to motivate yourself to go and conquer others or to build boats and go explore
famous
Europe.
book was about that, right?
Guns, Germs, and Steel, among other things. Why Europe is really the question.
Good. I think that wasn't the conclusion of that book that it wasn't the weather. It was a whole lot of other factors.
It's a lot of factors. It's not one factor.
Yeah, but I don't think the weather also had is not really a factor.
Not to Jared.
You know what I mean?
Not to Jared Diamond.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Because here's the thing. I think what happened was Europe did end up coming. Apparently came from such a bad weather place. So did everybody in their hemisphere, right? But since they expanded, since they had the power to expand, and their culture and their whatever expanded out of when they taught everybody, and Caucasian people is okay. Well, they settled around their same area, and then in the end, cold places became more advanced because they settled. It's all stuff. Because with that logic, shouldn't have the Native Americans equally have been more developed? The colder, the North Americans, because they were independently growing. They were around for a long time.
Certain aspects of Native American culture was very developed.
That's my point. Everywhere was developed. Africa, maybe Egyptian time, it was. So it had nothing to do with the weather.
I think it is. I think
it depends on the timeline.
It's one of many factors, right? You can't be like, well, any country, any area that has more harsh inclement weather is necessarily going to, you know what I mean? This is why reductive, simplistic narratives are very problematic.
Yeah, exactly.
There's another book similar to Guns, Germs, and Steel in the Ethiopian context by a guy named Sven Rubinson about the survival of Ethiopian independence, where the first thing he does away with is geographic determinism. Why does Ethiopia remain independent? Well, because it's these people out in the mountains and it's cold.
The Adwa War, that's what he's talking about.
Well, in general, I mean, by Adwa already Ethiopia had not been absorbed into the
so the whole Ethiopian isolation is
right. But why independence? Why does Ethiopia not become? Was Ethiopia not colonized?
Yeah.
What exactly is it about Ethiopia that's so darn special? And the first thing he does away with is all these simple deterministic arguments people make. geography, weather, and I don't feel that you should completely do away with these, because these do inform these kinds of things, or at least the perception might be, oh, those people that's different. They're out in the mountains. But it's also the isolation contributes. But he says he lays out a whole bunch of different factors. And usually when you deal with like such a large like narrative or such a massive historical event or historical phenomenon, the more massive,
complex,
the more factors play into it, the more difficult it is to really pin down.
But it's like, yes, there are different ideas, there's different factors, but then like when you reduce down to why, like even in the hereditary or evolutionary terms, you like the more aggressive are the more fighting to survive, right?
Yeah.
When you are fighting to survive, you're actually fighting and you're being more aggressive.
With that logic, wouldn't the Norwegians or the Vikings should have sustained
They did.
No, they didn't. But ultimately, civilization, it emerged from not the coldest areas. It emerged from Western Europe.
But see, they are Western Europe because they come down to Normandy. Is called Normandy because the Norse took it over gradually, right? And then those same Normans then take over England.
That's my point. But with the logic of the logic of the weather, the people that live in the most harshest weathers would form the most civilized societies. Logic would have said that whoever left over in Iceland or Canada should have been the most.
The most populated countries with the harshest conditions are the most aggressive, because it's not just the weather that's making you aggressive, it's the fighting for resources in the weather. So in Canada, there's still not even the same amount of people.
So by definition, you'd fight for a place
the
that
least populated continent in the world is basically Canada. I agree with you. So why would people fight, right?
That's exactly what I'm saying. So if people fought over land, wouldn't they fight over Arif Climatalu land?
But then they weren't part of that country to start with. Like,
I know, but they moved. We agreed that they moved.
Africa.
They moved. We said that. The Vikings moved to a better place, right? And then the other people moved to a better place, and then they fought for the resources, right? But with that logic, shouldn't they have moved to more like Central Hemisphere?
That would be
they can only travel a certain amount at that point.
Sole factor. Then yes, by that logic, then every other situation should fall. But there's never any one factor, right? These are all interrelated factors, right?
They couldn't travel that far. The traveling methods were so like in a very small distance that what you could do was basically pillage the next town, or
Africa's big enough that it has Africa themselves is big enough that it has very different climates, right?
Yes,
you have the Sahara, right?
Yeah, but then
so how come there wasn't like the Aksumite Empire? It was one of the biggest at the time. How come it couldn't sustain itself?
Well,
there should have been fight. That should have been Western Europe.
Again, all these questions. Well, why didn't it happen with? There are so many
I don't think
to the Aksumite Empire.
That's what I mean. I don't think. Even if weather had something to do with it, I think it's a very, very small factor. You know what I mean?
But if you want to answer the question why the African continent and the Asian continent was so far back into advancement, while a lot of Europe was being.
But that's looking at it in a very short timeline.
In that short timeline.
Yeah, exactly. You're kind of cutting out a significant amount of history. You know what I mean?
Of course. I mean,
because then the question would have been: think about it. Egypt was the pinnacle of civilization, intelligent for 4,000 years. Europe was great for how long? 1,500?
Yeah, it's very small.
Shorter than 1,000. It's less than 1,000.
Define Europe, right?
No, European civilization, Western civilization. How long has it been
the dominant one?
Yeah, the dominant one.
The dominant one about 150 years since they brought down China, which everybody always forgets about, right? Like since the Opium Wars, right? Since they used drugs.
Yeah, okay.
They used opium to bring down the greatest civilization, which was never in the West.
So
it was always China, and before that it was Egypt.
Yeah. Right?
Exactly.
And
briefly Rome,
and it was way longer.
Huh?
And those civilizations were way longer
than
the European dominance of civilization.
Of course.
So with that logic, because that question always kind of misleads and it reframes the whole human history to as if it's only 1,000 years.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is 3,000 years from now, the European intelligence or the European advancement might as well be just a fucking side note.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For about 500 years, European civilization was quite dominant, but it didn't really have much effect. So we're kind of exaggerating the
fact that we are actually part of that
way longer, like Africa, the black people were like Egyptians, for 4,000 years or so, 2,000 at least, before the Macedonians.
I mean, like, when it comes to histories, definitely one of the things that I always talk about is, based on the topics that I'm passionate about, is how much of the poor and the females don't have history at all. And
Yeah, I mean
they don't. They like their advancements, their inventions, or nothing. Nobody knows about any inventors during the times before.
the
Even
minorities or any
even in
marginalized group, the blacks also in America.
yes. So to know
African
that at
history
least
before European.
because
before the
like no,
Europeans
but
came
like
around, so
African
it seems
history or
useless.
Black
Yeah.
history could be preserved in Africa at least.
But it wasn't.
Asian history
That's
could
the
be
shame.
preserved.
Yeah.
Yes, because of colonialism, especially
Exactly.
a lot of the
A lot of Ethiopians.
the history has
A lot of
been
Africans still think
extinguished.
that Africans were a bunch of naked savages until the white people came along and taught them
Yes,
stuff.
definitely. But then the things that we still have on us, we know particularly that some of the history we know we can understand at least some part of what Africans did. But when it comes to especially women, because they were subjugated everywhere, regardless, Africa, Asia, whatever. I don't think the history of women is basically known.
You know the John Lennon song, "Woman is the nigger of the world."
Yes.
There's a song.
Yeah.
John Lennon.
Lennon. There's a song called
John
Woman.
Legend.
John
Lennon.
Lennon.
John Lennon has
Yeah.
used the N-word in a song.
Yeah.
I didn't even know about this.
Yeah.
Tell me more. How did I not know
The
this?
song,
That sounds like
because
something
you
very-
realize
very
that the
interesting,
nigger
actually.
problem, even though Americans think, or African Americans seem to think, it's for you it's the whole world. America's the whole world, right?
Mhm.
But when you look at it from a global point of view, the Africans at least get respect in Africa. You know what I mean? But women are the nigger of the world. You know what I mean? Like they're fighting that African American fight in the world. And the
I mean,
culture's
it's
really
interesting because this is what one of the things I'm working on is like I believe like blackness is a metaphor, and that like the different kinds of parallelism, and maybe people in positions of power don't want people to realize this because they don't want them to band together in coalitions, but like the plight of this subjugated group and the plight of that subjugated group are very much it's the same tendencies that come up, right? When you say black women are the nigger of the world, and Native Americans are niggers, and this group's a nigger. I mean, literally, like American soldiers would refer to Filipinos by the N-word after they had.
They refer to Arabs as sand niggers.
Right. I mean, it's the same. Yeah.
Such a shame that niggers have become the word for all marginalized groups. That's how badly marginalized they were, I guess.
The ideology of the darkness has extended just beyond not just being black, but any kind of color other than white.
The idea of being marginalized or being treated lesser.
I mean, I sort of think that, in a sense, blackness, I mean, this is literally what it is to be black as a color. Like, the color black is that which absorbs everything, whereas whiteness is that which reflects everything.
Yeah.
And in the relationship between black people and white people, or the different kinds of subjugated peoples, again, it's this absorption of everything. Yeah. Like you everything is projected onto you, right? And a white person gets to deny everything, kind of deflect or deny or project anything onto a black person who absorbs all the guilt or all the blame or has everything kind of coming at them. Yeah. I know that sounds a little bit of a strange argument, but like honestly, I think in people's minds that's this sort of weird thing of like absorption and reflection.
There's also that sad story about the fact that Americans didn't really have. You heard the story about when the Americans first went to Japan. I think it was late 19th century or something, to visit, cultural diplomatic visit. This is when the cultures were meeting for the first time. This is white Americans, right? And they went over there because back then they were treating African Americans like as they were. So they got there and the Japanese they accepted them. They welcomed them, and then they showed them all these Japanese things, Japanese culture, Japanese theater, Japanese music, Japanese style of clothing. They're just so full of culture. And then they asked them to show them their culture. They realized they don't really have, America doesn't really, what are they going to show them, European culture? So they put on blackface and sang the blues and sang, that's the only culture they know, that's unique.
So sad.
They really just showed off, literally just showed off black culture because they didn't know what to show them.
And that goes deeper, right? Because like Christianity is based in Egypt, and Egyptian religion of the cult of Horus, right? Even the music that we think of as, we think of as I mean, obviously everybody knows that popular music and the percussion is deeply African. But the instruments that they think of as European, right? Guitar, bass, anything that's string based. There's the karar. There's all these. You know what I mean? So like
piano was literally invented in China, I think.
Because
but
if
you
your
think of it as
culture is
European.
based on pillaging, especially northern and northwestern Europe, the barbarian I know this sounds racist, but really, like, if your culture is based on pillaging that which came before you, and then being able to use that, you know what I mean? Like, because you're in a weaker position.
African as well. African culture came when it started out. That was like, that's evolution. That's what people did to evolve. they pillaged and raped other, the raped women of the other town, and took away all the people, especially the youngs and the women. That's how they propagated. It's the lifestyle of survival, right?
I mean, in a sense, isn't it true that like much of human relationships, both like interpersonal, is really about the weak preying on the strong, right? Like
banding together.
The weak preying on the strong.
Look, in what sense? Like being a parasite.
Well, I mean, if you're in a position of weakness, if you don't have much to offer yourself, you're physically weaker. If you don't have the force of cultural creativity, if you don't have you don't have the resources at your behest, now you're really motivated to go and psychologically convince and manipulate. So now you have more impetus, you have more insecurity, right? To
drive you.
I mean, this is one of the great texts in Western civilization, or really ever, is the Iliad, right? Which is one of my favorite books, which is about all these different examples: Achilles, Agamemnon, Priam, Hector, all these different figures who are these powerful men, either because they're a great warrior, or because they're a great old king, or because they're a great general. And every time, what motivates them and what also causes their downfall is their insecurity, or is the weakness underlying that strength, and that need to prey on someone who is stronger. And I mean, women in a lot of ways are stronger. They are able to endure more. Women are a lot of ways have.
They're not stronger. They just had to be strong.
Right, but because women also have control over sexuality and control over the domestic and control over any number of things. It's just that men have to prey on women out of a position of weakness.
No, but this is the whole idea behind, women are stronger, women are more mature. And, the ideology behind men mature less than women, or women mature more, is a hoax. You do know that. This is scientifically proven.
I mean, it's supposed to be slowly. Like, men mature more, women mature faster.
During puberty.
No.
That's the myth, is what I'm saying.
That's the hoax, though. Because the ideology, or the actual, what they found out was men were babied to become less immature. So,
less immature?
Yeah. They became immature. They were cuddled.
To be more immature.
To be immature.
To be immature,
So they drew back, and the women were just steadily living their lives. So that's the problem that was with. It wasn't women maturing, it was men being immature for their age.
Or women had to mature.
No, they were just maturing in the normal perspective. And then men were immature because they were babied and told that they don't have any social perspectives. And, you see this in many ways. People, men play video games in their 50s and 60s. And you see those kind of really nitbits of babyism of, and then they're not really parents. They're just
you're saying
figures.
That's a social conditioning.
They're not fathers.
That's not a
they're
genetic
just
one.
parents and figures.
So you're saying it's a social conditioning, not a genetic one, right? It's not inherent to the biology. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe all of gender is a construct. I don't know. But what I notice is that usually the one who, it's not even just in a gender context, like in an interpersonal one, or when you see someone who's really doing well, right? They kind of have to be humble. Right, they can't posture too much, generally speaking. Whereas a person who walks around like they got it made, often is doing so because to mask a lot of insecurity, right? And that's what
and those people are the ones who really end up more successful. Because what you said earlier about the weak or the ones who have less to offer being the more aggressive. That applies not just to civilizations but also individuals in the modern era.
I agree.
Because the most if you've met successful CEOs or if you. They do seem confident first, but then you realize they're the type of people that take other people's work as their own. You know what I mean? We're a bit less. They don't have much to offer, but they know how to steal better.
Right. But that's one of the 48 laws of power.
Exactly.
Is take credit for other people's work.
That's what he's saying.
Get other people to do your work for you.
You know how to fucking take somebody's work.
And
that's individuals with us.
Right.
Those people end up more successful.
I mean, when we were talking about billionaires yesterday, you were talking about how some of these guys, some of these creative
like
geniuses,
Elon Musk,
are like little babies if they don't get their way. Bill Clinton would throw, and Bill Clinton is a brilliant guy, but he would throw fits and turn into a very childish, and his sexual behavior shows somebody deeply immature in one way. Right, and then Donald Trump is probably the greatest example of an overgrown baby who asserts himself out of a position of.
And the problem is that this trick works. It convinces a lot of people that you are what you claim to be.
Because of mass mentality. Because we are mass. Mass mentality is always like, if you convince two people, then you're convincing everyone, basically.
Yeah, again, mass mentality, I think, is the human condition. You can't
I don't
prevent
think
it.
so.
I think it's
really
the human
don't
condition.
think
You
so.
can't.
We needed it for survival, as the same as religion. We needed it for survival because we survived against all the harshness of the world by bonding together. But not now. We don't need it now. I think
I say the same unconscious drive that pushes us to
we should
have
get away
sex to
from it.
reproduce is the same unconscious drive that kind of forces us to find our kind and not hide behind them.
No,
It's,
that's
what I
what I
mean
mean,
is it's
like,
not a
we should
conscious
get away from
decision
that.
like religion.
No, it is
It's
a conscious
unconscious
decision.
and
Trust me, it
here's
is.
the thing, if you started a movement of individualism, a lot of people would band together about individualism. There would be mass mentality about individualism. You know what I mean? That's
But
the
that
irony
in the
of
perspective
everything.
is being individual.
No, by definition you're going against individualism.
No,
by having a mass
being
mentality.
individual together means individualism.
but you
At
can't.
the end, the product is individualism.
There is no, because most people are not
so
strong enough
when
to
we
be
are
individuals.
together saying what one way or another, together saying this, what we believe is what we want to follow.
Yes.
It doesn't actually mean we are together in thinking it.
No, I'm saying
It actually means all of us have different ideologies.
They might shout individualism, but they don't have different ideologies. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. It's like America. If you actually gave people, they will follow each other. Over a
I
cliff.
think the best examples to give are Scandinavian countries where people are very different and yet very much together in being one.
That's where I disagree. Scandinavian peoples, yes, they lack a lot of social culture, but they're also very similar. Their ideology, their commitment to their society themselves, it's very similar. A lot of Europeans
Let me give an
have
example
similar
of this.
mentalities.
Let me give an
When they see
example of what
foreigners
this is
and
saying,
then when they
which
see
is very.
completely different people, they're still very much understanding and open. So
Well, that's
No,
it,
they're
but that's
open to
that
it.
doesn't mean they're not individualistic. But like to give an example, Sweden.
Yeah.
Sweden, social liberalism. We're we're very open-minded. Yes, they do have a great welfare state, and people are very pluralistic. And I enjoy being in Sweden because Swedish people are very laid-back people. I enjoy Scandinavian type. But at the same time, right, coronavirus exposed something. First of all, Sweden, this sort of perfect social democratic project, is more and more in this neoliberal direction. And because people in Sweden have this idea of we Swedes, we stand together, etc. This we're exceptional. This Swedish exception. It's funny to be an exceptional country when you're 9 million people. But they because of that, they went in a completely direction everybody else when it came to the virus, right? Going openly for herd immunity, allowing the virus to just go through to the point that I know somebody, an Ethiopian who went out to Sweden, who married to Sweden, went out to Sweden, who couldn't work as a nurse because if she came to her job as a nurse working in an old person's home with a mask, she'd be fired for wearing a mask, for wearing protective equipment. That's how far they went in the opposite direction. This goes against, Sweden is still part of the EU, even if they don't have the euro. So this goes against any idea of regional integration and all Europeans, think, no. This one state, not only did the state go in a different direction, the media followed, none of the obvious.
No, I'm not saying all Europeans are the same.
I didn't say that. I didn't say you were saying that. No, I'm saying as an example of what you're talking about.
As an example.
Of what you're talking about. Like this idea, people there are free thinking and they're individual, they're liberal and so on. When it came to the most important issue of our time right now, is coronavirus, they revealed that they're willing to go in the most right-wing, most collectivist, most social side, and nobody challenges it. It's not just that the government went in a completely different direction. Nobody in their media, no major political figure is even saying anything as opposed to it. That completely, the whole edifice of
Sweden is a good example of the Scandinavian individualism.
Of liberalism, of all of their pretension just crumbled.
No, but they literally went collectivist, didn't they?
No, but isn't that individual in its own perspective? They populatedly became individuals. They were against everybody else. So that is
individual as a state as opposed to
individual.
Okay, so an individual society. Right.
So we're also against Somalians, are we not?
Individuals against.
Think about
Okay,
it,
now we're really messing with the semantics.
Think about it.
We are.
We're always.
I thought you meant
following the
individuals,
Western
like
media.
individuals.
No. I mean, as a state, they have this ideology of, especially if foreigners come through or different kind of cultures, different kind of lifestyle within them. They might be the similar kind of people, but they still are accommodating against things they don't understand.
I don't think they're the only ones.
You want to see Ethiopia being collectively individualized?
Yes.
Bring all the money in the world, and now let your other countries try to bring LGBT agenda in these countries too. Then we'll show them how. Then you will see how collectively individualistic we can be.
We
right?
will be collectively individual.
Exactly. So we're the same as Sweden.
No, we're not.
I thought you said the whole point is to go against every other country.
No, the idea is if we all believe in it within the country,
Yes.
it's fine. But not everybody believes in it. Not everybody understands. They're not. So let me just say this: they're not against everybody else.
They literally made it illegal.
No, in the prospect. This
To
is
be
a
against them.
particular. This is. Let me just tell you this: health issues are the country can quarantine you against your will.
Yes.
This is not the same as bringing immigrants in, having economies that are intersecting with African and other countries. It's not the same.
Yeah.
When it comes to health, it's quarantining against your will. So
that's not what
going
he's talking about making it illegal for people to wear masks.
yeah, no,
Not to take
it's-
off masks, to wear
yes.
masks.
So when we're being quarantined or anti-quarantining,
Yes.
it means a health issue, and you don't even have autonomy. The government
The
has
health issue is
autonomy on
to
you.
defend myself with us. I don't have the right to wear a mask and
Yeah.
defend myself.
The autonomy, the government has autonomy on you.
Yes, to defend myself.
Yeah, on your health, on your lifestyle, because this
That
is
sounds
and
super collectivist.
that is emergency cases when it's life and
To
death
even
situation.
defend, not to harm others.
It's,
But the
they're not
government
trying to
does-
kill you. They're saying the herd immunity is
They're
going.
literally
is-
trying to kill. That's what they heard of me. They want the virus to go through the society, kill
Exactly.
whoever will kill.
It's
I can't even say
it's
I don't
not
want to
the
be a part of
same.
this.
It's not the same.
Why not? Why wouldn't they allow wearing masks?
It's the same thing.
Why wouldn't
as
they
saying-
allow wearing a mask?
Because the herd
Because they
immunity.
want me to catch the virus.
Yeah, the herd
Because
immunity
if I'm weak,
wouldn't
I'll
work.
die. Exactly.
The herd
Because they want the
immunity
weaker to
wouldn't
die.
Oh, so you just think it's like everybody who is over the age of 60?
No, not necessarily.
and,
Even
like,
young people will die.
yeah.
Getting herd immunity means that will go through the certain society and
So
people will die, right?
You're saying that they're like prejudicing or against the older people. And
The weaker.
That is completely
That's-
not true.
I think that's what herd
That is
immunity
not
is,
true.
isn't it?
You do know, like in a lot of Scandinavian countries,
No,
there
for
are
the-
not so
for
many
corona.
young people there, right?
Yeah, I know.
It's actually the class of people there are much older than their 50s and 60s.
Oh,
are
yeah.
the
The
highest
average age is very
So
low.
if they're thinking of death, the people that are going to vote for them, who are in their 50s and 60s, the major voters are the ones who are dying. This is not their ideology at all.
Isn't that what herd immunity is, if I'm not mistaken?
Nope.
That
It means-
that a virus can sweep through a certain country, and then you will
No,
build
herd-
after whoever will die, and then we'll
You will
build
build
herd-
immunity. Yeah, that is
the weaker ones will die. That's literally
No,
what herd immunity means.
Technically,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
What do you mean?
Well, as a
What part of it?
physician,
No, no,
who
go
What does it
ahead.
heard
mean?
about
What does it mean?
herd,
No, I know. What
herd
do you mean?
immunity actually means making everybody as like pseudo-vaccinated as possible
How do you
with
do that?
catching the medication, with catching the disease.
Which will kill the most people.
No.
No, it will kill a
Okay.
certain amount. Of
No,
people.
we'll
But
which will
everybody
kill
else
the
will
most
be-
people as opposed to protecting everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so we all.
yes, that's what we said.
We're all.
No, but like it still means
Which ones
you
will die?
protect the most people because now the
Who
most
will
people
die?
are immune.
Who
Right.
who will die?
But they have to. They have
Who will
to
die
make
though in that
an
situation?
but they have to make
Probably-
estimations.
The weakest
How
ones
many
will die.
people do they estimate would
People
die?
die
No,
either
And
exactly.
way.
there's certain leaders. I mean,
There are
Boris
people
Johnson
who
was
died
told
more
500,000.
in other countries in Europe. Sorry.
Yeah, 500,000 people are going to die, and you have to do
No,
something.
I understand the philosophy, but it's still the weakest ones who end up dying, right?
Well,
The estimation.
The oldest in an illness
The
like
oldest
this.
or the most
you make
immuno
estimations.
problems.
This
end
is-
up
But it
people.
depends
goes
on the
broader
illness.
than-
Depends on the illness, right? Like
Yeah,
for
and corona.
coronavirus, yes, of
Yeah,
course.
of course.
Older
This
people,
goes
yeah, people are more
broader.
prone to it.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
This goes broader than you think because it's not just saying they make two sides of the game. They'd be like, okay, let us quarantine and do what all the other countries are doing and see how much people we can save, and then be like, okay, let's do herd immunity and see how much
Absolutely.
people we can save. They made
the
an
math.
estimation
Mhm.
for their own country, for their own lifestyle,
Which they have the
for
right to.
that the herd immunity is the better way to save the most people. Because all people are equal, right? Regardless of whether they're sick, they're old,
Yeah.
whatever. They wanted to save the most amount of people.
I think
And they
all countries
succeeded.
want to save the most people.
Have you seen the success rate in Germany now, and
Look at
in
Germany.
France, and in a lot of the countries
Oh, they
because
failed.
of yes,
They
because
failed.
why? Because
They don't-
people.
I don't think they had a plan.
That's the
South
whole
Korea
point.
succeeded though.
They made a
South
plan.
Korea succeeded though, right?
What?
Without herd immunity. South Korea, Singapore,
South Korea is.
they didn't succeed well. in this, yeah.
But they have a much more like building time of health sectors, and they much more have resources to produce
South
medical
Korea.
supplies. Yeah,
Over like Sweden.
medical supplies.
No, generally. I'm talking about. I don't think Sweden. The problem is wealth. They're
No,
rich
no,
enough,
no,
yeah,
but
to do whatever.
Faster. I meant like faster production for the people who are already dying. Because during a quarantine time, there's nobody working.
Yeah.
And during quarantine time, there are people who are getting sick right after the other, and the production of new medication
the effectiveness goes down. Yeah.
So, with the amount of population that they had, they were more effective, the Koreans were. But as I said, with the whole situation of Sweden,
they have
they
the
saved
right
more
to.
people.
They have the right to do whatever they
So
want.
the fact that herd immunity is not a good idea for you guys to say is not it, because
No. We're in against herd immunity. What we are against is
they save the most amount of people.
They become collective when it benefits them. That's what we're trying to say. They're not individualistic.
Isn't that like what we do as humans to survive?
No, I mean, what I meant.
Be individuals until.
But they're never.
Being an individual is the worst thing to do.
Again, my question is
exactly
what I think you're defining individualism based on few factors, which is the right for any sort of sexual behavior. Yes, European countries do a lot better than this. The individualism for, let's say, certain job opportunities, yes. And also maybe the American definition, superficial stuff, to dress however you like, whatever. But in terms of culture and mentality, which is the way I'm thinking of it, I say if you pick a few people from a certain country, they will they have these same, because a lot of times in Scandinavian countries, not individualistic we both, but more often than not, I see that they do have these similar sentiments. Mentally, they do seem very.
That's the whole point I'm trying to make.
So that's the same thing with Ethiopians. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, it's not, because there are so many people who are just sitting there without agreeing to a lot of things, and actually most of them are like that. By the way, a lot of people you can ask like, "Hey, Safar le Safar, or some gossiping and shit." Most people do not really care about what's happening in the world, in their country, what's happening in the religion, and what's happening in their culture.
That's what's important to them,
But
and they collectivize with religion.
The difference there is they became so individualistic that they are acceptance of all of their individualism, so they became even more united. You know what I mean? Like, you became more united when you have rights to be an individual, when you have like personal animosity, like you are personally in charge of your individuality, your mentality. The more you are given that right from the society and from the government, the more you become unified. Your individualistic mentalities will band together to be one Swedish person, right?
But is that against individualism?
It's not, because it's definitely not, because then people would be unhappy with it, and you don't see people who are like from a lot of the Scandinavian countries hating their country and trying to move. Like, I hate this.
That doesn't have to do with the culture or the philosophy. That has to do with the economic debate. People don't do that in America either, and we agreed they're not very individualistic. But Americans don't hate American want to move.
People who are in poverty, under the poverty line, they still don't leave America. That's because they can't. They can't go anywhere.
What do you mean?
Where would they go and work? Because that's the social construct they know. That's their society.
Yeah, of course, they love their country.
Yes, they know that. It's
but at
scary.
The same time,
it's scary. Like, you should be. If you're an American, it's better to be poor in America than anywhere else, right? You're gonna be poor anyway, right?
Why?
Where else would you go to become a better version of yourself? If you're already like in the worst point of view.
If you can't find a job in America, let's say you have a degree, you can't find a job. Shouldn't you move elsewhere and try to find a job?
Do you see people doing that?
No, they don't. Good,
Why?
shouldn't they? Wouldn't you? I mean, why would you say they can't? They have the opportunity.
See, like people who have the least amount of lifestyles, they still fear other perspectives and it's not just the economy.
Well, even the rich people don't move.
It's about what is around you and everything.
Yeah,
it's not just like, oh, economy is bad, let's move to the other country.
That's what I mean.
An issue of citizenship. If you are a citizen somewhere,
that's what I mean.
Matters.
That's what I mean.
Being
Scandinavian, you're not going to see them moving that easily. You know what I mean? Even if they're against the philosophy of the country.
Yeah, but they don't hate their country. Americans hate their country, most of them. No. When they talk about, like, there's this band. There's this band patriotism.
They hate other politicians. Republicans hate liberals. They don't hate America. They both love America.
This is what I'm talking about when you just said, like, superficial
patriotism. Band together. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
But they love America.
They think they love the country. They think they're patriotic. They think that they are, like, the amazing country.
Exactly.
But in reality, they hate everything about it. Black people hate about their blackness. Females still are not empowered and paid enough. Yeah. LGBTQ communities are still
but they would still die for America if there's a war. I mean, you know what I mean?
Do you think like Gen Zs and Gen Xs would go on war to fight against?
I think the only reason millennials went to war was because of 9/11.
Yeah, but then
if a 9/11 type thing happened
mass
to
mentality issue, like
exactly.
social
Just
brain
sweep
washing in a country perspective. Like.
Yeah, exactly. If something similar happened, bound generation to America, I think the Gen Z would still go to war.
But that's the difference between like
A 9/11
Scandinavian
type.
country people in general. Like they're genuinely satisfied with what their country is doing and are happy about it. Why? Because there's a true
I mean,
individualistic.
there is the famous stereotype of Europeans being depressed people, right, and miserable about everything.
And I mean, counterexamples like Denmark is always highest,
The highest
happiness index.
Yeah.
But you know, first of all, they're having spent a decent amount of time in Scandinavia, at least in Sweden, like.
Yeah.
Of course, there's always mass depression. There's always, especially extreme forms, because when everybody else is,
of Africans are depressed.
if everybody's depressed, equally depressed,
And
then
nobody
not too
is.
many people are going to kill themselves, right? Because it's like, well, we're all in this together, right?
Yeah.
But if everybody seems, you know, quote unquote,
Happy.
seems, what do they call this? Like the duck on the pond. Or there's some metaphor for this. Like when you feel like everybody around you is doing well, everybody's happy. When it's when the weather is best, it's during the summertime that there's the highest level number of suicides, right? Even if there's seasonal effectiveness disorder that affects the largest number of people when the weather is bad. So, I mean, it's a matter of extreme.
I also don't agree with the idea of you know how people seem to use suicide rates as an indication of lack of happiness. I don't think that's the case. I think
Maybe
suicide
the
has a lot to
extreme
do with
countries,
culture.
yes. Come on.
I think no. Here's the thing. I think
Extreme
suicide has to do with
countries.
culture.
Right,
You know what I mean?
honor and so
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. Japan also has a very high rate of suicide.
Right.
I don't think it's because they're
Arabic
miserable.
Peninsula has
It's just
one of
that
the
it's
highest
understood. Okay,
rates.
if I fail
Yeah.
in this or that area,
Just kill
or
them.
if I'm a burden on my family when I'm
Yeah.
older, or if I'm publicly shamed for my behavior.
Even
Right.
with Scandinavia, I think it's that since they grow up, I think, are the least religious, more so than most countries. So there is no sense of I might end up in hell or that fear, right? So they're very aware that when you die, you die. You know, it's kind of pointless, and not if I'm bored with my life, because a lot of times suicide has this contagious effect. Even in most countries, it does.
Yeah.
Where if you
Waves of
if your-
suicide,
yeah, if your
copycat
best fri- if
suicides,
your
yeah.
best friend kills himself because his girlfriend dumped him, there's a higher chance of you killing yourself.
Right.
because of
Chris
some-
Cornell
some-
and Chester
some-
Bennington,
Yeah, exactly.
right?
Some
Yeah.
smaller thing if it happens to you. Because suicide, that's why it's such a taboo. Because the older the old people, I think, realize this. Because if you just make suicide an option for people, a lot of kids
people
would just
are-
be like, "Fuck it, man. What's the point
Right,
of
'cause
living?"
it only takes
'Cause I
one
went
moment.
Rich, you know, fuck it.
It
you
only
know?
takes one moment
There
where
should
you're
be a cutoff
suicidal,
point.
and then
Exactly, that's it. You don't get a second chance.
Right,
Exactly.
you don't get a second. If you go through with it that one time, it defines you for the rest.
And I think that's what happened in Scandinavia and Denmark, and because they do kind of see it lightly. You know what I mean? It's like it's not that they're absolutely depressed, but you just think of it as, I don't like my job. I'm sick of my family. He's not sick of his family any more so than any other person, but he just doesn't see the point of waiting another 30 years. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck it, let me just go to the forest, kill myself. It's just minor, and I don't think they mourn that long either. It's just the culture kind of simplifies it. But then the Americans take this, or the rest of the world take this, and the suicide rate is high. You know what I mean? It's way higher than America, so they must be miserable.
I think the more religious countries, the less suicide, because the whole idea of those capitalists, those people on the top, who perpetuated any kind of the major religions are telling you like you're supposed to suffer. Like the mass is supposed to suffer.
Especially Christianity. Christianity is a religion of suffering.
Earth is a place for suffering. Suffering is like what makes you better for the second life, which just doesn't exist.
Yeah.
While all the capitalist people out there in the top are just enjoying what is out
Exactly.
there and dying, and now finding out there's nothing in the other side, right?
Whereas the Buddhist perspective on suffering is inherent to life, which I think everybody knows, right?
Yeah.
The rich suffer, the poor suffer. Everybody's going to suffer, but how do you alleviate that suffering by accepting it, or by
Wanting less, not
right by
wanting,
wanting less and also avoiding less,
Yeah.
right? Like avoiding craving and
It's so
avoiding
sad.
aversion.
It's so sad that a lot of the
Islam, I think, is
religions
better at
miss.
this though.
Yeah.
Islam
Not a
kind
lot,
of
but,
it's better.
Most of the religions, they miss the point of living, which is enjoying the passing of time. That's basically what it means to be alive and happy, right?
Right.
So they don't have any ideology. Like I don't know of any religion that tells you or shows you or talks about how to enjoy the passing of time.
Maybe you should
every day.
found one.
Wouldn't
Maybe in addition to a
wouldn't
radio
Buddhism be
station.
closer to that though? The idea that this too shall and the idea that accept everything. This is part of life. sadness, the depression, the fear.
But it extends it to something that might happen in the rest of the life, or there is a secondary
the
form
reincarnation
of, like,
bullshit. Yeah, that's
and
annoying.
I don't think that's
Maybe like
I mean,
Dudism?
I'm critical
Dudism,
about
maybe.
every religion, so I would have a very biased view about all of them. But in general, like the now, the what to do now, the how to be happy now, the not to be suicidal now is never told in any of the religions, because religion
That's
in
not
its
the goal
own
of religion, I
perspective
think.
the goal is to make you believe in something else that's happening next to you, other like helping others and thinking about the future world or heavens, or like cleansing your like it's one of the really sad like ideologies of Christianity that I don't like is you are born with sin. It just automatically tells you that you're supposed to suffer. It's fine.
Yeah, it's kind of
It's okay.
But
if
you are
suffer.
supposed to suffer, and it is fine.
Well,
So you wanted people not to
No,
suffer?
no,
No,
but
no,
you
no,
are
no.
born to
No.
suffer. Like
No,
it's
no,
not
not suffer in
this,
life. That's what-
inherently genetic thing that's just.
Also,
like,
we're
okay, I'm a
confusing
suffer-
suffering with sin, right? Sin is not about suffering. Sin
No,
is
no.
about being
Suffering
guilty.
is sin.
Guilt, but you're guilty for
Your
For
sin
sin.
makes
For
you
the
suffer.
original
Right,
sin.
right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
That's what
You
original
she
suffer
means.
because
Yeah.
you're a sinner. So that in
Well,
that
among
Christianity
other
sense
reasons.
says you're no better. Like
You're to blame
this is,
for the
yeah,
suffering,
This is
right? Yeah.
your this is your life now. It's okay because this is what you deserve. Like suffering should not be deserved by anyone. Like that shouldn't be any
Yeah.
in the religious humanities perspective. But it's so highly political that it subjugates you from birth and then tells you this is not your life.
I
to
guess it makes it a
enjoy.
little better that we suffer all together in Christianity.
No, it's not. No, I don't want to suffer. Like
You
I
don't have a
suffer
choice.
with others.
Yeah, you don't have a choice though.
But
It's part of the human
I
condition.
enjoy suffering as a non-religious human being so much better.
The suffering is inevitable. That's what I mean.
It's so much better to suffer
The suffering.
with the perspective of just life being there for human
Right,
beings.
and the ability to accept or even enjoy the suffering without being a masochist, or without being a martyr about it, but like you know what I mean,
Yeah.
to take some pleasure in knowing, like just sort
Would
of
you say is,
doing it for the pain.
isn't that a little you know how suffering is one of the most commonly thrown words, but would you say you suffered
when
in life? Do you think in the end it's so far, Russ? Do you think life was suffering? I don't
Among
think so. I
other
think it's
things.
exaggerated. Yeah, I mean,
Well, it's part of
I think on the whole it's
think
pretty
I did.
good.
I
life?
think I did.
Yeah, I mean,
compared to
It's
what?
kinda-
exactly.
What else- what other
Compared to
experience?
nothingness. That's
Oh,
what
yeah,
I mean.
then I mean it's awesome, but that's because
Yeah.
we as organisms cannot imagine nothingness, or we have a hard time
No,
wrapping
exactly.
our mind. That's why we're afraid of death, because we don't know anything else.
No, exactly. Again, no matter what it is, I think that need, that
think-
fear is what keeps us. Even torture victims would still want to keep going a lot of times. Some people just say, "Kill me already."
Oh, I don't know.
You know what I mean?
I
As a
know.
person,
No,
who-
not always, but I'm saying
Yeah.
most people choose life over intense suffering. You know what I
I
mean?
think most people kill
They still
themselves.
go on living.
They just don't act up on it.
Want to?
They kill themselves inside, but they just
Oh yeah.
can't be.
But they
they're
still
not
keep
strong
going.
enough
That's
to
an
act
interesting way
on
to put it. Yeah,
But they still
they're
keep
always
going.
dying inside.
But they
though.
still keep going. You know what I mean?
because there's a possibility of
hope.
change.
Yeah,
The thing about
exactly.
suicide or
There's a
death
possibility.
is
And that hope
it's the
makes it
one
all
option
better.
that
That's what I
ends all
mean.
other options.
Exactly.
Does it make it better though?
I think so, because I think it's exaggerated. I mean,
it just makes you exist longer. Better, you don't know. You don't know. So, but like
But there's
as a
hope.
person,
That hope, I think,
as
kind
a
of keeps us
person
going.
who's gone through the like as you said, like did we suffer though? Kind of like I believe that I suffered most of my life, and in general, as a person who personally went through attempting suicide and nearly dying and coming back and being better version or whatever, like a person when that point of like nothingness is so much better than existing comes, it is really very dangerous because like the perspective of like we're all suffering but we still want to survive, we haven't lost hope yet, just loses all of its meaning, and just the emotion, the energy, the power of I just want it to be over, it will take over. And that's like the really dangerous.
Because sometimes there is the other side where people who have gone through this famous people who have gone through intense suffering seem to come out the other end sort of generally at peace with life. You know the effect I'm talking about, like the like people who are paralyzed from the neck down, they might be they might cry for 3 months, but they usually, like people with terminal illness, the Nelson Mandelas and the Anne Franks of the world, they seem to have a certain acceptance and forgiveness of life. You get what I mean? The people that have suffered more than most. It's always the people that had pretty more or less
Easy
normal lives.
They're the ones who
I
are
wouldn't
most
say
sensitive.
easy, but normal lives.
Yeah,
It can
they're
still
the
be
ones who
hard.
are the most thin-skinned.
You know what I mean? It can still be
yeah.
absolutely. People have really
Right.
bad experiences. But
Or boredom. Boredom.
Those are the ones who are always
comfort.
Europeans, like we said, Wallace. You know what I mean? Like there's the you know, they say don't ask a Scandinavian person how he's doing, even as a friendly gesture, because he's gonna fucking depress you with the whole story. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's just this shit.
Or in American contemporaries, like this writer who passed away some years ago, David Foster Wallace, right? I always talk about, who killed himself in 2008, right? The guy who wrote that recording. I recommend to everybody. This is Water, the speech that he gives at Kenyon College a few years before he committed suicide. I mean, this is his main thing. Is like entertainment, comfort, being able to sit behind and watch the TV with your remote control. The kind of thin-skinnedness or the oversensitivity, the way it strips you of it's through adversity that you build character. And if everything comes to you easily, then you go to a deeper, like a spiritual stress. He calls it your psychic shit. He calls it the psychic shit.
Survival perspective.
Yeah.
We're talking about it like apes and evolutionary beings. This is not the part of happiness and satisfaction we're talking about now. We have so surpassed that ideology. So yes, suffering in a way would make you a better person, but then
not just a better person. What I meant was the
it will make you stronger in a way if you're like
sort of
suffering
accepting
more.
of life
But then,
and happier.
Yeah, like the Anne Franks and the
Mandela.
Mandelas of the world had to avoid dying by others people's hands. Why would they be suicidal? They're trying to
No, we're
survive.
not. I wasn't talking about suicide.
Yeah,
I meant
but then
like the
later on
idea
in
that
life-
they.
Depression in general, or unhappiness.
being depressed and being like unhappy and anxious comes from
Being
the very
unchallenged, right?
yes,
It's
the
not
very
really
notion of no form of adrenaline reaction is
Right.
there. So
Yeah.
if there is an adrenaline reaction,
Nothing to
Because
that
stimulate
helps
you.
you
No
to
external
become.
stimulus.
So that's exactly my question. Can we actually call that suffering? Isn't
Yes.
that kind
Yes.
of over like?
Yes.
You know, it's how the
Because it's mental
modern
torture.
era, like we kind of overused. We go to the extreme versions of words.
No.
You know, everything's
You're just
amazing, or
thinking
everything's
about it from
hilarious, or
different-
everything's the worst, or everything's the best. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you had a bad time, you were absolutely suffering. You know what I mean? Why does everything have to be the most extreme? There's
You're
people that
thinking about
suffered.
it in the evolutionary perspective and view. Yes, if you're thinking about the guy in the cave, like trying to make his wife and children not die from the animals that are outside or the weathers. Yes, it's definitely.
Oh, I'm not even going that far. I'm going even modern era levels.
Like
I'm thinking
mass
there's way worse
incarceration
situation
and
than
dying and
Yeah, exactly.
and the wars and all that.
And
But then
illness also. I
illnesses
feel like
and all
that's
that,
way
yeah.
worse. Yeah.
But then at the end of the day, as a modern human being that are here now,
Yeah.
that have this certain kind of mental issues, it's that social torture, that psychological torture, that daily activity of not
But
amounting to.
Then but that definition, yeah, I agree. Everybody does suffer. Even you know the Kardashians of the world, they absolutely suffer those. You know what I mean? Because she wore a fucking last season dress one time, and that was the worst thing ever. And good. All I'm saying is, should suffering be a sort of a very easily thrown subjective word?
It shouldn't be quantified, is my saying.
What?
Like Kim Kardashian suffering, I think, is equally as suffering as me trying not to kill myself in medical school.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because it's
I
your
think
brain
I would hate to be a
telling you.
Kardashian or anybody in that world or anybody that family. That seems like a really crazy world to be in.
It is crazy world.
I mean,
They
I'd
love themselves.
much rather a normal life than
Absolutely.
anything
No, well, I'm
like
not.
that.
I'm not.
Maybe
No, I'm
I
not-
would definitely choose their life over mine any day. But then,
Really?
yeah.
I mean, as long as I'm not starving or facing like real economic insecurity, real poverty or something like
No.
that, then
I'm
of course you
okay
want the
being-
material comfort.
be-
But
being
other
that
than that, I would
scrutinized
much
if I'm that
rather.
rich.
I would
Okay.
much rather have
Okay.
I would much rather have like a
absolutely.
stable.
I'm with you on
What I've
that.
always wanted was
Yeah.
stable, simple life. It's just
It depends. It's
stability,
the
right?
choice between
Economic
you
stability.
being you or you transforming into Kim Kardashian.
Oh no.
Well, if
I
I
don't
just-
want to be
Yeah.
Kim Kardashian. I
Yeah,
want to be me.
yeah, I'm sure you wouldn't. Yeah, exactly.
More like Caitlyn Jenner if I wanted
Yeah,
to
exactly. You wanna be
transform,
like
right?
Caitlyn Jenner.
More like Caitlyn
No,
Jenner.
I don't want to be her.
Then
Thank
fine.
you.
In that
I
area,
don't
in
want
that area,
to.
meaning where you're wealthy, and you know your biggest fears are these trivial things for the rest of the world. So that seems like a pretty good life. You know what I mean?
Should
Let's
we
all might be
transition
absolute
to the
terrible.
next.
Oh, yeah.
Transition.
We
So we
actually
are
talked
we're a little
really
bit
good.
over, but so we're down
We're
to
actually
website.
talking about the whole like the Masmesel thing. We've already talked about it because we just transitioned from the education, the Meseyem stuff.
But
and
we also
transitioned
we were just getting into to trends and class issues and with that last Well,
Yes.
I would imagine we might as well just go into.
Yeah, the
Second.
second, the other topic next is Masmesel, which is really good, which works with this.
I mean, in that case, we're 45 minutes ahead of time, right?
Okay.
If we jump right in, so I would say.
Okay, let's go more to the Mamsel.
First. Yeah.
Okay, so we already talked a lot about race issues, religion. Let's talk about feminism, I guess. Like maybe that would take up a bit of our time when it comes to discussions of identity, I guess. And so, let me ask you guys, because as a person who's highly passionate and devoted about this issue, what do you think is a feminist? And do you guys
Asking as a woman asking a man.
No, just in general.
Well, no, but that is literally what we're doing.
Yeah, that is literally
no,
what's
and
happening.
I think that's actually kind of cool.
No matter what we answer, I think
that,
it's a new one.
No, not at all.
Well, I will say this, right? Because this is actually something I find very interesting. Again, I come in as a man who does not have the experience of being a woman with everything that comes with that.
Yet.
But not yet. Not until I move to the where the Kardashians.
Yeah.
I mean, because I'll hear women be like, "I'm a feminist" or "I'm not a feminist," and I get confused. I'm like, "What exactly do you mean by that?" Right? Because I noticed this for a while, but there's this woman named Christine Hoff Sommers, this ethics professor, who's written a book called "Who Stole Feminism," where she points out that there's this giant divergence between early feminism and the people who stole it, right? Yeah,
Third wave feminism.
And there are multiple waves and there are multiple degrees, but the main difference is, and she sort of does a class analysis on it, that feminism originally was very simple. I'm woman, hear me, or women are sure, you see the poster of the woman with the muscular, that women can do the same thing that men can do, and that really the goal is to remove any obstacle to a woman doing what a man can do. Very simple. And she argues that's what is in the best interest of women, of most women. But then it was stolen by women who turned it into a matter of fragility, right? Fragility. Women are, women shouldn't be catcalled. Women should be treated, and that it's really everything is through a gender prism. Men are wrong, and men are bad. So you turn men against you as a result, and also it's really a class thing because it's really women seeking jobs to pressure people into getting jobs in academia or in certain businesses or certain. Now she's very controversial because she denies the wage issue or denies wage issue. Well, so what she says is that in reality it's because women generally work jobs that are less paying, partly because of the conditioning that women are pushed into, certain kinds of jobs that men don't do.
That's not the only
high
issue.
risk of job, longer hours, and so on. Women have maternity leave built into there, but still, she was like, it is illegal. Technically equal, there's an Equal Pay Act in the United States. She's focusing on the United States. It's illegal for women to get paid less because of their gender. Now, some people might say wages are determined by negotiation process, and maybe women being women in a negotiation process. So that's one of the areas where she's very, very controversial. But what I noticed is that she became popular in a lot of the talk show circuit and a lot of the popular culture. That's how I became aware of her, and I read the book. And now there's a black guy. Speaking of the similarities between the John Lennon song title and the similarities of different kinds of subjects, there's a black guy whose book is. So I've seen him on a lot of the same shows, doing a lot of the same talk show circuit, and a lot of the same people who are against the whole woke thing. And he wrote a book called Woke Racism. His name is John McWhorter, I think it's his. You've heard about the book, right? It's the same argument 25 years later, except black people, right? Which is to say, we shouldn't be vilifying white people. Not everything is about race, and we black people are black people are supposed to be strong. Black men are supposed to be strong and aggressive, and now we're making ourselves into victims and enjoying a kind of
makes a very interesting point.
Right, and he's really in response to the famous sociological book called White Fragility. He's saying no, it's actually black fragility. But he's really a reaction of white fragility, which was written by a white woman who might be accused of virtue signaling, right? But he goes, no, this is actually black fragility. So anyway, all this is to say, when I hear a woman say I'm a feminist or I'm not a feminist, I'm always like, how's she defining this, right? Because that is so confusing.
So I asked the question in the perspective of the definition of feminism being women should have equal opportunities and should be treated the same in the broader spectrum.
Right. That would be first wave feminism, which I think most people,
First wave, yeah.
in principle, just like most white people agree that black people should have the same rights as they do. Almost every reasonable person, at least in words, in
So
principle,
you're a
will
feminist.
agree with
Basically,
it.
let's just
Everybody's a
be-
feminist.
Of course.
We're both feminists.
By that definition, everybody's a feminist.
Yeah.
Do you act on
Every
the
reasonable person.
feminist ideology? Because like, if
You mean, are we activists?
no,
Oh.
act on it in a daily basis.
I think so. I mean, unless there's something that I'm not aware of. There's some sort of prejudice that I'm
Yeah.
not
What
aware
does
of.
that mean?
But
What does
I've
that
never
mean?
been called out on
No,
anything.
I guess people could identify as not racist, but then act racist.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But usually somebody would have to call you out on it, or at least you'd be aware of it on a point.
Would you like?
I-
Would
I-
you know if you were called out for it? And you'd be like, oh yes, this is my problem. I should.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not saying. At least I'll kind of try to be self-aware. But yeah, I try to act on it.
So this is like the whole ideology behind Ethiopian feminists or Ethiopian men in general. So the ideology behind feminism has become the broken down version here. It's like, oh yes, you hate men.
Oh yeah, the
Basically,
extreme,
you hate men.
you have
Which is
the
it's really
That's
sad
that second wave. That's that next wave.
Yeah,
right? The
so
people
this
still.
is really sad because
feminazis.
Yeah, feminazis.
Feminazis.
That's what Rush Limbaugh used to call them, and a lot of people, conservatives in the states, worship Rush Limbaugh. So the idea of feminists being Nazis is actually kind of a popular point of view among a lot of
Feminazis.
but a lot of Republicans.
Republicans,
yeah,
exactly.
And
So
feminazis.
basically the idea of it's really funny that ideology coming through first because a movement that is particularly to empower women is now about a man issue. So
Oh
it's
yeah, I
the
mean, it
patriarchy
always goes back
acting
to
up,
that.
yeah. It's like it's our such a story now. Like your movement, your pain is now our story.
Yeah.
You know? Like it should be focused on us. Which is
I
really
think
sad.
I think
Yeah.
last time you on because I personally hate the fact that there's a word for feminism also. I hate that it brings attention because here's the thing: what's the word for somebody who's not racist? Normal. He's a human being. The racists are the weird ones. You get what I mean?
Black Lives Matter.
No, I'm not
Like,
talking about
all
the
lives
movement.
matter shit. No.
No,
This
no.
is the same thing you're saying. Like you're saying, why does the Black Lives Matter have to be there? All lives
No,
matter.
because I understand Black Lives stuff. What I'm saying is,
You don't understand feminism?
No, I do,
Because,
I do.
You
Then-
know,
then
Black
what-
Lives Matter happened because people who are normal
No, you're not.
were not saying.
You're not listening to me. No, I'm saying, when you name a certain group, it makes it very easy to target and to marginalize and to insult the group, which is why Black Lives Matter has become pretty much a joke on. You know what I mean? Because once you name yourself some sort of crusader, even if it's for a good cause, and let's say there's a word for people that are anti-Nazi, you know what I mean? Everybody might be anti-Nazi, but nobody wants to be called that word. You just want to be yourself, and you're against Nazis. It's a fucking normal thing, right? So the same thing with racism.
Shouldn't be labeled.
Yeah, because nobody wants to.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: white people don't want to be called racist, right? So they don't want to seem racist. They'll avoid anything that'll make them seem racist. Same thing with sexism. Nobody wants to be called sexist, but in today's era, nobody wants to be called feminist. It became negative association alone because of the second wave. The wave of feminism. You know what I mean? Where it seems like it's very easy to kind of take that word and redefine it something else, like Black Lives Matter. So they took feminism, and all of a sudden it's about men hating women. Some sort of misinterpreted it. Again, it should have been a movement that would just.
No. Let me just interject here.
Yeah.
You know why the movement came about? It's the same
Same
ideology.
reason the black
it's the
civil
same ideology.
rights
Like
movement.
like people in America said humans, men or women, are equal way before the civil
actually
rights
started acting
movement,
yeah, of course.
way before Black Lives
Yeah.
Matter. But them saying it did not actually make the difference
No, of course not.
to
No,
help
I'm
people
not
to
against the
become
movement.
equal.
I'm not against the movement.
The very notion of feminism came because
Yeah.
they still believed. Yes, like they treated their wives better. They
Not really.
thought like no,
I mean,
but
they were
like,
openly sexist back in the day. They didn't
no,
give a
they
fuck.
kind of
They
thought
voted
like
against like the idea of giving
see,
women the right to vote.
See how
So they were sexist. Of course they were
yeah,
sexist.
See how the idea of feminism had to be there
No,
for
I'm
the
for-
survival
No, I-
of
I-
the equality notions that
I'm
we're
not
talking
saying
about.
I'm against feminism. I'm
I
for
mean,
the rights of women. Absolutely,
the naming
it should
of it.
exist.
The existence of it, the naming of it, it wasn't necessary. It was a matter of survival.
Was
was
it?
a
Naming
matter
of
What
of
if the naming is confusing?
Yeah,
These people
exactly.
mean different things. This is my problem with labels in general. When we talk about Meseyem, this is why I have a hard time labeling myself anything, even if I think I believe
Exactly.
because
People hate
then
labels.
you have to defend everybody else who shares that label.
Exactly.
Even if you don't share the meaning of that label, right? The definition.
Feminism has become.
I think that's the thing with feminism.
Because there was also concurrently there was the black movement. I don't know, the civil rights movement, but there it wasn't some sort of vague word if you were for black rights, right? You were just against racism.
Mm-hmm.
So our you don't the
What
word
are
feminist also has
feminists
almost
against?
become.
What are feminists against?
It depends which feminist we're talking about.
No, like okay.
It depends, that's exactly what I mean. Because I know what you're for.
Why do you think there is different versions of feminism?
It literally is. There's different
Why?
definitions
No,
of it.
course.
Yes.
Why do you think there are different versions of feminism?
Because every label will, even religion also breaks apart. Every label, every group of people will have disagreements, and they will both take that word, right? So that's what happens. You might have your own agenda why you want to be a feminist. Somebody else would come in and her agenda might be this extreme version of it, which you don't agree with, but you're both feminists. All of a sudden, the label is tainted. The label is ruined, and it has become some sort of weaponized question, Russ, where I've noticed a lot of women going around saying, like, they ask you if you're a feminist, and then instantly they ask me to define what a feminist is, and I tell them believing the rights for, equal rights for, and they're like, yeah, it's a fake feminist. You're not a feminist. So it's like this entitled label that they use, and then all of a sudden it becomes a very negative word, which is what happened. Which is what happened with words like woke, and political
Almost
correctness.
automatically.
Almost
Almost SJW. Almost automatically.
SJW,
You almost
exactly.
always hear it in the context of somebody like as mockery, as a criticism.
Exactly.
And like in a negative.
Which is sort of what's happening with the Black Lives Matter as well. It almost became a brand that it's not taken seriously anymore. You know what I mean? It's kind of just it's a liberal word. You know?
Well, that one they really protected, right?
Yeah.
Because that one is
No,
associated
they
with,
did. It's not
with
negative.
images of people
No,
being
it's not
killed,
used
right?
in- yeah, exactly.
Right.
I'm not saying
Nobody's
it's an
mocking
insult.
anybody use it with that
No,
term
exactly.
anymore.
It's not as
But they
aggressive as
tried to do this. Well, all lives matter thing, and then
Exactly.
very quickly the Black Lives Matter people were like, oh wait a second, now you're pretending.
Exactly.
This is
Which is what they try to do, though.
Right.
They will
Right.
try to take a label and try to kind of make it mean something else.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what happened with feminism.
Is it
Isn't the
like-
word feminist, isn't it? So all of a sudden, it doesn't mean some sort of crusader for human rights. Feminist is just a woman who has a job, nice job, and who hates men. You know what I mean? Like, it sort of became this Western white woman. That's what you expect, which is like this image of it. And so when you create a label for a group, it becomes
Who do you
very
think
easy
created
to
that
twist
label?
it. You know what I
Who
mean?
do you think created that label?
The
What do you
initial
mean?
movement did
Who do you think created that wrong narrative of feminism?
That's literally the question he was asking. Who stole feminism, right?
Right. I mean, I didn't ask a Christian.
No,
also.
I didn't. That's what you
guys,
referred
who
to.
created the label
personally
originally?
think,
No,
made it
not originally.
into
Who made it
the,
sort of
like,
negative?
The devilish version.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
bastard version of
The original.
what feminism actually is.
Intentionally, or like the people? Because okay, so the Hoff Summers
Who is
argument.
responsible?
I
Is
think
it
Hoff
the
Summers.
women that degentrified and became a different version?
I think the Hoff
Is it
Summers
the
argument is-
patriarchy, which is that is the best way to like take away the rights.
Yeah.
I think the Hoff
to
Summers
bastardize it
argument
and
is.
to tell men that their
This is symbolic.
yes,
Yeah.
their enemy is the women.
Yeah.
I think the Hoff Summers argument on this is that the reason it was perverted was for the interests of specific few people, right? Who make it in a world that is dominated by men, and their interests are very different from the interests of most women.
But they're named
Right,
the
but
same.
this is also a key problem
Who
in a
is
lot for a lot of
Like, who
different
is
groups because what happens is if you're black, right, in America, and this is the same kind of thing that happens, like if you can deploy this language of the fear of racism and of Black Lives Matter and all that in a certain way, you can kind of get into a lot. And as an individual, you can get into a lot of instances. You can create a space for yourself, but then you are used as a tactic. Then you become used as a tactic almost automatically.
So like a
They'll be
token
like-
of it?
so for instance, they'll be like, well, not just as a token, but as a tactic against other people of that same background as you. Because the way it works is, well, automatically they'll be like, well, that black guy didn't tell me this. This black person, as if every black person has to have the,
the same.
35 million people have to complain about the exact same thing in unison.
You're saying
in
all
order
women should be
So-
like
so
one
what-
version of feminism.
So for
No, if it didn't have a label, they wouldn't have that problem in the first place.
the fact that the label exists is not what made it bastardized. It's not the name. It is what people who are in power made actively to degentrify it, bastardize it, to make it sound like it's against men.
crazy
And
thing.
men who are in power
You've never met
Which is-
feminists like that though. It's quite
No,
never.
never.
Who,
Never.
No, not. It
They
doesn't have
don't
to.
like. They don't hate men. They don't want to be like, yes, you're a whore. Like I have met a woman who says, a man has to financially take care of me, even if I don't, and she's not religious.
She doesn't hate men, clearly.
She doesn't hate men.
Yeah.
Well,
Do you
yeah,
know
no,
why
I mean,
she does
like-
that? No, but do you know why? The reasonable thing is because
She doesn't like work.
80% of the wealth is monopolized by men. So
Yeah.
she just wants to like,
Chill.
okay, the money is theirs. I'm making 50%. We're making the same amount of money, but I'm not paying 50% for our house.
Yeah.
Because you're
Well, that's especially the cultural expectation from
so
women.
like
and
if we want to bastardize everything, yes, everything can be like deconstructed.
Mm-hmm.
But then this is what a lot of men who do not know whether to be a feminist or not are always suffering from, and making actual women go be marginalized.
Mhm.
It's not the people who are on top doing the most damage. It's the people like you who are daily people
We're doing damage.
who are doing damage.
Okay.
You know how you're
Because
doing
you and I are
damage?
doing damage.
Yeah, well, I didn't
right
know.
now.
I didn't
Because
know.
See, I thought I was doing radio. Apparently, I'm doing damage.
Yeah, I didn't know.
You could do both.
It's the slogan now.
Multitasking.
Yeah.
Do
No,
some
but I
damage.
mean,
But yeah, no, let me finish my
Okay,
idea. So it's the people that are on a daily basis in the houses with
like
husbands
enablers.
and wives.
Enablers.
Not just enabling,
But
but
what?
We're not even the evening. We're the
What-
actual
what are we
like
doing?
the
What are we
village.
doing? Tell us.
so when the people in power are trying to tell you that the enemy is the man, the woman next to you, you should identify that it is what they're trying to do to get you away from the actual topic.
Every
If
day?
women, yeah,
Otherwise, I'm doing damage. I
Every
don't
day.
understand what
Exactly how I'm
This
doing
is like a
damage, yeah.
very complicated daily task you're giving
It
me.
is-
I,
it is
I
very
wake up and brush
complicated.
my teeth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I put on my clothes. But apparently, I should also, the third thing, be like identifying the people in the power structure who are making me feel
Do
like a certain.
damage.
No, but I see what you mean, because the point I was making earlier. I mean, I was joking just now, but the point I was making earlier was you were used as a tactic, right? You were used as a tactic
Yeah.
because people
I get
will
what you mean,
automatically be
yeah.
like, well, see, this is why I was not happy when Obama was elected president. All my white liberal friends were immediately like, "Oh, I'm so much more
no,
pro-black
he's
than
the
you."
black president. You
No,
have to
because
get why
because
he
I
was-
realized everybody was like, "Well, see, this means that this is the role model." Now, a lot of other black people, and I was like, "No." What people will say is, right? Any black person who does make it, it's because of this new influx, and rather, if you don't make it, they'll be able to point to, well, Oprah made it, Jay-Z made it, Barack Obama made it, right? So when that's the exception, not the rule, and the fallacy that goes into it is just because someone overcomes an obstacle doesn't mean that obstacle didn't exist in the first place.
Yeah.
But this is the thing. It becomes a divide and rule thing very, very quickly. If you move up within certain channels that are viable to you, and that's exactly what Christine Hoff-Sommer's argument is when it comes to specifically the class dynamics within feminism, or within the stealing of feminism as she sees it. Right? Is that those women are now being turned against other women in a certain way.
And like imagine people being in the leadership a few years ago, or in part of history. It is always like it was easy because they only had to what's the word for convince. So they already had they always had to convince like 40% of the population. Well, that's all they had to do. There were no kids, did not matter, and women did not matter. But now, for a person in power, for politicians, for capitalists, for people in the wealthy parts of life who are like enjoying this for generations, this is like a lifeline problem for them. Because now, from 40% of the population trying to be convinced through politics, now it's the 80% of them. It's all the women who have the right to vote now. That's such a big problem. And the idea behind like when most women would vote for the same person their husbands vote for, even if they could vote. But if the idea of feminism and individualism for women is being given, the people in power need to convince 80% of the population, as compared to in the past just 40%. Because kids do not vote, and women do not vote, and they don't have power, right? So they are trying to marginalize the people who live like us, as friends, as families, as girlfriends, as brothers and sisters, the people in power, the people on top, are trying to marginalize the idea through saying feminism is against men.
How far up we're going? Like, are we talking about like the prime minister?
Medias, like for example.
The prime minister.
The
He seems
medias.
quite
No, like the
feminist.
wealth,
Yeah.
the wealthy people in the world are like, let's say, like the people who control how many percent are like they're probably 2% or 3% of the
1%
population. Those people can
9%.
influence basically anything.
So you think the 1%ers are actually actively sexist?
It works for them. If you are a capitalist wealthy man, a woman is the worst thing to do now to put any power to anybody that doesn't have power. Africans should not have power.
Logically, though, because if you're a capitalist, 50% of you want to put 50% of the population to work.
No.
The last thing you want to do is, convince 50% of the population they can't
It's
work.
not about work. It's about giving them rights as equal beings to have their own ideologies, to have their own passions and perspectives.
Yeah.
It's so
Don't
much
get me
more
wrong. I'm
harder
not saying
to make
sexism
it.
doesn't exist. I'm not being one of those people because a lot of people apply this to racism as well, right? Like, there's no racist, so the racism doesn't exist. Does that sound? Because I know sexism exists. Of course it does.
And it's not just that. Let me just point one thing out. Me saying like the capitalists and the wealthy people are trying to pin us against each other. It also means that's one way of controlling the population. You make it about them, ethnicities and religion and sexism. They're all fighting against each other while you're just sitting here enjoying
Divide
your life.
and rule.
Right?
I mean, another thing that is effective, again, and they use this with gender relations in particular, is they'll define a society that they're seeking to subjugate as savage, based on very specific, really inhumane or cruel behaviors customs towards women in particular. So, what did they define the Chinese as they were trying to flood them with opium, to justify bringing down that civilization? Chinese foot binding, right? The way that women, it was seen as a part of their construction of beauty is that women had to have like broken feet, right? And it is terrible when you hear about how badly they would break these women's feet. But still, like, I don't know that really defines Chinese civilization. It's probably one of the worst aspects of it in terms of their treatment. With women, it's female genital mutilation. In Africa, it's female genital mutilation and other such really reprehensible kind of, in my opinion, kind of practices. And then with India, probably the worst. I don't know if we can really compare each one as far as which ones, but like widow immolation in certain Indian practices. Yeah, because they burn bodies in certain aspects of Indian culture. Not all,
with the
but
widow.
like, yeah, but if the man dies and there's nobody to,
They burn her alive.
they burn her alive. Yeah, the widow is immolated. Now again, this is all horrifying. But that doesn't, like, you know what I mean? Like, why are they suddenly so humane and concerned? No, it's to define the native according to those worst
Because this is a new way of waging war, though. No, nowadays it's savage to mutilate. It's savage to burn a woman alive. But it's not savage to say you're against men when a woman becomes feminist. So it's a new way of strategizing.
But that's what he's saying. It's like
the
the same way they make those outsiders or the others seem savage. The way that the people use to kind of dehumanize feminists as well.
Yeah.
Or at least villainize them.
And then the whole ideology behind like feminism being against men means those men who think feminism is against men know that for masculinity to exist or toxic masculinity to exist, it is in the backs of oppression of women. So they are the ones who actually know. Like when they say it is against men, they actually mean it's against patriarchal toxic men, which is true. It is. Like when you give power to a woman, it is against patriarchal toxic men.
It's not.
They just don't want to identify as one. They just want to be saying like all men, or like all men are not like that.
No, of course not. Again, all I was I get what you mean exactly. You know, what I was trying to say was that labels in general, even stuff that I believe in, not just feminism, but anything else. Some people try to avoid labels. Not just feminism. That's happening to a lot of things. If you notice, a lot of modern Christians, I'm sorry, proper Christians that would go to church, when they're having a chat with agnostics or atheists, they feel a little ashamed of being Christians. Then they kind of make
a feminist
they
and a Christian at the same time, or religious. Like, how does that work? Like, how do you think
That's very
those
difficult.
things?
I mean, religion is inherent
Yeah.
in it. The sexism is inherent in it, of course.
How do you?
Again, no, I wasn't talking about feminism. I was talking about a lot of times even simple labels such as Christian or Muslim. And I don't know if it applies to Muslims, but Christians also they feel they have to justify it because there's a lot of ugly shit happening, like Catholic going to the priest stuff or Ethiopian and International, because as soon as you start talking about the church, they say, oh, I don't believe in the church. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? And they say when you tell them about other Christians, they're like, oh, I don't believe the priests. The priests are just humans. I'm just because that's why they're kind of ashamed of the label. So they're just like, I just believe in God.
This is
So
my
that's
favorite.
why labels are so easy
This
to
is
ruin.
my
You get what I mean?
favorite dodge. This is my favorite dodge among especially young, more educated, more liberal people who want to hold on. They'll be like, I'm not about religion. I'm about faith. Right? It's as opposed to
because labels came about because labels are so easy to corrupt.
It is, and also institutions are really easy to corrupt, especially religious ones, because they have this moral posturing that allows them to cover up, what the Catholic Church does with young boys throughout its history, or what Scientology does to its laity, or what Islam does in certain aspects. But the reason it's a really ridiculous dodge. And by the way, Protestantism, since I went back to Protestantism, and again, I don't mean to offend, but offense necessary, right? So I don't mean to offend Protestants when I say this, but one of the key arguments that Luther made and that Protestants make is that the church exists after the Bible, right? So the only authority on anything is the Bible, and that's why you can have as many churches as possible as you want. You can keep fragmenting. There's a problem here, right? Because archaeologically, we've discovered in the 20th century, no, the church put together the Bible. The church pre-exists the Bible, right? So faith is a function of religion. Faith is a function of religion, right? It does not exist. Who determined the Christian faith? The Christian churches, the early Christian churches, including the Church of Rome, which is the precedent for the Catholic Church, right? So the idea that you can divorce faith from religion, well, if that religion is what is determining faith for social control, then no, I'm sorry, that's
why I say that you will get in some sort of contradiction sooner or later when you get into these ideological labels that other people
we
can
forget about
which is why we should avoid
the selfish
labels.
human in wrapped up in both of these terms or whatever. Like, we forget the selfish human being because when you are, let's say, for example, a Christian and a feminist, and you're a man, when you have a female colleague, you're fine with it. So it's a colleague. It could be a man. It's not directly affecting you. But when your wife says, we're taking care of this baby equally, then that personally affects you, and then that selfish human being always is running through religion books and saying, I'm a feminist, but then come on, like,
religion.
You're taking away my selfish needs are always the first and foremost as human to me. So I'm gonna go through the religious books now
to tell you why it has
to tell you why it's
that's
not
what
okay.
surprises me. It doesn't surprise me that men can be religious and sort of say they're feminist. What surprises me is the women who are really religious, especially with sort of sexist religions such as Islam and Christianity. How do they justify it, Linus? You know what I mean?
Yes.
How do they justify it to themselves?
They're inferior.
So religion more than I think even
there's a nice way of putting it for them, which is the same thing, by the way. Yeah. For females or for women who are religious to be highly religious, there's a nice loophole.
And a lot of times they say they're feminist.
Yeah, there's a nice loophole. The loophole is women are just different. They're not. It doesn't mean they're not equal. They're just different. Yes. So, but then when you say, okay, if they're not equal, then who makes up the rule of the country to say which roles are for women, which roles are for men, and then they automatically say it's men,
of course,
because their religion says so.
Yeah. And
then that's when a lot of the problems happen because men don't know what to tell them to say to represent women because they're not women.
Which is why I was saying, as Anjana, as a feminist, I think you can do more damage if without labels you actually express the concepts behind them. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah. Sure.
Because labels instantly come with certain
to do more
images.
It's more effective words. Yeah.
Because this thing, when people don't really label themselves, even people tend to listen.
But then I don't label myself, and I am deemed that way. So I'd be like talking to a person platonically, just the person I just met, and I'd be like, "What would you do this?" And then the topic of women and men would just seep its way through, and I'd be like, but that means they're not equal. And then you'd be like, oh, you're just a feminist.
Exactly.
Like, this is the Western ideology
and then
coming
instantly
through
closed
you.
off. That's what I.
Exactly. So it's not me closing it off.
We can have.
It's them, like
when
shutting
you label
the
it.
door. It's like no.
No,
don't
exactly.
want that.
If they label you that way, then that's a different issue. But what I mean is coming off as because I noticed this on when I have discussion with Americans. Americans that are super concerned with labeling people in two ways, which are liberals and conservatives, especially modern America. Everybody's either one of the two, right? Every time. So every time, and there's a few times American comes out, they're like, "Oh, you're more liberal or what?" And not. As soon as if I say liberal, and if they consider themselves liberal, then there's no need for discussion, Russ. We're on the same page. You know, where okay, they're done. They know who you are, even though you don't without discussion. The conservative though, they just close off. You're dumb. You're a fucking liberal. You know what I mean? Which is why I would try to avoid labels and tell them I don't know what that means. You know what I mean? Let's discuss what point are you talking about? And then they're like, what's your stance on abortion or whatever? And then we have a discussion on that. You know, and then you kind of dive deeper on the issues without. So labels are harmful.
Yeah,
that's why I was saying.
We were talking with Zode earlier when we started the topic about identity.
Yeah.
We said identity is two types. It's not just one. It's what you self-identify and what others identify you.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So the fact that I don't self-identify as anything except for working for the equality of people in general, right?
Exactly.
But then, because of my particular beliefs,
then they'll identify.
They will identify as feminist, and then they will make an assumption on it. It's not my fault. It has nothing to do with me. But then they degentrify it into the most worst version. You're so westernized. You know, all you see is those American channels, and you know now you think you can dress whatever the way you
they
want.
do that because there's a label that they can attack.
Yes.
Good. Now think of that discussion with race. Let's say you're talking here as a black person, you're talking with a white person, and you tell them I am for the equality of all races, right? There is no word for what you are. You're just a decent human being, right? So nobody's gonna say, oh, so you're this, so you know, kind of disqualify you. You can't do that. There is no label for you. You're just a decent person. Which is why that's what I meant by when you label anything, even if it's for a good cause, even if it's for like the right thing, it can easily be used to villainize that group. You know what I mean? If there was no word for feminism, that's what I mean. When you're having a discussion with a man and you tell him I'm for equal rights between men and women, you just you can't say you're for equality. You know, he can't say that. You know what I mean? But now you can say so you're a feminist. You're one of those people. You get what I mean? It kind of makes it easy to attack any group, which is why I'm against labels. Any group, any label, even if I agree with their beliefs, I don't want to use their label.
Right. And I'm with you. I resist it as much as possible. Yeah. I'll be like, even when I was a vegetarian, like I didn't eat meat.
Yeah.
When people like, as a vegetarian, I'll be like, well, I don't eat meat. They'll be like, that's a vegetarian. I'm like, no, because somebody will point to my shoes and be like, well, why are they leather? And I'm like, I'm really not an animal rights vegetarian. Exactly. I just don't want to eat meat right now. Like, I just don't. I want it out of my diet. Right.
The group,
right. If you have any level, do you call yourself this? You call yourself that? No, I generally avoid calling myself anything. But then you have a different problem. Because when it comes to being black, you can't do that dodge. Otherwise, you will be shamed right away. I remember this is an issue I had with an old friend. We went on different directions. There's a black woman, Ethiopian woman, who was projecting, but she was with a white friend of hers, and she asked me, "Do you consider yourself black or Ethiopian?" Now, I don't know if she meant this intentionally, right? Like if she meant this is.
She means African American.
Exactly. First of all, what exactly? Like, so Ethiopians aren't black. This is her own sort of conceptualization. But it's also at that point you're either in denial of one or you're in denial of other. Or as when I was like, well, I don't feel like I should pick one over the other. She goes, so you're saying you're neither? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
And it's automatically like shaming somebody who is just inherently dealing with the black. Of course, if the cops walk in, a black woman and a white woman, neither of them are going to have to deal with. That aspect. So it's a lot of like people trying to have it both ways, right? So you resist labels, but then if you resist them, you can also be shamed for why are you not standing with the cause or why are you not? You know what I mean? But this is what it means to be the historical subject, right? A white person. I mean, a white person can't go. In fairness, a white person can't go around being like white power. But why should they? It's just understood, right?
Yeah.
Like and a white person isn't shamed then to wait. Do you not consider yourself? I mean, the thought of like, do you consider yourself black? It's like asking a woman, do you consider yourself female?
Yeah.
What kind of question is that?
Yeah,
like, what are you associating with that term? Yeah. Right? Like, I thought a lot about that afterwards about how crazy it is to ask a black person if they consider themselves black. Right, yeah. I mean, you see my appearance, right? That's what blackness is. Nothing more. But it's all these, and the idea that the assumption is that Ethiopians. We have this in Ethiopia too, and I want to shift to this question: am I missing something when I say that the fundamental contradiction about Ethiopia and its relation to the rest of black people, blackness, Africa is the fundamental kind of having it both ways that we do. Almost like intermediaries do. Like, the Lebanese were colonial intermediaries in French West Africa. The Indians were colonial intermediaries and kind of played that medium role, right? Biracial people often play we have this thing where on the one hand, because of Ottawa, because of Rastafarianism again, because of the African Union, we are the proud black nation, right? We're independent, blah, blah, blah. And at the same time, there is an element, especially among certain groups in Ethiopia, of like, we are better than them. We are better than, it doesn't exist as much in Addis Ababa. People are a little too sophisticated for that, but you definitely get that.
In Addis Ababa,
but not as much as.
Not as much, but it exists.
But like straight up like
Africa,
like when I would go to Senegal, because I lived a bit in Senegal, I would come here over the summer and they'd be like, where are you going? They're like, oh, you're going Africa again. I'm like, what? We're the seat of the African Union, people. Like, but we have that, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There is this weird contradiction in our relationship.
There is. Okay, so
we're closed off.
I am so for our independence and our undying patriotism and the fact that we are the free basically country of the world basically in the idea, but then the xenophobia is one of the biggest disadvantages of us winning the Adwa War or whatever, or being independent. The xenophobia exists everywhere.
We didn't have xenophobia before.
Of course.
No. So the fact that we are so independent, or we think of ourselves as we are the only free country in the world, technically it is true, because the purely uncolonized part of the world is Ethiopia and Liberia.
Except that we had internal colonialism.
Then Liberia was created by Americans. But then, so that ideology of us have made us into this extreme form of xenophobia against everyone.
Right.
We are against white people, Arabs.
We have exceptionalism. We're special.
Yeah, and also I actually think that's a healthy resist or a healthy unwilling or suspicion of outsiders. I say it's healthy because at the same time, what every white person and every foreigner, by the way, black Americans love coming here. Have you noticed this? Black Americans love Ethiopia. Like when they come here, that's my experience.
Okay.
Huh?
African Americans or
Africans?
Africans?
Yeah, black Americans, African Americans, the black people in America, right? They love it. But one thing you will almost always hear from foreigners, in my experience, is, man, people are so nice. People are so generous. People are so smart. People are so hospitable. Yeah, I mean, compared to a friend of mine, a white guy who was in China, he gets all kinds of bad stares in China. When he comes here, he was like, dude, people smile at me. Of course, people are trying to, people try to hustle him as well. But I'm like, well, people try to hustle me because they think I'm foreign. But like,
it's not hustling. I think Ethiopians. Side note, Ethiopians are generally friendly. I think.
Yeah.
It's common to smile, even as other Ethiopians.
In a passive aggressive way sometimes.
Yeah.
In a fake smile.
They're not friend, but they're friendly.
Seem friendly.
They seem friendly. Yeah, if I can go outside, walk down Rwanda, and I can greet people just walking by, they greet me back.
Right.
How's your day? And they're like, how's good? How are you? That type of.
That's our social construct.
Yeah,
it's
we're
just
very
like
friendly
a
in that
subconscious
aspect.
reaction. It doesn't actually portray anything of our consciousness or who we are.
Yeah,
it's just
of
a
course.
subconscious reaction. And then
very
the
British
one thing that I
aspect.
want to point out is the amount of xenophobia in a country was so eminent to me, or I focused so much on it when I ask Ethiopians or who identify as Ethiopians about Eritrea, which is like, it was part of Ethiopia, and they're still very xenophobic. Like, people, like, I have Eritrean friends, really close Eritrean friends, and my family members would daily tell me, like, please take care of yourself. They're like sneaky, horrible people.
Yeah.
And like, if you are so xenophobic against a part of the world that used to be part of your country, can you imagine how xenophobic you are?
No, I disagree with that. Because listen,
like,
the enmity between Eritreans and Ethiopians has to do with having been in conflict for the longest time. I know, like, for instance, I'll give you a real quick example. A friend of their family married an Eritrean, and I remember my sister was like, every time somebody mentions that she's like, oh, she's married to an Eritrean, her husband's Eritrean, and she was like, do people say the same thing about my husband because he's a foreigner as well? People are like, oh, you're married to a Bahamian. You're married to a Bahamian. I'm like, well, no, because Bahamas was not at war with Ethiopia. Whoever was right or wrong on that one. But on that for 30 years, no, of course, the enmity between neighboring countries that are constantly in conflict is a little different.
We've been at war with many countries, but maybe this is like the new history.
I don't think we have enmity towards. Do we have enmity towards Sudanese or Kenyans in this country?
Oh, well, like,
very little. I would think it comes mostly with Eritreans and Somalis. because those
I
two
wouldn't
countries-
call it
they-
animosity, but we do have
war?
this racist sort of.
Right,
Yeah,
racist is like
racist
we
vibe
look
to
down
them.
on them because
We
they're
look down
darker
on
or
them. Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
But I very rarely do I hear anybody be like, "Goddamn Sudanese" or "Goddamn
We don't know
Kenyans,"
anything
or-
about them. Enough to
Right,
say-
that's
to
right.
say
We're
that,
just
yes.
distant.
We're
from
closed
them.
off.
Right, right.
Ethiopia is very
I think
isolated.
it's mostly the probably north part of Ethiopia and central one, because that's what identifies as mixed Semitic ones from the Cushitic. Because the southern part of most of Ethiopia is highly Cushitic, so I don't think they're racist against any other
they're
African
not.
countries.
I don't think so. No,
they
they're
don't. They can't be. I think it's the whole idea of the modern sense of. I was just gonna tell you this, and I completely forgot about it earlier. So I wanted to ask you this question. So it's throughout time, the whole ideology of being white, being smarter, more developed, has existed after a while. Like, it was formally educated, it was part of experiments and all that.
Knowledge and science.
And so we have self-identified in a way as
With the
less
winning team?
The losing team as blacks,
Yeah.
and them the winning teams. But do you think it actually produced an effective result as to action and not just more ideology? Because now a lot of white people are much nicer, they're less aggressive, they're more into academia and education, while a lot of, in general, black races or countries that are, organized as other races have become kind of
More conflicted.
self-aware of being less, that they do just so much less.
I think they do more personally. On average, I agree with the first two that white people are nicer and friendlier.
Yeah, because
two
they
reasons.
have to be, because
Well,
you
for two
know,
reasons. One, there's
that perpetual idea of, you're white, so you should be more modernized, have not just become a myth, but a myth they practice on. So they're becoming better.
Again, it depends. I was saying, like, they're nice. You mean nice towards black people or each other?
They're just generally, like,
Friendlier,
they're less
right?
aggressive.
Oh, less aggressive. Yeah. I mean, I think that's what happens with wealth in general. With wealth, you
Or
become less
just
aggressive.
not being
You have more to
being
lose.
surrounded by images and reasons to either hate yourself or to see yourself as marginalized,
Yeah, absolutely.
or be perceived a certain way, right? Like, you absorb. This is Meseyem, right? This is social conditioning, right?
Which I
Environment.
think is directly
Right.
tied down with economy. I think economy is the strongest factor for that.
And
pride.
by the way, you've met a lot of, that's true too. By the way, you've met a lot of white men who do not fit that
No, of
that
course
sensitive
Yes, but
nice
I
guy
mean,
rule.
in a
I mean,
worldly
in the
sense of
States,
But they're the
you
exception.
meet a lot of Trump voters. A lot of those white guys are not exactly
Nah, of course not.
the poster child of sensitivity.
But exactly, I think economics has a lot to do with American. I think they're confused Americans. Confused in the sense that they don't know why they're not number one, or at least.
You would be confused if you grew up in America too. It's almost impossible.
Yeah,
It's one of the most confusing
No,
places.
I don't mean in
But
terms of.
then
I
when
don't think
you're
in terms of
racist or
identity, because I
bigoted-
found the idea that for the longest time the world was it was a very simple place where America and Europe are the leading superpowers. Asia and Africa are there for aid, at best, or for exploitation. Right? Now all of a sudden you have in the past, it's not even that long ago, the world economy of these other countries is rapidly rising. Right? To the point that people are not even aware, Americans are not even aware how developed Asia is. They have no idea, like, that Singapore is such a developed country, Taiwan. Because they just assume Asia is a poor place, and Africa is a poor place. And I think it comes from, because a lot of the anger has to do with economics, of losing their jobs to immigrants, or
But that's what, like, I
outsourcing
wanna
their jobs to
interject.
China.
So-
But I
The-
also
the
think it's the
extreme form of
confusion is a
aggression.
result of I can speak with a little bit of authority
Of
on
course.
growing up in America, right? The confusion is a result of overstimulation, of alienation, of when you put a television inside a child's room as a young kid, and you tell that child that this is their window onto the world. Here's your remote control. You are independent. You are autonomous because you have an autonomous source of entertainment and of exposure.
Yeah.
And the whole business model of television is predicated on getting you to buy stuff because they're actually watching you. Right? They're actually, like, literally, they're sitting there studying your viewing behavior in order to, and social media does this even more, in order to tailor everything to your view so as to focus to get to your purchasing behavior, such that they can make enough money that it's worth advertising in a certain way.
Yeah.
And you are given that autonomous entity, and everything in the advertising is to play on your anxieties, right? You have to buy a certain thing, otherwise you're not going to get laid.
Inadequate.
You're inadequate if you don't get this. You have to this exercise machine or this. You know what I mean? This and And this is what you are. You have not just television, but you have all kinds of exposure. That is really what it's like to grow up in in the contemporary world. This is what David Foster Wallace is working about, which is not all that unlike everybody else's experiences that we're heading toward, including here, where people are sitting and watching TV.
Yeah.
America is defined as your relationship to your television.
Yeah.
Right. That's where the confusion, the overstimulation, the alienation comes from.
So when I was asking
sense,
my original question, like the aggression level for any, like, you could say like the hate is everywhere, the aggression is everywhere, but then how you act up on it is so different when you're black and when you're white. Like you see it. Like I'm more likely to die by a black man's hand than a white man. Truly speaking. As a woman.
That's because you're exposed to more black people.
No.
You're around more black people. That's
why.
We're talking about Ethiopia, right?
No, if I was in a place that are, for example, I would go to the U.S. and a person could be aggressive, as chauvinistic, as sexist.
Where in the
US? Worst thing, let's say one of the very conservative parts of the Alabama.
Okay, so where there are only white people?
Where there are only white people. And the worst thing that could happen to me would be they would call a policeman every time. They would like throw some glasses or like the aggression level.
None of that is going to happen to you.
Exactly.
What are you talking? Like never happens.
But then the aggression level here, especially, let me just tell you, today, when I came from my house to here, I had to take one bus and like 2 taxis. Mm-hmm. And throughout my journey here, there were at least 20 people who like sexually victimized me. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And if I had said one word, the likelihood of me being kicked and stabbed and like aggressively like attacked is so more
that doesn't happen in America.
No, the likelihood. I'm
saying that doesn't happen in America.
The likelihood
or it's not as likely.
It's so less.
Okay. How do you know that?
Because it's like identifiable. The aggression level is not the same.
Well, it's identifiable here.
Yes.
It's identifiable there as well.
Yes.
How do you know?
Because
how do you know about over there?
You count people who have.
Here, yeah, but how do you know about it not being as likely?
The counting method is international.
You've counted there? You've been there and counted there?
No, not just me, but the abuse level. Okay. Not just me as a woman, but as a population of women. The statistics, yeah. I'm not just taking.
Go ahead.
So that's what I mean. Like the perspective of white people becoming less aggressive has been this theory or this hoax idea, but then now people are actually focusing on it and doing it. Like, he's black, he could be aggressive, it's fine. But then when a white person does it, it's much more scrutinized.
It depends which one we're talking about, though. Is it sexual aggression ways? Because sexual aggression, I think, also has to do a lot with the societal. Because Arab countries, also they can be wealthy, but their views towards women, themselves, could still be same as African countries. So sexual aggression, I don't think it's economics, which
we could
I
say
think
like
it's culture and religion.
India, which is like a highly cultural country, and the fact that rape and abuse is so
exactly.
high is because
that's what
porn is
but if
the only way they know how to treat a woman.
Exactly.
But internet is open.
Even if they were richer, that might still keep going. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think those two have different causes.
Yeah,
so if
that
we talk about aggression in terms
is affecting us effectively. Do you guys think that hoax
which aggression are you talking about? Because are you just talking about crimes such as robbery?
No, physical aggression.
Is economics.
Just in general, physical aggression against men, women, doesn't matter. Just aggressive levelness.
So I guess the reason I objected earlier is that there is this perception that people are less aggressive in their behavior towards certain groups of people because of the statistics that suggest that. When there's a reason, so for instance, this is the old dodge when it comes to Black Lives Matter. Well, what about black on black crime? Well, why do black people? First of all, the reason that black people tend to commit less crimes towards more crimes towards other black people, and white people is that black people tend to live around and interact around more black people. Yeah. And white people white people have more aggression towards other white people because that's who they interact with on a daily basis.
And
but
they're poor, marginalized,
but your experience,
your experience, taken. It's fine. I understand
your experience in the United States, you will not have that kind of outward because of protection and legally, among other things, which, yes, is an advantage, right? Mm-hmm. And one of the problems that we have in Ethiopia is the lack of institutions, lack of law enforcement, lack of legality, which affects people's norms. Mm-hmm. But in the U.S., you are going to be victimized in ways that are unseen and therefore much more difficult to... So, for instance, institutional racism, right? You will be kept out of certain areas of certain spheres of power, right? You will be seen a certain way that you are not aware of, that you'll be spoken about a certain way that you won't be confronted with, and that makes it harder to call out, and therefore much harder to overcome. Do you understand?
A much different version of it, right?
Right. Much more insidious, much more tricky, which I think is
about
to get us to the next topic. Yeah, we're right at that time, which is Masmesel. Right?
Yes.
Which is especially about this, about manipulation.
Yeah,
fiction.
So we're still like, our focus is generally on, what it means to be Ethiopian and what Masmesel in this topic, in the topic of being Ethiopian, has all about. And this is one of the reasons that we started this channel, is because Ethiopian people generally have a strong force against taboos. They don't talk about taboos, and the whole Yulunta thing does exist. Like, I think it just exists in a lot of our communities, and we say less than we're supposed to. I think, and generally we're taught, because most of our cultural background, especially for women, most of our religion shit, like all of that idea compromises, and then our mass mentality also plays in this game where, it's much better to say less because you're not making a difference anyway.
You fear shame and
So the ideology behind not talking about taboos and being like Meseyem, being with full of Yulunta, I'm sure we all agree that it's a big problem. But how do you think that came about, and what can we do to make a change in that perspective?
Can I make a real quick comment? I'm impressed, Maya, that you haven't had to leave the room yet. It's given how hot it's getting, we've had to come in and out. So you've been a trooper so far. No, but I guess let me answer that question with another question. Since I just spoke about having experienced the relationships in the U.S., please, could you hone down what you guys think is meant by Yulunta? Because I hear it used in different ways, and I think I get a sense that this is really a key part of our culture, but I'm not sure.
But in a sociality perspective.
Yulunta, even the word is shortened from Yulunyal, or Minilalu.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
So Minilal,
Yeah, Minilunyal. It's being over concerned with Minilunyal.
With appearances.
Socially accepted coercion. That's what I call it.
Yeah, I think Yulunta, we named it because it's such a potent and concentrated form in this country, LNG. It exists in all society, Yulunta, some form of it. Some fear of social shame does exist in most society, unless you're absolutely crazy. You are, to a certain extent, at least worried about what your society thinks about you, you know what I mean, to a certain extent. But Ethiopia, elsewhere, I think they're ashamed of that fact. Yeah. They don't want to admit they care what society thinks. Here, it's accepted as natural, and
because
we named it.
We've been separated.
Do you think
from
that we
a
have
lot of
that?
the countries around us, and a lot of the population, we've been so opted into becoming this small version of our own world. We're so distant from. Yes, Westernization exists.
Do you think that we have that more than?
That.
Do you think that we have that more than other societies? Of what you just described, as far as
I can't say the most version of them exactly, because I don't
Asian
know.
societies do have a lot of Yulunta.
But we're speaking.
They barely say what they want to be.
It sounds like what Kudus is saying is that actually it's not the Yulunta itself that makes Ethiopia different, or that's interesting about this, or that's distinctive. It's the fact that we have the word Yulunta, right? And that we are willing to acknowledge that we do this. And that we're self-consciously.
Yeah, we self-consciously do it.
Self-consciously do it because everybody does it. But we self-consciously are it is a part of our culture.
We're sort of proud of it.
Yeah,
we're sort of proud of it.
Yeah, we are.
And to have a Yulunta in a country perspective, you need certain things. And these certain things that are common in other Asian countries as well, which are equally as Yulunta based as us, have exactly the same kind of unit. It's highly patriarchal. It's highly parental. We're afraid of our not just afraid, but so respectful of the top generation.
Yeah. And
not visual and not verbal. And the third thing is highly religious and cultural. So if you have these things going on, think many things, but you just can't say them. And I see this in a lot of in Pakistan, maybe in India, and a lot of culturally subjugated countries who are highly respectful of
I think it comes from
ancestry.
Because a lot of these societies that have such things, all the things that you described, the society, fear of being outcast, or religion, but it's agricultural societies, right? Agricultural based countries, and even Europe was agricultural based back then, and they weren't like revolutionary, individualism and all that. Because how you survived back then was you stick with your tribe. You don't fuck around. You know what I mean? You don't mess with them, and then you survive. You have better chance of surviving with your tribe. So a lot of these countries own, because of the rapid growth of the world, especially on Ethiopia, we have skipped. You see, Industrial Revolution is what brought about the new culture for Western society, the individualism. Because you can go to a factory when you're fucking 16 and you just work on your own, you make your money, and then whatever, you lead your own life, and it teaches you a certain type of culture as well. Punctuality, whatever. Because when you work in a factory, you don't go there at dawn. You go at a specific time. So a few generations of that, they ended up with a certain culture. Ethiopia and the rest, some countries in the world, again, we skipped the Industrial Revolution. Yeah. We want to jump from agricultural revolution straight to the digital age. Yeah. Most of our grandfathers were farmers. Yeah. And we still have that mentality. That's why we don't mind pissing on the streets, because it wasn't bad for our grandfathers to piss on the farm. I think that's why we don't really. And punctuality, I think, is a cause of that. Because when you look at the city laws, when you look at a lot of developed cities, there's clocks, working clocks, accurate working clocks, a lot of places around the city. That's at bus stations or at whatever. And we have one clock in the entire city, public clock, and it hasn't been fixed in years. You know what I mean? That shows you how much we don't really care about the time, because it's very.
Where's the public clock?
Parliament.
Okay.
And it doesn't work.
Oh no,
yeah, Parliament, yeah.
Right.
And it doesn't work. but that's my point. It shows
that's
you
a great symbol, like the clock in the Parliament.
We procrastinate as a nation.
Yeah, because I think it comes from the culture, the agricultural culture. Because for farmers, you don't use the clock.
You wait.
You say around when sun up.
Plant and wait.
You decide to meet your friends at the Gabi at sun up, right? And then you get there. When you get there, he's probably gonna wait an hour, or you might wait an hour. And then so that culture kind of came about without any of our previous generation or our generation working at factories. You know what I mean? We don't really have the need to work like a clock. There is no clockwork like Untitled. So we brought a lot of the societal fear from the tribal era, which is the grandmother. A lot of us would tell us, a lot of the advice for the grandmothers give you applies for the old days, but we still heed it for some reason. And people born in Addis Ababa still heed the advice. A lot don't like grandmothers tell you. There's this paranoia that everybody in Addis Ababa grew up with. How if you're a great student, they will put something in your drink. Your friend, usually it's your friend, your best friend will poison your drink, and then you go crazy, and then they'll tell you some anecdote. Yeah, exactly. They tell you anecdotes. So you do grow up being paranoid of outsiders, outside your family or tribe. You know what I mean? There is that sense of you can't trust anybody. So if you stray too much from what your customs, your tradition are, if you change your religion, or if you whatever stray too far away, then they'll shun you. You'll be outcast, and you'll be thrown to the wolves. Yeah. And that fear, so you better stick with what they tell you. You know what I mean?
And then, the one thing you pointed out that I just realized is the fact that the industrial nation or lifetime was not there affected us, so that we were always with our grandparents. We had more time to spend with the family.
That's
so
true.
when you spend more time,
you take their
you become the second version
you made
of
this
yourself,
point a couple times now. This reverence for age, for older people. I think this has to do with our culture. Might have something to do with patriarchal cultures, although I think matrilineal ones do as well. But this respect, this reverence for older people, that used to exist in the West as well. I remember watching the film Casablanca, and years ago, and a teacher was saying, what's her name, Ingrid Bergman? Yeah. You see how Ingrid Bergman is dressed? Ingrid Bergman is like 19 years old in that movie.
Is she?
Yeah, she's
way older.
I don't know about the actress, but the character, that's why he calls her kid.
Oh, she's supposed to be 19.
Yeah,
I say the actress.
I don't know if she is the actress is, but I know the character is supposed to be very young. That's why he calls her kid. Here's looking at you, kid. She's dressed. The way she's dressed, she could be 20, she could be 30, she could be 40, she could be 50. Every woman, even young girls, dress pretty much the same at a certain, and that's conservative dress, right? And then that stuff in film is what, from the 40s? Or
40s.
Right. So right after the war, I guess, or right during.
Yeah.
And then in the 50s, you had James Dean. You had the rebel.
Counterculture.
Yeah, the counterculture, the youth culture, and a lot of that has to do with starting in the 50s and the 60s, what I mentioned before, which is the baby boomers.
Yeah.
Right? Suddenly, there are all these young people who outnumber all the old, right? And the young start consuming the old, and that's where the baby boom is really responsible, and ultimately World War II, since the soldiers came back from World War II who are having a lot of kids, is responsible for this shift in values away from veneration of the old to suddenly everybody wants to be as young as possible.
Yeah.
But now those baby boomers are old and they still act young.
Yeah.
And now old people are still kind of immature, or immature. They remain young. If you notice that even in Ethiopia now, right? Like my grandmother passed away when she was 64. All of my aunts, my aunts, my uncles, my parents are all way older. Yeah, way older than my grandmother was, or my grandparents were when they died, and they might as well be a generation or two younger in the way they act, the way they, in a lot of ways, the way they look, right? So I mean, in a way, this is extending our lives as well,
Sort of,
right? Because it creates this confusion. Like I know a lot of older people now who are like, dude, I thought I was old when I was in my 30s. I thought I was old when I was in my 40s. Now I'm 70, and now I'm realizing, hey, maybe I wasn't as old as. Maybe I'm still not that old. You know what I mean? It starts creating this confusion because their parents acted really old when they were 40, right? And that was just part. Of course, people live shorter.
And the way of life was when you were like back then, before our generation or like the baby boomer generation was in your 20s, 30s. Yes, that's the rebel time, and then people would get married early. So they automatically become change. Life is nice when it's changing. When you're young, you're like, you want change, and then, whoa, no more change now. I'm okay. I'm a sedentary human being. I have kids, and I have like grandkids or something. And then now that point of view is completely changed because now you have a new crisis because you're like, maybe it is okay to have change. Maybe I should change and like have an iPhone, and maybe I should like go to a retirement home and have an orgy or something like that. Like
orgy?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very, by the way, in America, it's a very, very well-known problem.
Nursing home orgies?
STIs are the biggest problem.
What is an STI?
STD.
What's that?
STD, like sexually
Oh,
transmitted.
So it's the same as STI? Illness and disease.
Infection.
Okay.
Infection. In the medicine, yeah.
Right.
So here's the thing: old ass people, like old
The
people
biggest
catching
problem,
STDs is a problem.
The biggest
can't be a
problem
problem.
in
Yeah, why is that a problem? I hope people aren't. I hope people aren't taking that away from old people.
Yeah,
What
don't
else
take that
they
away
got?
from it. What's wrong
Yeah.
with it?
At least orphans, young people, they know that they have a life ahead of them. There's
Awesome,
a bad city. I mean, being stuck in
I
an
know
older
you think
person's
that's
home.
quite
It's one of the
nice.
best
No,
news.
no, really,
It's
no.
one of the greatest news I've heard.
Let's not even
one of
joke
the
about
biggest
this.
problems in old
Do we
people's
agree?
I'm
homes.
really
Like-
looking forward to this.
Wait, like you really think this is a problem? Like, I think we both agree. No, like
In a
really.
global
This
health,
is so- this is
yes,
so
in
nice.
global health situations, of course.
They're dead
Because-
already. Who cares about their STD?
I mean, no, but
rates?
really,
It takes
quality
a
of
lot
life over palliative care.
resources to treat them. It takes a lot of resources to like accommodate their sickness. You know, like
Actually, so it's from a very
It's a very
cold
lucrative
technical
business.
way.
Yeah,
From a
old
cold technical
people's
way,
home-
like you're wasting needles on these already dead people. Yes,
Kind of,
But the idea that these old 80 and 90-year-olds are using heroin and having orgies, I think it's the best. Fantastic way to go.
Best.
I
I
think
wouldn't go that far.
I think it's
I
the
just
best.
don't think there's anything wrong with it. I mean, like.
No, I think I think that's how I
listen,
want to go. That's what I'm saying.
No, like old people
But
should
it's
be
like
allowed to
God
do whatever the
thought-
hell they want once they're in a nursing home. Like
Yeah.
really, as long as they're not literally. Well, maybe it'll even count. But like, as long as they're told, hey, listen, you guys have to know if you guys have a.
I always thought it
there's
was
this-
so sad how
now,
they go out.
Now
you know
let's
what I
not take this away from these people. Like they already have their dignity. The rest of their,
That's very
you know what I
nice
mean?
of
Like
you.
their
Orgies
lives
are
are boring. No,
That's the funniest part. It's
Yeah.
not.
It
It's not
is.
just. It's not just.
It's not
It
just
does,
like
it does take quite a bit of vitality out of it
It does.
for
I'm really
old
surprised.
people to be able to do this.
and they consume the highest.
I want to see a video of
Viagra.
this somehow.
I don't know if I would
No.
go that
I'm
far.
curious. I want to see it. I want to see it.
Highest.
Well, you're a filmmaker. That might be a project.
Yeah, exactly. Might spark something.
Well,
But
highest
no,
consumption
really, I
of
think if somebody
Viagra
did
is
a student film about old people nursing home orgies, if that is a real thing,
Apparently it
without
is.
it being a
Yes,
porno, that
it's
might be.
not.
It's more like a National
It's actually
Geographic
sad.
thing.
But
You know what I
really,
mean?
like,
It's just
imagine the
observing
comedy
things
around-
quietly.
Around like they're in the bingo room. And then like somebody yells out, no, they're in the bingo room, and then like, or they're going, some politician
Everyone,
comes
it's
to talk
a
to them.
well-known factor.
They're
already,
and then
I mean,
they have to
who-
organize who's gonna go to the orgy room, and then it becomes like the whole like a little comedy of the absurd. You know what I mean? Or you could do it like a Christopher Guest type thing, like like a mockumentary. Christopher Guest, the guy who does the mockumentary. Yeah, I think he does the Spinal. No, I think that's Rob Reiner.
No, not director. He's an actor on that.
forget.
Okay,
some
well,
background.
he's the director as well who did
Yeah,
all those
I-
he invented the kind of the mockumentary genre,
Which
like
is Spinal
Best in
Tap
Show.
is a
Yeah,
mockumentary.
right.
It's a
It
mockumentary.
starts with the Spinal.
Yeah.
No, but like you know what I mean. Like you do like a mockumentary or like
Of the-
almost like
the
a
crazy
workplace
swinging
drama. Yeah,
Jerry-
like
the
where
Office,
people
right.
are like breaking
Like
the
The
fourth
Office?
wall and
Like
and
that's
yeah, exactly
basically
like
like
The
a mock.
Office. Except this
you
the
have
origin.
the nursing home
the
slash.
nursing
You
home.
have the nursing home player.
So I think this idea has a lot of potential. I hope we didn't broadcast this to too many people because
Too many.
somebody might steal that idea and
Yeah.
might see that be an Oscar-worthy film in a few years,
Well, anyway.
starring Christopher Guest.
I mean,
He's
I
old
guess-
enough to star in it now.
Exactly.
But like, getting back to our topic.
David Lynch would be good in that movie. Imagine David Lynch. as an
He's
actor.
already a little disturbing. He would take it overboard. It'd be absolutely disturbing.
I think.
Going back to our
Yes,
topic.
geriatric orgies. We're talking,
Yeah. Well, that like I said that as an example, but anyway, so
Mhm.
the not just the gender, but the age identity crisis is very eminent nowadays. Age identity crises are all over the world. Like, you know, you see 18, 19-year-old entrepreneurs, and then you see like 40-year-old people who are having midlife crises and becoming crazy versions of themselves.
Right.
But yeah, so the whole idea of age-based crisis is so eminent nowadays, and you see it on a daily basis.
Right, we even have the term middle-age crisis,
Yeah, quarter-life
teenage
crisis.
wasteland.
Yeah.
Where it's, so maybe life is itself the crisis, and that you know it the kind of crisis you go through evolves at a different stage. But the only constant is the existence of some kind of crisis. I mean, you
Yeah.
know, when you're a child, you know, being a child is difficult, and then
But I think you divide it
and
with
etc.
the generic milestones that we have, like teenagers, sexually active years, and then being a parent and a husband years, and then later on retiring and having no identifiable product to give to the society field. So like based on those three things, there's always a climax of crises that happen, because it's
Yeah.
just like a major role in your life has completely
Right.
gone differently.
Right.
So anyway, yeah, what were we talking about? We were talking about so identities, and then finally, what were we saying about so the idea behind how generational gaps are affecting us as civilizations, and how things that are like generically taught to be in a normal perspective as you said, old people considered as old nowadays, so craziness, and then young people considered as babies, now they're entrepreneurs, and then middle ground people are supposed to be like daily workers going to college, and then that kind of dying off as people being so unemployed.
Yeah,
And
sort of
yeah,
breakdown of the system.
yeah. And so going back to our topic though, like with the whole character of Yulungtan having that character of procrastination as Ethiopians, and the character of not talking about things that are matter and tabooing things.
Yeah.
Do you think it affected us so much that we as a civilization of Ethiopia have hampered the revolution
Oh, definitely,
of
absolutely.
who we are?
Absolutely. To break it down, good. Like you said, our usage, our ineffectiveness when it comes to time in our work,
Yeah.
absolutely, it's a big cause, I think. What was the other one? Second one? Taboo. Yeah, also
taboo
problems,
that talking
because especially with arts and culture, because you're not allowed. It's not just taboos. Like, you're not allowed to mess with culture, if you notice. Mess it even artistically, because I remember you know, he doesn't do traditional dances, right? He doesn't do like exactly as they suppose. He kind of makes up something else along the way. And a lot of people, he was saying that a lot of these the old school dance fans or even dance teachers, don't know what to do. They get pissed off by what he's doing. He says there's a reason it was like that. They don't know what the reason is, but they assume who do you think you are changing? It's, you know, like ages old, skista or guragi or whatever.
Right.
And so you're not even allowed as an artist, Ras. If you get up and try to a little bit, Ras, be creative with it, because it's not just that's what I mean. It's not just taboo stuff. It's also the sort
and
of
it's welcomed.
it's forbidden
to
to touch
it's
culture.
welcomed to. I see this a lot, especially with my channel on TikTok and the things that I say and people commenting underneath it. It's so normal to be aggressive towards
Outsiders.
somebody who's different, or to be like terrible towards them. Like we make it as though it's so natural and it's okay.
Yeah.
And we actually tell ourselves to each other. There's this mass brainwashing ideology that Ethiopians are welcoming.
All right, but if anything,
They're
we're
loving,
enabling
they're
it.
respectful.
We're enabling it by being like, well, it's out there and we got to be careful, and because this goes back to offense necessary, right?
Yeah.
But because when you say we're not allowed, it was interesting when you said you're not even allowed because an artist gets criticized for that. I don't know if that means you're not allowed. If anything, as an artist, that means you're doing your job.
Exactly.
Right? Like you're provoking people.
Yeah.
Nobody's censoring you. As long as nobody's censoring you, the fact that there's this reaction, there's a controversy around it, that gives you attention. If anything, it's possibly monetizable.
It's not here though. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
like I get
maybe not now, but-
America. Yeah, exactly. Maybe in the future.
It's
but
not censored though.
I guess it comes.
So
It's rooted in the fact that there's a misunderstanding of what an artist is. I know there's no word for artist. Artist in Bamariga means painter. You know what I mean? So if you're talking about,
That's
if you mean like Zafai, or Mazmari, what that means is a bearer of. It's not a creative person. He works within the confines of form.
Yeah.
A form, like even traditional Azmari Sipal. He's not going to reinvent the wheel. He does traditional music with the Masiko.
He doesn't create art.
He doesn't create art.
Procrastinates
Azmari is
the
not
already
somebody who
existing
creates innovative works.
No, Asmari is like somebody who's just like an entertainer.
Entertainer using the existing forms.
Exactly.
Using
He's
the
not
existing
an artist.
form.
Yeah.
Exactly.
New art.
So
A singer might be, Zafai might be an artist, but not.
yeah, exactly. But it's they don't really understand what an artist is. They
Right.
think it's so associated with entertainment,
Entertainment, yeah.
that the idea of the idea of a person playing music even next door. So there is no idea of depressing music at all. There is no idea of playing the
But there's painting.
expressive.
It's really just painting.
That's art.
Yeah,
That's
that's art.
art.
And
Right.
with art, a lot of it is allowed, I noticed. Because if you go to an art gallery, you'd notice a lot of taboo and stuff also.
Yeah.
Being, there was an art gallery about a guy who's inspired by Chechnya lifestyle. So you spend a lot of time with them. The back rooms.
But then the common people don't go to.
Exactly. That.
Yeah,
So
art
so
forms
so
at all.
so
They have
exactly.
no
Painting,
idea.
novels, and jazz music get a lot of freedom. You know, you can.
Jazz is freedom.
Exactly. So
It's true, yeah.
so with society, the common society is that it's art. I don't get it. You know, jazz literally means like jazz at tabza. Don't go into too much stuff.
Right.
Jazz at tabza, don't fucking dive too much into it.
And it's interesting
You know
that
what I
jazz is acceptable because jazz is, they call it the only uniquely American art form. Like, even though it has influences in Afro-Caribbean culture or whatever, like jazz is the one art form that was pretty much invented in America.
But also
everything else
also
comes
got
from-
exported really effectively.
Right,
Like
right.
Cuba
So the point that
and South America,
right.
Because it has a lot of I guess the Afro rhythms and it's easy to export to the Africa and South America.
Yeah.
But still, if you're in music and film, theater, those three things especially, they're considered pure entertainment. You're not allowed, the idea of a film character saying, let's say, natabeda, even though it is a very common, it's a realistic word.
Right.
It's
Nobody
not,
would say
it's
it.
not allowed
Yeah,
because
yeah.
film is some sort of, it's not supposed to
And
be
you
realistic.
hear it about 10 times a day. And
Exactly, but film is not supposed to be realistic. A
Is
film
it
is
fair to
supposed to
say
make you
that
laugh or cry. That's
Is it fair to say that we still have like this vaudevillian, like this theater? Like film is still, like, especially
Exactly.
in acting, like we're still
So it's not
theater,
really-
right?
yeah.
It's not. There's no real sense of realism,
No.
right? There's
That's not
no,
the goal,
there-
right?
right? We
It's
didn't
film.
have
Art.
method acting or any of that
Movie
transition.
making in Ethiopia. I don't think there's art in it.
Absolutely. If there is,
Like,
I think they're gonna
story.
freak out about it. It's just not what they expected.
If
If you
there
made
is,
a
it
really
might be-
realistic
Yeah.
film, I don't think they'll be entertained by it because
If
they
it-
go
if
in
it's
either to
dramatic.
laugh or to cry with
Right.
like.
If it's dramatic,
the
it's melodramatic,
expectation-
right?
Yeah,
it becomes
it's
melodrama.
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
There's two
It's not
emotions
realistic.
associated with film. That's
Right.
it. Exactly. Right?
Right.
It's just two emotions. Either you go in
Tragedy
to
or
cry
comedy,
or
right.
literally genres. Bamaringa has only two: asiki or tragedy.
Yeah.
Like that's how they advertise
Right.
it.
Theater or tragedy or comedy?
But that's
it's theater.
theater.
It's,
It's theater,
old school
exactly.
theater.
So realism is out of the question. So it's not
Right.
art. Music is for dancing, which is why a lot of Ethiopian Protestants, music my fakaro,
Right,
is that it
because
leads
it's
to sin.
dancing, right.
Music doesn't have that abstract expression where you could be about philosophical themes.
Right, as an art.
You know what I mean?
Music is
Yeah,
art.
exactly.
Sit
They didn't
by
consider
and
somebody
just
like
Do you
reminisce
think
on
any of
it.
this is changing now, though?
No.
None of this is
In
changing.
Ethiopian art scene?
Yeah.
No, not even a little bit.
Really?
Not even a little bit. No.
Really? I mean, I hear. I don't keep up on the film scene, but like I've heard that there are like quality,
When it
like
comes to
serious films
music,
being made.
It has
Oh,
traditionally
it's good in the
become
sense that production
this really
values.
sad version of itself, because in music particularly, the ones I see is the traditional touch of rap. That's so like common nowadays.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
everybody's a rapper, but
Right.
then there are traditional beats in there.
Right.
I just
right.
beat
Just,
even
like, blend
even
into
the
it.
I think they
visuals.
saw
Even
the
the
Kanan
visuals
got
got me
far.
out of when I'm
Yeah.
Right.
like.
I think they saw that Kanan got far with that. Remember Kanan,
Kanan, the Somali guy?
the Somali rapper,
Yeah.
who was rapping in English, mixing in a little Somali, and it sounded
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
And he was taking, including Mulata Asaki,
Yeah.
or
So
Ethiopian
the
beats,
artistic
and it
point
worked
of
for him.
view
Yeah.
of music, I don't see it anytime getting better. There
It
is
could
just
get better,
this,
but
like,
there's just no audience for it. That's the thing. Because, like you said,
Yeah.
we were talking about Wax and Gold.
because the audience are
BKLC
focusing
and
on the
whatever.
worst thing.
They're doing, I think, innovative electronic music at the time. It was a while back, Lizzo. Because it wasn't for Ethiopians. It wasn't really dance music either. Sometimes it was just
Yeah.
like ambient music.
But it's because Ethiopians have not advanced into understanding even the advanced version.
Yeah, but I
of the
blame
actual
the
music
artist
that's
as
being
well.
made.
Because if an artist is too philosophical, if an artist cannot meet the audience halfway, then didn't the artist fail? Because there's always been artists in Western world around that are too out there, right?
What
Captain
do you
Beefheart
think
or whatever.
about, like, the whole Rofnan movement shit?
That's just pop music, isn't it?
But
It's not
kinda
art
not- it's
in any way.
It's techno music.
Yeah.
And
I
in
mean,
a very
he just- he-
unheard of way,
No, I-
where people are actually becoming traditional and modern at the same time, with the most modern version of, mob music
Yeah.
in combination
With
with
electronic,
traditional.
which is what they tried to do with Jano, but failed, right?
Yeah.
With rock
Yeah,
and
but that
Ethiopian
rock is
music.
too far
Yeah,
off.
it is too far. Yeah, I also blame them for failing because electronic before Rofnan was too far off. Electronic, you'd never hear electronic
Because
music in a
dance
normal club
music
scene.
is common now. Ethiopianism has dance roots.
Yeah,
in
but
it.
electronic music has always been kind of out there, because you don't dance to electronic music; you just jump to it. Same thing with rock, right? In Niagara, what was popular was before Rofnan, every club, every like modern Ras Ethiopian was listening to Afrobeat,
Yeah.
or a lot of like African-inspired African rhythm element, because electronic music was considered for white people. Like who the fuck listens to electronic? But it's on the stats.
Yeah.
And
it
then
was, techno. Or
Yeah, exactly.
raves or-
Exactly.
it
So
was
it's
a weird
like
thing,
nobody before Rofnan, it was unthinkable. Like techno music at a big venue, my job, because
So
they're just gonna be
then
freaked
what
out. It's
was
like
the
rock
difference?
music in the
What
Manchot.
happened to Rofnan?
I think
that,
I
like-
think it was Rofnan. I think it was Rofnan's skill in which he did something that was truly catchy and truly he met them halfway. That's what I mean. It's the artist's fault.
Exactly,
He
that's
met them
it.
halfway, where he brought something familiar, but he
wasn't
smuggled
just
in something
sprinkling
unique.
in culture.
Yeah,
This
exactly.
is what I hate with the whole rapper
That's
shit.
why I think Jano failed.
Yeah, and with the
Yeah.
like upcoming rappers too.
Yeah.
Like you see so many rappers with just a sprinkle of culture,
Yeah, exactly.
and it's just not
It's
meeting it
almost like
halfway.
they're pandering. He
Yeah.
wants to be a rapper, but he knows Gabi Karag on the video.
Yeah.
People will like it.
Like Ethiopians don't listen to just rap
Yeah.
unless I'm being a little cultural. So
Yeah.
Like,
Again, at the end of the day, music still got on Almelo is every single song. But I'm almost thinking in terms of the furthest it can go, pop music, popular music that's philosophical. Then is Pink Floyd, because it's not too philosophical that it doesn't achieve sales, right? It's literally a philosophical album about life and death, with no love songs. The Dark Side of the Moon, that was on the Billboard charts for 14 years. Imagine that. So that was like, it still holds the record for more than Michael Jackson or anybody singing about love. It's surprising that the audience, which you'd never expect, in other words, common people, you'd never expect them to buy an album and then keep it in the charts for 14 years. It wasn't the people that made it happen. It was Pink Floyd, their skill. They met them halfway.
but
I mean,
then
that's
when
one
it comes
definition
to-
of a great artist is somebody who achieves mass appeal and is also
Exactly.
No, but
and is
then
also
with
a
So I think it's the
rapper.
artist's fault as well. So we can't just blame society.
No, but like
I think the
the
society
50
wants something unique.
Yeah, the 50 years before this generation of music was so popular and loved by the own generation and still even by
Oh,
now.
yeah, so that was generally good music.
Ethiopian music.
I think it was good.
What
It was
happened
paid,
to
better
it?
music.
Like people were not being paid. They were not being.
Of course not. Yeah.
They were
They were
not
passionate
being.
about music.
Yes, they were purely passionate
Exactly,
about
yeah.
the art.
Again, I think it's also about resources. Because I realized that the fundamental difference back then, but especially because we're talking about 50 years ago, like Bajano Gizeh and a little early Dada Gizeh, was that musical instruments, people could still, if you had passion for music, you could still somehow find it, is that right?
And you the only famous standard is playing in front of Haile Selassie. That's famous.
Of course.
You could be the
And
poorest
so it was
person
the
ever.
passion, but it was pure
Yeah.
passion, and you could still do it. This day and age, like, if you want to be a musician,
not enough.
you don't. I think it's hard to be a musician, hard enough, because if you notice, there's every song, almost every popular song for the past 20 years in Ethiopia is keyboard based.
Yeah.
Because instruments are they're considered luxury items. You get charged 3 times the price of what you bought it. If you bring
Which
in
is
an
one thing I
instrument.
never
Yeah,
liked
yeah.
about Ethiopian pop music is the synth lines. Especially back in the day, all the synthesizer stuff, it sounded terrible.
Because of politics, though.
Yeah.
Because if you want to spot a dictatorship, try to notice how it treats its artists.
Yeah.
Because artists are the people that kind of make people rise up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if a certain government is out of the blue makes guitars, cheap acoustic guitars made out of wood, 3 times the price of which you buy them, they don't want people playing music. You know what I mean? So it was kind of, and then they forced people to get keyboards because that was sort of cheap and you learn it easier. And the next thing you know, all producers in this country just play keyboards. It's very hard. As a musician, I can tell you, there's very few instrumental players, Zagat.
Yeah.
There's very few of them. If you're trying to form a band, you run out pretty quick.
People
You
can
call a
play
lot
good
of people, and then I tried him. He's not down.
Even
And then you
now.
have anybody else like, I asked him as well. There's like 6 drummers. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like if you go to live music scenes, Zagat, a few times you'll notice the same instrument players repeating everywhere.
But isn't that partly also that we in a lot of underdeveloped countries, there was a self-conscious push for science, technology, engineering, and math. I noticed this as somebody who's into the liberal arts, even not even as the those kinds of arts, music and creative arts.
Because your
But,
success level would be less than 0 if you are pushed other ways.
Well,
They're
it's
just
also
trying to make you survive.
we're
right?
struggling materially so much with material survival that it's like, oh, this is frivolous. Oh, you're just having fun. You're doing something.
I don't think
artistic. You're not contributing. To
I don't
like,
think that's the
people
reasoning
that
behind it.
transfer.
I don't think that's the reasoning behind it. I think it has more to do with because anyway, they don't understand. Like you said, science and you can't do no harm. If you become great at science, whatever, you benefit your country. You can't cause any sort of political discussion or anything. Anything that. But music, specifically music, because it's the most popular form of art. It's also the most closely observed in dictatorships, isn't it? Amharic literally used to kind of make the songs go through censorship and whatnot, right? Because music has the power to make people kind of get up and. John Lennon was not allowed a visa in America. So such a Beatle, American artist, was not allowed a visa because of the shit he was doing with the Vietnam War. So music is the most powerful form of art, and I don't think it's because you're not contributing to society sound. There's a lot of shit that they would allow as long as it's not harmful.
Yeah.
But music specifically was on the list since Derek, and it still hasn't changed. By the way, it's not just music but cameras. They don't seem to understand that art it can also be an export. It's one of the cheapest things to produce, and it can make you a lot of money.
Oh yeah.
It's not worth the risk for them. That's the point.
Yeah.
I never thought of that. Yeah, art as export because cheaper produce. Yeah, and it also brings in tourism. I think it brings in exposure to your country.
Yeah.
At the same time, we do have one great filmmaker, even though I've criticized some of his stuff, is Haile Gerima, who I would say, going back to that definition of
He was
somebody.
educated abroad.
He
right?
was educated abroad, but I
Born,
mean, he's very much rooted in Ethiopianism and is part of a certain generation. But it's like he has that rare gift of doing artsy stuff that has commercial appeal, that has broad appeal, like that isn't boring, that isn't. Very few art house filmmakers can achieve that
because of the subject matter, Mr.
But then,
because of the subject matter that it appeals to.
True.
If you ask
Subject matter that has
population-
multiple. Yeah.
If
You're
you
right.
ask Addis Ababa population, who is in the class of watching cinema in a movie or a movie,
Film director.
how many percentile of them have seen Haile Gerima's movies?
Not many. They know his name. They know his name, but they.
No,
a lot
but
of
his films do have
It's like
the broad appeal,
not here though. It's like
Not
Murat Astatki.
local appeal.
It's like
In
Murat.
Ethiopia?
It's like
No.
Murat Astatki.
Nobody knows him basically.
Haile Gerima.
They know his name.
They know his
Yeah, okay,
name.
they don't know his. Well, when Teza came out here, I know it made a big. Even though
Oh
that's
yeah,
a film
with
because I
film
didn't
fans.
like.
That's what I meant by Murat Astatki. Everybody knows Murat Astatki. If
Yeah,
people
but
run
they
into
don't
Murat
listen to
Astatki,
it.
they'd make him sign an autograph.
But they
If
don't
you ask
listen
them
to it.
what, have you heard any of his work? They
That's so
they wouldn't even give it a
interesting,
chance.
Yeah, no, but I guess that's a good point. But it's just interesting that like that's the one mark of any great writer, of any great
Does it
great
cross over?
artist, is can you appeal to the masses and also to the upper classes,
Yeah.
and it's really tricky.
And I think the audience in Ethiopia is ready for it. If a filmmaker like
Especially when it comes to
really
art,
well
definitely.
made film Bisara, that is, let's say, a horror film or a really good, because we got comedy, production value no Jimikaran, and acting. That's the one thing we know, right? Comedy.
Right.
But so forget comedy. If we did horror or an action film with a high budget in Ethiopia, set in Addis Ababa, I guarantee it'll be a huge moneymaker because people want to see something like that, right?
Yeah. I mean, I
they
remember
want
with
some
the-
change. I
Yeah.
think. You know what I mean? And
I remember with Syriacs, it was so gruesome.
yeah,
Like
people, it was
one
really
of the most
popular at the time.
gruesome movies that I've watched that's Ethiopian based was that movie, and
I've seen
people
that film.
enjoyed it. Like,
Yeah, they did. I know that it was
I remember
very
like
famous.
16-year-olds and 15-year-olds
Yeah, this was
watching
really-
that, and it's a horror and it's horrible,
Yeah.
but then really enjoying it and liking it and
Music could
having
also.
it.
I think because one sentiment that people keep repeating is they could listen to the existing music and be happy with it, but they would also tell you, a lot of people, that they're sick of it. They don't know what they want. They wouldn't tell you we need some of that, some sort of genre. They don't know what they want, but they want something new.
And then
And that's why outsiders such as Zeritul Amsali. Zeritul is the definition of sort of this. She's a kind of her attitude is a big fuck you to society.
yeah,
everything
like,
about
she's kind of an enigma. And
Yeah, exactly. She's
dilemma too.
so
everybody who's-
her music, her album was rock music, even though she didn't label it, which was important
It was
as
rock,
rock,
yeah.
but it was rock. But
Yeah.
they absolutely loved it. Her attitude was very sort of individualistic and individualistic. It's not like she's the Ethiopian, like she knows culture and she's the opposite of that, and
Yeah.
people love that about her. You know, what I mean, they accepted her. So they are willing to accept these kind of individual or unique artists.
Yeah.
They just
And
doesn't
then
seem to be any.
The fact, especially when it comes to movies, is when you're thinking about other genres than the whole suspense and either or comedy
Yeah,
that
yeah.
we're always accustomed to, is there's so much room to do so much.
Of course. Yeah.
And a lot of, especially the really good horror movies, the really good sci-fi movies,
International,
are
yeah.
based on cultures of that specific country. It's
Yeah.
a lot more to do with, there is a culture, there's a story there that's part of you that like integrates itself and then explodes into a completely
Absolutely.
different
Especially
And that's
horror.
why it's interesting to export.
Yeah.
Because people also look at it as a cultural artifact of
Yeah.
something different
Yeah.
or something unusual.
I know that Korean boy band, BTS.
Mhm.
BTS is I heard it's like contributes to 1% of the South Korean economy or something.
There you go.
That's crazy.
It's insane. It's insane.
And
South Korea is already a very
Yeah,
rich
I
country.
saw last
And-
week.
and
Imagine how
like,
much money they're making.
It's funny when you mentioned like exporting. I was like, you could also be bringing tourism. I was thinking of South Korea because I told you two of my favorite films, like of all
absolutely,
time,
yeah.
are Korean films, which is very rare because
Yeah.
I've seen 4 Korean films. And
Yeah.
2 of them are 2 of my favorite films of all
I-
time. And after that, I was like, I have to go to Korea.
I really
like,
think
there's something going on.
the
there.
obsession, the global obsession with America, is at least in a big way caused by Hollywood.
Yeah.
Like Hollywood is it's one of the biggest assets for America.
yeah.
Because a lot of people, they seem to have an idea about America even before going. And now it's not that they know about the economic power of America or any of that. It's the culture that they watch on movies.
Hollywood and music.
Yeah, exactly.
And
So
their
start-
cultural exports. In
America's
general.
biggest asset is the arts.
That's the thing. It's an asset because a lot of other people's perceptions of America are very negative, right? Like the imperialists, though, they're
Yeah,
the
yeah.
bomb country, blah, 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 they'll invade you. But the positive ones are almost all shaped by
Yeah.
not just the existence of cultural exports, but the familiarity.
Yeah,
There's a
exactly.
sense of like, America, oh,
Yeah.
cool, yes, America.
Yeah,
you know what I
how
mean?
they speak
Like,
and
like that's that's. Oh, I know Michael Jackson. So it's like these American popular figures are like friends, or
Yeah.
like people you're familiar with, and
Yeah,
that creates
exactly.
empathy, right? And that
Yeah,
actually,
creates
it's a
familiarity.
very much
Yeah,
an
exactly.
asset,
That's why I think China is also investing so much of its resources on taking Hollywood over, because they understood what effect it has. I think because China is really overtaking Hollywood, right?
Yeah, it sounds
Yeah,
like they're
but-
trying. I don't know. I haven't seen too much cultural exports
Oh, they're
from
succeeding.
China compared to what you
Oh,
would
they're,
expect.
they're,
Given
they're
that
succeeding as well.
Are
No,
they?
what I mean is, it's not that China wants to make equally good movies. They're doing something better and smarter, which is literally just hijacking Hollywood.
Yeah.
Because
Oh yeah,
here's another weird thing that I noticed.
like the infrastructure
but-
exists anyway. So
yeah,
like,
so
why
you
not?
might as well just make them do stuff for you because.
And it's more subtle. It's like
more-
Masmesel.
it's more
It's
so-
like
a lot
it's
of people
more
didn't notice it, but it's becoming more and more obvious. On a lot of Hollywood films, openly, desperately wanted to open in China. China then was really being like sort of hard to get with the whole situation. Untitled Shang-Chi, which is clearly a film that they really wanted to open in China. If you've seen the film, it has a lot of these shots of
Really nice.
China, how beautiful it is. Because America was just a
Shang what?
Shang-Chi.
Shang-Chi, the new Marvel movie.
Shang-Chi.
Marvel
Okay, good
movie.
stuff.
So it started out with America's not glamorizing that movie if you notice it. It's just he's working a job, it's a normal place, and then when he goes to most of the film is in China. When he goes to China, you have the shots that were normally preserved for scenes when characters go to Vegas or something. You know that
Yeah,
glamour
like
shot of the city, opening the
nice,
windows
yeah.
and the buildings and the people
skyscrapers.
and the food. You know, there's a place you want to visit type of vibe. And the shame of it is good that China didn't allow it to play, even with all that ass kissing and dick riding, because they found that China just requires a little thing, and apparently the main actor of that movie, way back in an interview, referred to China as what do you call it, a developing country or something minor.
Yeah.
He was just saying something, and he said something.
See, that creates.
And then they're like,
that lets people know. Yeah, watch what you say about China if you want.
And here's the thing, and it's not like Hollywood is saying, yeah, fuck your, opening in your country. They didn't. If they could, they would make the actor apologize like they did with John Cena.
Yeah.
It's clearly very important for them. And here's something that because it really surprised me. The highest grossing films of the previous maybe 4 years, even before the pre-corona, the top 3 have been Chinese movies that we've never heard of. Because remember how highest grossing films we'd always know. It's the big movie of the year. We'd always know. Yeah, exactly. The box office, like, the big movie of the year. It's Force Awakens. Or it's, you know what it is. It's The Dark Knight Rises. Whatever film was big. Yeah, if you saw the highest grossing films of the past few years, globally, it's Chinese films you've never heard of. Because China has enough population, and now they started buying movie tickets, that even like really high grossing American films are like fourth. You know what I mean? It's like all of a sudden Hollywood is so insignificant. So that's why Hollywood wants a piece of the pie. And then they have these strict rules, which say that you have to hire Chinese actors. It has to have a scene in China, which shows it in a nice way, in a positive light. And that's why you have movies like remember The Martian? Mm-hmm. China saves the day in the end, if you remember. NASA failed because in the 90s, you have Independence Day, where America saves the world. Yeah. Openly, they said that. I don't know, the British, when I was like, what are the Americans doing? God, they were like, oh, thank God for those Americans. So now they literally have a scene like that. And America's just sucking its own dick.
America's Independence Day becomes the world's Independence Day, right?
There's literally a speech, and our Independence Day is the world. It's just so much, Exactly. It's just America just jacking itself off. And I'm good. Because the whole financial, because money's king when it comes to capitalists. The Martian ends with, I don't think this was in the book. In the movie, so that the movie would play in China, America runs out of options.
The Martian, with Matt Damon, right?
With Matt Damon, The Martian. He's on. He tries to come back. Remember, they had a solution, and then it failed. And then NASA is just hopeless. They don't know what to do. Yes. And then they contact China, and then
they thought he was dead at first, right?
Yeah, and then China, and then there's even a scene with Taiwan, I think, because China needed something with Taiwan. They wanted to show how they protect. There's something which I forgot what it was. Yeah, China had so much dominance over the whole narrative. Right. And then they're like, we want this, we're going to show it like this, and we save the fucker. And then they're like, oh, whatever, because we're talking at least
and is it
800 billion more.
Is it possible that the Trump anti-Chinese, the Trump trade war was kind of like the death nail of like, oh, let's resist what China is about to do, but everybody kind of knew it was coming anyway, and now it's coming in a subtle way. But in the U.S., entertainment. So you're talking about entertainment and cultural exports and how key it is. That you talk about in the American Special Forces, they call it psyops. Psychological. There's like a force within American Special Forces called psyops, which is about psychological warfare, but indoctrinating, winning hearts and minds. Yeah, but
propaganda.
Psyops. Yeah, and they're trained soldiers, but they're out there doing so. But for those of us, there's a remarkable thing that happens involving entertainment right when Ronald Reagan comes to power in the 80s, because the kids who grew up like my generation in the States. They grew up on G.I. Joe, on Top Gun. Top Gun was a propaganda.
Military,
it was so this is a military entertainment complex. Yeah, and there's a reason for it, because after Vietnam and after the debacle with the Iranian hostage situation in the 70s, there was this decline in the American military. And it was very much criticized. By the time I was in high school and the Iraq War happened and the Afghanistan War, even right before then. You could not criticize the American military. You could not. You would lose your job. Bill Maher lost his job for vaguely sounding like you criticized the American military. It was sacrosanct. You cannot say anything. Whereas it used to have very low opinion, right? And and this is because young kids were taught from the propaganda from the young age. This is cool. Like like Transformers, G.I. Joe, all this stuff. This is the cultural export, the entertainment and stuff and film is absolutely crucial. So anyway, but China, of course, doing it in a very sly way, right?
It's taking over, and it's inevitable.
And then getting back to our own country and its history of the at least artistic vibes when it comes to identifying us as an identity and then monopolizing it into an international basis and then like making it international.
Exportable.
I don't think we're doing much of that.
No, we're not even on
at all.
Not even started.
And and then I guess the idea behind and then I think the idea behind what it means to be westernized has kind of become delusional to a lot of people, especially Ethiopian people. It's like what it means to be Ethiopian and westernized at the same time. Because just westernized, the idea is just, the girl with her boobs out and wearing miniskirts, or the guy who has an iPhone 5 and
tattoos,
tattoos and making TikTok videos. It's just been like reduced down to that shit.
It is.
And speaks
Which
well,
is superficial.
like good English, but then has no perspective when it comes to science or any other.
Which is just the appearance. No,
Yeah.
that they associate with it, but it also
It's
comes
the
from a
same
certain
thing.
philosophy.
It's just been bastardized. all
Yeah,
Western
exactly.
Vibes. And then the fun thing is, with the whole modernized and new age era, where we're bringing in a lot of the foreigners and expats, it's taking in the wrong things, the bad things, the things that really do not make a perspective,
or fundamental change.
change, and just like taking in the stupid ones,
superficial things.
super ones, and
I know.
and I think it's really sad because we could have used it into a much better.
We could have taken what works. We could have taken what's exactly to be more critical than we was on a good, of course.
And the fact that we think culture is being diluted, religion is being diluted.
I hope it is diluted.
Because, but like, the monopolized religions, or the religion in general, does not give much of a room for individuality,
No, of
or
course not.
seeing new versions of culture and westernization in its own sense, whether it's good or bad. It doesn't give room at all, because if you're religious, you're a certain way, through and
of
through,
course.
dead, like alive, it doesn't matter.
I think it's inevitable. The numbers don't really show it, but I think the death of religion is inevitable. Might not happen in our generation while we're alive, but I really think it's gonna happen. Not because people are gonna be more individualistic, but like you said, it's useless on, and it's doing more harm
And
than
it's
good.
so hard to back it up on a daily. Like I know people who are inherently invested in religion, but you're just sitting there and asking them questions, and they completely avoid it because they have no idea.
Yeah, of course.
Like most of them, they have no idea.
Yeah,
and I see like Orthodox Christians, especially like people who actually are the one kudos I would give is they are like Protestants. They are like focused on their delusion. Their delusion is everything.
Yeah.
Like, and then they commit to it. They commit to it 24/7. Devoted and hardworking delusionists.
It's important.
Like especially
because usually a lot of them,
like
converted. A lot of them. When you convert them, you're worse, no matter what it is.
You just have to justify it to others too. Like you're already Christian. Why are you Protestant now? And then you have to come up with ideas.
Exactly, with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But
and then it becomes like life too. Like Protestant life, or the Ethiopian Protestant life, is a daily event, 24-hour event.
Yeah.
Like they would be at work and be like, "Yes, get
it's really important to them. They stick that shit on their cars. Yeah, it's really important.
They put it into like
the
their
back.
daily activities.
Because it's not. That's what surprised me. It's on the back, which shows you that it's not for them. It's for somebody else.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Because I understand how Muslims and whatever they put a cross, or Muslims and they put stickers or whatever. That's for you. What I mean is they want to keep safe. My God is here with me.
There's no parade.
There's no parade. They don't have to kind of.
Especially with Orthodox Christians nowadays, I think it's just been like dumbed down. Especially modern like Addis Ababa Christianity. Yeah, some of them are very devout, but most of them are just like
they're not loud about it.
Laid back. I'm Christian when it serves me right, or when I'm fasting.
Exactly. They don't really. They commit a lot of things that are wrong for the religion, Russ. They just don't take it that seriously.
Yeah.
They don't really follow it, Russ.
And
that
I
closely.
remember when I was getting my license, my ID, my living ID. This was about 10 years ago or so, and the guy asked me like, "What's your religion?" I was like, "I don't have religion," and he just kept asking me. I do not have religion.
You have to have one.
What do you mean? I was like, I don't conform to any religion, and the idea was just like.
Yoko Ono has a great quote. One of my favorite quotes. I think I told you this one since you mentioned John Lennon a couple times. Yoko Ono has this great quote about religion. She goes, "My religion is to trust myself." I love that. Because if you don't, what do people seek in religion? They seek a moral code. Yeah. They seek somebody else to put their faith or their trust, literally faith in and trust in, and when she has faith and trust
That's
yourself. Like
Yeah.
that's the only
Serial
really
killers
religion.
very John Lennon
trust
type of thing to
themselves
say. I
to
think
make
you influenced
themselves
him with that,
happy
right?
and then kill half of the state.
Right. I mean, you have to be a a trustworthy person in order to
Who
follow
says
that religion.
Who says you're trustworthy? So your religion should be to trust yourself.
Right.
You're worthy enough.
Exactly.
Who
Exactly.
says that? Nobody can ever say that to you. Like the accountability of trustworthiness is not just deep rooted in you. It's deep rooted in what everybody thinks of you, right? And people are subjective. Some people can trust you. Some people cannot. Like
So you don't know whether or not to trust yourself unless you're socially unless others
conditions yet told to.
told
Or
you.
yeah. And even then, people have different ideas. So
Well,
you're
Yoko Ono is
making
Japanese,
research.
right? And Japan doesn't have a sense of
any
culture of
lot of
religion,
big
not
religious
extensively,
stuff.
right? So that might be why
Shinto
she
and
has
Buddha.
that. That might be a social condition.
A lot of the industrialized and well-developed countries don't have much of a religion.
Except America.
Well, is America really, modernized?
I mean,
And
it's considered the
is it-
peak
is it-
of
No.
the West.
No,
Well,
I
it
mean,
is
like,
very traditional in terms of religion, and
Yeah,
and
of course.
it's very conservative culturally in certain ways, but and very I would say Americans are very bland in terms of aesthetic taste. You know, the way they dress. Look at American cars versus European cars.
It depends.
Look at American clothing versus
Yeah.
European clothing.
they're so like.
It's bland. It's cookie cutter. It's boilerplate. It's utilitarian. Everything is,
I'd
is
say
about
European
useful.
cars is utilitarian to a certain extent, unless you're talking about like Italian cars.
Compared to whom?
America.
European is more utilitarian.
Yeah,
than
I think so.
American.
Because the idea of the European street, it's usually these tiny cars,
Mhm.
right? That are bought based on just logical decisions. I need a car to
Because
take me to the train
Americans are
station, whatever.
exhibitionists,
That's what I mean.
any of their
Americans are a bit
products
more
bigger,
flashier. They have
flashier,
bigger cars,
bigger,
whatever. Yeah, that's what I meant by it's more just what they need. Europeans.
Yeah.
It's very logical decisions.
Yeah,
Smaller cars.
Very
see,
economical.
but see,
Yeah,
that's
very
specifically,
economical, very,
specifically with vehicles, it's because gas prices in Europe are like 10 times what they are in the U.S. and also there's much more density. In Europe, whereas Americans have to drive in the open road. That's part of the whole American thing,
Who
the big
cares?
truck.
Yeah, right. But I mean, in terms of mentality of
gas is
mentality of
like-
Europe,
I'm
they're
just
not
saying,
very
like,
flashy people.
I'm just saying, at least in terms of, I'm not even talking about it as flashy. I'm talking about having taste. I mean, even those little cars, those little Fiats, those little Renaults,
They have so much character.
they just look better than
Yeah,
the
yeah.
American counterparts. Not that I've seen a small American car.
I guess it
Now that
comes from
think
a
about
lack
it. I
of,
don't think I've ever seen a small American car.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
the
of course.
smallest are like the sedans, which
Which
are
are quite big.
yeah. So it's either big or huge. Is the
I
American
agree. They
car.
don't have to. I think it comes from Americans don't like sophisticated. Not like. There's a sense of
Compensation.
there's a
Because
sense
there's
of because
no
I think Europe
depth
seemed
of-
very proud of sophisticated culture and at a young age, also kind of teaching the students in school the different type of cheeses, or whatever. It's kind of important. Americans see that as pretentious European bullshit. You know what I mean? So what Americans want is to be told what to buy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is the best car you can buy. Whereas Europeans seem
Because it
very,
works- it
very.
works for the
They want to
capitalist
decide
mentality.
on their own, like what in their house and whatever the little, they,
It works
like
for
so they have their own style.
The politics. It's monogenous. Like everybody wants something. You could just demand that
Yeah.
they want something, and then they would want.
And that sense, Ethiopia is very. And I think for some reason, Ethiopia and America are very similar.
The poor version of the rich
yeah,
version.
exactly. If Ethiopia was filthy rich, I think they would be very similar countries on two ends of the spectrum. The exceptionalism
it
of
would
the
be
people.
worse.
No, it would probably be worse. But what I mean is the
Worse.
exceptionalism of the people. You see that a lot in
But
America.
the hatred
The
is
isolation
there.
of us.
The
isolation, the idea that your whole world is just your country.
Yeah,
Europeans also
so
have that,
the
where
very-
there is
that's-
there's
that's
nothing
so
outside
true.
my country.
But then the hatred is it's palpable.
Yeah,
you've
I mean, it
seen,
would be way worse, of course.
yes, Americans, they do hate. They're highly conservative. But then most of them are confused in this section,
Yeah.
and some of them they don't even have facts to back them up.
No, of course not. They're not
But
very
in
intelligent.
Ethiopia, the hatred is palpable. It's real. It's when
I think that's
people
not
would
discouraged
kill
as
you.
Yaga. Yaga is not discouraged.
Yeah.
It's encouraged.
It's
It's encouraged to
especially
be
male aggression
racist
is
or
amazing.
or especially outsider aggression. What I mean is there is no sense of xenophobia discouraged.
No. It's actually more patriotic.
Exactly. You know, bazu those fuckers. And that attitude is kind of encouraged. It's perfectly fine, even against our other tribes. If you notice, there's a lot of paranoia. There's, because of, I don't know, indoctrination, they're paranoid.
In one country, the hatred is so intensified, and so finding new ways to hate, the final result is civil war, because then you run out of things that you hate and hate and hate and hate. Everybody's separating. Everybody's having their own ideas. See, this is what we're seeing in our country right now. It's just the hatred has been so palpable for years and years and years and years, and then but then I don't know, like the many aspects of the world that are happening nowadays. Is it something that we can work on in the future?
I mean, I hope so.
It
I certainly hope so.
Do you think people like Ethiopians are understandable? Do you? Do you think? But anyway, do you think people are understandable enough to change?
I think when there's no option, that's how change comes up. I don't know, when it becomes so bad that the
it's
only
civil war.
option.
People would rather kill each other now than.
No, of course, it's not bad enough yet. That's what I'm saying. When it gets really bad.
How bad does it have to be? Then everybody's killing each other.
I think Rwanda is a good example of that, which is. In 100 days they killed what?
That's abomination. That's like
exactly.
restarting
not restarting in the sense that it's not new people. They decided that after they killed 1.1 million people in 100 days with machetes and whatever, it was so bad that they realized that you can go on forever with revenge. That's what a lot of people wanted to do. That's what normal people, I think, most people would do, right? If they killed your tribe at that extent, you'd probably want to do the same to theirs. Good, they realized, to what end? It's just going to be more suffering. It got so bad. It's so bad that they actually sort of no. It doesn't have to be that bad. It doesn't have to be as bad as Rwanda. But I think when they realize that this is bad and it's not getting us anywhere, this is horrible, and we're only going to end up dying, both of us, just hating each other. Or the other alternative is to actually work together and grow together. That realization, I think, is good when everything changes.
And I think the other really dangerous aspect is the xenophobia that is so palpable that now everybody is like our enemy, and it's the worst thing to do in a capitalist mentality, in a capitalist world, because the WHO is giving us all the vaccines and healthcare and money, and we can't even feed our own people. We're a third world country, and we're like, oh, no more, and then go around.
We're a giant
and say,
agricultural country that can't feed itself. That's the saddest part. If it was a tiny mountainous country and you can't farm is one thing, but a country with 80% of the population is farmers and it's fertile, and yet, it's really weird how it works.
I mean, I don't know. But
I guess what we need. I guess what we need is a common enemy. We need a common enemy to unite us.
Like what?
Like aliens from space. I think that would be the best solution.
So
the whole humanity. Forget sexism, racism, all of that would disappear in a second.
In comparison to men, this is my sexism working its way through, but and compared to men, I think I might fall in love with aliens.
It depends what they plan to do with you.
It's the weirdest thing ever.
You'd be a traitor.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna.
You're just gonna be a traitor. They didn't treat me any better. I'm with you guys up too.
I'm gonna hate on so many people nowadays. But then I think we should go to another topic because I think we've already passed one of our topics. I guess before we talk about we were talking about the Masawek at the end, because it's among all of our talks every time. The end of it should be Masawek, because talking about recent news, recent events.
Do we have any news other than the nursing home orgies, which is very good news?
That's not particularly a new news.
It's a problem apparently, where nursing home people are having too much fun. Yeah. And there's orgies.
In what country?
I don't know what country. She's the one who brought that.
Majorly in the U.S.
Oh, okay.
But it's still good news, isn't it?
Maybe for you.
I mean, for everybody. I mean, people that all having fun at the end.
I'm not interested in that kind of situation.
I want to I want to have sex, and then I want to be done having sex when I'm old.
What?
I just want to eat.
You just want to wait for death?
And go on vacations? No.
Our generation,
enjoy my life.
Our generation, it's going to be so
you.
cool in nursing homes. There's going to be video games.
No,
we're going to have a bar. We're going to have
weed.
There's
The reason that I said is I'm the jealous type, so like.
Oh, you're gonna be
orgy
jealous
kind of-
old lady in the nursing home.
No. In the orgy sense, you know.
In the orgy sense. That's the best part about orgies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you just jumped in.
Oh my
No,
God.
You can't
Go
just-
on to the next one.
On to the next.
No, we were talking about the recent news of banning flights of a lot of like 3 African countries all over for the new strain of COVID.
Omicron.
Yeah, Omicron. So, is the banning normal or okay?
What do we think? Who banned it?
Think the U.S. and a lot
So
of
we're not
other
allowed,
European
as in
countries?
people, anybody from that country is not allowed in, even
Yeah.
if they're tested.
No.
There is tests for the new variant.
There
No.
is, but like there
There-
is, but it's not 100%.
Oh, so it's understandable. I guess it's a health issue, right? Until they find a
Yeah.
better test to ban it.
Well, we should agree, like, since it's a pandemic.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
should
I
go
mean,
together with what they're saying.
yeah, I mean, pandemic is like you don't really. Nobody's had rules for pandemics. You know what I mean? We're figuring it out. The world, this pandemic showed us that we were not ready for such a thing. Everybody's freaked out. You had countries like Belgium where everybody thought were intelligent, freaking out at burning 5G towers. Right? It showed the dumbest side of every country, and nobody was planning for it. So I guess we figure it out as we go along.
I mean, like banning did not work out the first time. Why do you think the banning will work now? Like it started out the same way. We banned
the
a few
virus-
strains, and then
This virus is like the hardest one, like. We
Oh,
can
it's the
consider,
worst
so
one?
It's the worst. Worst
I mean,
it's
it's
highly
about-
contagious.
it's about
isn't it? So,
it
like,
doesn't
till they
work out.
figure out-
I think the idea is to minimize it. I'm sure it's going to
Yeah.
end up in their country anyway, right? But the idea is to minimize.
Was it
as much-
minimized when they banned a lot of?
What? Which one? During the Trump era?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Trump era, that was a good
example.
example of how not to handle shit, right? Everything they did. I mean, you had the president telling people the masks were useless to drink bleach. So that I don't think is a good example of handling it well. But if they did handle it better, banning flights, educating people on it, and America still does not want to wear masks or anything. But if they did follow the protocols, wearing masks, staying at home when they're told to, getting vaccinated, I think it would have been way less fatalities.
And I think in one way or another, do you think this is like our version of World War II? Like, this is like the trajectory of.
You know what?
You mean World War
You know what's amazing about it?
Well, it's not World War III. It's not
World
war.
War II.
It's sense,
You-
but
you-
like our
Did
pandemic.
The beginning
version.
of World War III.
did you realize this? This is another interesting about it, is that how the Mayan calendar says the world is going to end in 2012, right? And then 2012 passed and nothing happened.
Yeah.
But the Ethiopian calendar in 2012 and when the corona started.
Yeah,
So maybe the Mayans were counting the Ethiopian calendar. Maybe
forgot.
we got the right
Well,
timeline.
technically, yes, because the new Catholic the new Catholic counting method was added later on.
Yeah,
in the
exactly.
Catholic
And they added,
Church,
yeah,
right?
we got the old one.
Yeah, they were like, oh, we counted wrong from the start,
Yeah.
so let's just add 8 more years and some numbers, so that the 325,
Yeah,
the 1/4 year was
the
not
the
counted, so the
Gregorian
1/4 year.
Gregorian calendar
So yeah,
stuff.
we were right all along.
You were right
That's
all
how
along.
it is.
Can you imagine in 2012 within their European calendar 2012, like Corona, if it happened in 2012, the world would have freaked out. Religious people all over the world would have said, "We told you so." This is the apocalypse.
Religious people are always saying
It's
shit.
finding
They're always
connecting
finding
stuff.
Yeah. No, I remember during the start of COVID, like every monk from many parts of Ethiopia were telling like, oh, it's the abomination of the century in our country. Yeah, so many monks were talking about like we're gonna die, like it's gonna be
in our defense,
a judgment day for all of us.
Ethiopia was
and
not
all that.
the stupidest of the reactions again, right? Because remember Madagascar, there was some stupid, like the president was something to do with Linda, but yeah.
Yeah, there was this traditional medication that he
Yeah.
was like giving to
The
his
president, that's encouraging that. That's just
No, but like in one part of an African country, they said it does not exist. It's okay. I remember one president
Corona doesn't
saying-
exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
It's
I heard the
exist.
end of the joke was that why does it not exist? He said we don't have any testing kits.
Yeah.
How are we supposed to know?
And I feel like as Africans, we just have built-in herd immunities because we've been through shit.
I guess it depends on what disease it is, because Corona treated us really well.
Yeah.
But
then-
HIV was fucking.
I mean, even with
and Ebola.
HIV nowadays.
I mean,
like,
Africa got hit the worst. Not nowadays, but at the time, it got hit the worst.
Of course.
And there's a lot of pity, from the rest of the world, like Africa and HIV kind of correlated it.
Yeah, then
But now with Corona, it's
with-
not so bad.
with the idea of ARTs being introduced, ART is antiretroviral
Antiretroviral
therapy. So after the
Oh no,
the
it
mass
got better.
production
Oh no, of course it got better.
It
It got
was
way
it was a
better.
completely
But
different issue. Yes, they were gonna
during that little short time, especially when our generation of people who were kids, we saw the worst version of it. Do you remember? Because they were teaching like little kids. Because I remember I was in maybe 6th grade or something, and I remember these activists coming and teaching people about condoms, and they were so desperate they were not even thinking clearly, teaching a bunch of kids about condom use. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there was a lot of panic as well because the generation somehow associated the illness and death with sex in general.
Exactly.
That's why our generation kind of grew up with, because I think the previous generation was much more freer sexually.
Of course.
And so you have millennials for at least 20 years of the time really freaked out.
The dogmas were still there, the religious and cultural topics.
Oh, well, but
were still-
HIV
people
kind of made
weren't being
HIV
that sexually active back then.
No,
it was our generation.
I think it was better from what because our parents wouldn't tell us this, but at least from the books and all
even
that.
if they don't tell us, I don't think they are as
I
explicit as
I
our
think-
generation. Trust me.
No, we are now finally, like you said, after maybe after 20 years or so. But when we were kids, when we were in high school,
Yeah, the people back then.
it was really exaggerated. It was exactly when we were in our early 20s, which is about 10 years ago, or at least about 10 years ago. We're 30 now. Right? They were way worse. I mean, they didn't have sexual freedom, because there's a certain association with death, HIV and whatever, and plus condom the mushim going around buying a condom with us.
Yeah.
But I think the previous generation, or at least according to Sabat Gabrik books, for instance,
Oh yeah.
they were much because ain't no
Hidden
consequence.
sexualities.
Yeah, ain't no consequence. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Back then, because you could
It was
go
natural
around.
to go to hookers,
Just exactly. You do whatever, and it's like nobody would find out. It was perfectly fine. So they had a sort of expression for it. But Benya generation was really like cut off. It was seen as absolute taboo because
You just
finally
feel
they had
like
proof. The
dying
religious
of it.
people actually had proof that they really thought HIV was a sort of anything from God, curse from God.
Yeah.
There's a famous song which really pissed me off when I thought about it after I grew up. About HIV, if you remember. Growing up, that was a popular song.
This
Kutana-
Kuta means sex.
No,
Is it
kuta,
me?
God, as in they're pleading God.
Oh,
Kutahan
God.
abred, and then as in, please be less angry for our sins, because they somehow associate HIV with God's, and the fact that it's such a popular and open thing.
Yeah.
It's not even something in the church. This is a pop song that says, please forgive us for our sins and take away
But
this disease.
come on, like in Ethiopian culture, in Ethiopian music, God is just a friend.
Of course.
we talk about him
Of
in
course.
actual rap videos.
Yeah, he's
We
there.
talk
He's
about
the
him
guy.
in dance videos like it's
Of
a
course.
normal
No,
shit.
no, we
It's
do.
he's just our body,
We grew up with it. And that's my point. So religious people actually saw this as a curse from God. They finally backed it up with, told you not to fuck around. This would, God,
Yeah,
God
this
will punish
is
you
like
for it.
abomination
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, yes. I mean, when it comes to definitely the music culture, it's a lot of monopoly when it comes to the traditional kind.
Yeah.
But then, I think when it comes to COVID, we don't really care about COVID anymore, do we? Like, it's
No,
been
no. I mean, I think,
been a
I-
few months.
especially,
Yeah,
especially
yeah,
out
absolutely.
at the current situation, we're at war. I mean, Corona's the least of my problems.
Yeah. But then again, I don't think it's affected people as much.
No, it didn't. I think people just follow their leader, and not the prime minister, for instance, did not seem to care that much.
That they did at some point.
They did at some point,
The
but I remember
situation
specifically
was
New Year's Wala, last year, New Year's, the Ethiopian New Year's Wala, he wasn't even wearing a mask on New Year's programs, and he was surrounded by people. Nobody was wearing a mask. And it was like a declaration of, it's been long enough.
We're done.
Because I remember the law, you remember, because time like traffic also used to stop you or even driving alone, they used to stop you. New Year's Wala, I realized there was a shift, almost instant shift.
Yeah.
Because the law cannot tell you to wear a mask if officially the prime minister also is greeting his buddies and whatever and giving press conferences with no mask on. He doesn't seem to care. The only person who still seemed to care was the health minister.
Yeah.
And nobody seemed to listen to her. I feel sorry for her. She seems like that person, like, this is important. And he's like, he's such
I
a
mean,
downer.
like even as a physician, like being in I worked at COVID centers for a while, and seeing people who are like dangerously close to death,
Oh, yeah.
being
It's
very
unbelievable.
normal about it, like.
Oh, really? They're normal about it
you
even at that stage?
Like, you're barely breathing. How are you like normalizing the
Yeah.
situation? It's like it's gonna go away, and it usually does. Which is like I think the mindset has a lot to play. That like in medicine,
Genetics, maybe?
we don't
I don't-
use
that's what I'm trying to
not
think.
just that, but in medicine
Because
we
Americans
don't
are also
study-
stubborn about this, right? Americans are also, especially
They're dying left and right
Of course,
today.
even the far right. The far right are they have this belief that Corona is exaggerated, it's not dangerous, which
Yeah.
is the American far right are very similar to the regular Ethiopians
Yeah.
in many ways, right? So now, so their argument is, I'm not going to wear a mask for some common cold,
Yeah.
and does end up killing left and right? So the mentality doesn't seem to affect them. In Yaga, that's why I was thinking maybe genetics. I don't know. Maybe you seem to have some sort of immunity to it.
I don't think it's genetics, but I think being highly religious has
Religious?
Yeah.
You mean the religion?
being highly religious has that perspective of telling you that like
You'll be fine.
no, I mean like I don't care. I believe in something that doesn't exist
yeah.
already. Like
Yeah, but you know how certain illnesses but ethnic differences and also ethnic race, right?
Yeah,
I think
of
it was malaria is way better for black people. I think.
people die of common cold in the U.S. much like
Exactly. So
and-
genetic factors are illnesses,
people
right?
Generally don't die
Gen-
from
gen-
flu
yeah,
anywhere else.
Exactly.
And yeah.
So maybe it has that genetic factor, Carla. That they will discover down the road. Once the pandemic is over and they actually do the
Yeah.
research, they find out there is some sort of genetic
in
predisposition
medicine,
to resist a bit better.
In medicine, the big bias I think is we are so focused on the physical perspectives of what disease does to us, what health means to us, that we forget about the mental state and how that might affect the physical senses as well. Because people who are inherently more positive, energetic, and calm
tend to fare better.
tend to respond better.
Yeah,
And we I don't think there's much study on that, like how the mind actually heals the body, how just the beliefs.
Yeah, doctors, like you said, don't seem to care much about that. They have your body's the body. Your job is the body.
Nobody cares about that shit
Yeah,
anymore.
doctors don't even try to cheer you up. They don't care.
But because that we have to desensitize ourselves.
Yeah, of
That's
course,
the big
exactly,
problem
and
there.
the way they treat, because some doctors with their arrogance or their asshole behavior actually affects the patient's mentality. You know what I mean? It makes it weaker. No.
Well, it's because it's so gruesome. Like,
It is. No, I'm not
the health-
blaming the doctors.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they should be comedians to cheer up patients, but it might have an effect on the patient as well. The fact that the
Yeah.
doctor seems so cold and he's just a statistic, on the bed. He's probably gonna die.
Like he could be generically cold to everyone, and some people still have faith. while others
Natural
don't.
natural
There-
intent, natural
yeah.
sort of positivity. Yeah.
There's no bias against some people are like.
Oh yeah, of course. He's cold to everybody, and then just some seem to be naturally positive.
Yeah, and like.
So you're finding a benefit for religion, huh?
Yeah, I mean, like religious things, they work, especially in the traditional sense. But in the modern sense, you could just.
I think it has to
change
do
into-
more with nature. Good. As in
like
your
yoga.
nature. Your
Like,
nature, that's what I
you
mean.
could- you
Even if you're
could
not
be-
religious, I think an
you
atheist
should
person
not-
could still be cheery. You know what I mean?
Yes, but then when you're not religious, when you don't have a religion but still are cheerful, you can still like you're trying to control your mind. So there are like particular ways that people self-manage themselves.
Yeah.
Like for example, for me, it's talking about it or.
The therapeutic methods.
Yeah, and particularly like doing research.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
soothes me so much when I
to
have
have
a problem
control
and I don't. Yeah. So I think the losing of control.
is what
I
makes you
don't know
hopeless.
how
Yeah.
people because religion is losing control.
It is.
It's
ultimately.
just saying like,
And
well, it happened.
and
I don't know how
that's
people
what I mean.
are okay with that.
Of course, that's what I mean. I think if there were atheists, that's because religion is sort of like making people permanent children. Because when you're a kid, you might also not. You go to mom and dad, they're whatever, and they give you answers.
It's folds like.
Yeah, exactly. You kind of
Yeah.
it's a religionum design. You get a problem, you go to God, and you're like, God, why have you done this to me? I'm sure you'll heal me. You love me. It's your son. You can't fuck me like this type of attitude that was religion. And then when they do not end up being better, they hate God for it. But atheists beyond or at least society, or at least agnostic, like you said, everybody would find their own therapy. Whether it be meditation, whether it be talking about it, whether it be workaholism, which people still do. Religious people, they still have these other drugs
Yeah.
that they kind of run to. They could be alcoholics. They could be violent people secretly.
Yeah.
But on the front, the religion. But at least atheism makes you deal with it better. It gives you responsibility, I think.
So much, I don't know. Like, I as I
You
said,
don't
I'm
blame
biased
anybody for
against
it,
it.
yeah.
So, like,
And yeah, that's what I mean, because I've been religious growing up, and now I've been atheist for a while now. No, the difference is that you feel more responsible and you feel more in control.
yeah, the bias is real. Like the understanding that like the bias is like a completely different version. Like when it comes to religion, though, like we're so biased against everything. Like there's some bias against foreigners, some bias against things we don't understand. But when it comes to religion, I don't know.
We're
I think
blind
it's
with it.
I think it's because it's based on things that do not exist or that we don't see
We can't
particularly,
prove, disprove.
that we can't prove. It's just that faith. So if that faith line is broken,
You have
then
nothing else.
nothing would exist. So that
Yeah.
the bias is just like
Yeah, of
eminent.
course. You can't even question that.
Yeah. If you question one thing, you question everything else. And so we were discussing the last few ideas about the recent activities of COVID, the banning and stuff. We already discussed that, but we were the next step is to discuss about Thanksgiving.
Okay. Oh, you're at the news.
Yeah, we're talking about the recent news.
Okay.
And
Oh, you jumped ahead a few.
we couldn't go back to those.
Sure,
we
sure,
were
sure.
Just talking about the recent.
Sure. Yeah. The Time
Thanksgiving
magazine
stuff.
did a story recently about what happened to the tribe that fed the pilgrims.
Mm.
Because apparently the Thanksgiving story is not just entirely based on myth. There actually is the settlers, the pilgrims, actually did arrive on Plymouth Rock and were actually starving and were actually fed by a Native American tribe that, like almost all the East Coast tribes, don't exist really. I mean, on the East Coast of the United States, there's this weird thing about the last of the Mohicans. There's like you'll see one, and strangely they'll often no miscegenation. They're not mixed in at all. It's like a fully blooded, but there's like one wandering around by themselves. So the last other tribe, almost like a wandering museum. You know what I mean? Or a wandering sort of individual artifact. And on the West Coast, there's still more solid communities. I was very close friends with somebody who was Shoshone. So they call them half-breeds, but like half Shoshone, half white person. You know, they're scattered all the way around and all the way through. But there is this thing in Thanksgiving of, you know, sort of teaching the kids like the way we wish it would have been. As the settlers came, and then they all had this nice feast, which of course did occur, but they kind of leave out and let you find out over time. Oh yeah, those Native Americans were brutalized, and it is kind of one of the strangest and most significant phenomena in recent memory in the last several hundred years that literally you look on the globe of the world, half the whole hemisphere, the entire Western Hemisphere. The indigenous populations are essentially gone, plus Australia.
Even
wiped
worse
off,
so, yeah.
Yeah, wiped off the earth.
Yeah.
Right, with the exception there's some significant tribes still left in South America and places like Bolivia, where you still do have those native populations. But that is a massive trauma
That's like
that we have a hard time getting
complete
our minds
genocide,
around.
though, right?
Right, of course.
Australia is
especially,
like-
I mean, a genocide. I mean,
guilt.
you know, the
Like
Tutsis are.
successful genocide.
The
in
Tutsis
Australia.
are a genocide.
But like successful abomination of every
absolutely.
being there.
Absolutely, and that's more than half the mass of Earth. Their indigenous populations completely wiped out, to the point that there isn't much to
Do you
say
think we
about
should
it.
like completely abolish Thanksgiving if we can, as like if they can as Americans?
So I was
Or
saying that
should we,
I
like-
love Thanksgiving in a lot of ways. Thanksgiving is like the one actual American holiday. It's a secular holiday in which people, outside of the context of religion, give thanks, which I think in general is the best thing that you could sit around doing on any is to be grateful and to sort of count your blessings. The food is, I'm not a big fan of turkey, but some of the other stuff, stuffing and so on, it has a sort of, but even in little ways in the ceremony. So it's in the middle of football season, American football season, and the Thursdays, the teams that are almost always on are the Lions of Detroit and the Cowboys of Dallas, who are in the same division and therefore play twice against a team that up until a couple years ago was still referred to as the Redskins. So you literally have Cowboys and Indians, like genocide reenactment, like a playful genocide reenactment. And kids play Cowboys, and they do it on Thanksgiving. Like, and the way in which, you know, there's no such thing as any other ethnic group that has, at least extensively, you know, mascots. Mocking and taunting,
holiday.
and also it's always with this bizarre projection, like the Indian is the savage. You know, people talk about the scalping. Actually, much of the scalping that was done was actually a bounty that was to keep hold of Native American killings. And so the tomahawk chalk, and they do this with other groups as well. It's to fetishize them, but also to see them as villainous. You know, in Vietnam War films, it's always the Vietnamese who are the fascists and so on. And it's a very insidious thing, the way people play with the memory of what happened to the natives.
So, as
So
I
sad,
asked you
yeah.
earlier, like,
Yeah.
would
It's really
you
messed
still love Thanksgiving if you were a Native American? And that's my question.
Right. It's funny because we mentioned that. It's that friend of mine who's half Shoshone. He and Shoshone. Well, Shoshone is actually a Spanish word, which is an insult. He doesn't know what it means, but
What?
when he mentioned it
What
to
was it
to-
originally?
Yeah, I mean, so they call themselves Nua.
Noah.
Nua, but they were listed as Shoshone, so they call themselves Shoshone, which is like a Spanish word for like filth or something like
Yeah.
that. That's like their name officially.
Yeah.
So he's half Shoshone, and he's out in San Francisco now. We used to have Thanksgiving, a couple times when we were in college. We'd eat Thanksgiving together. Now we wouldn't actually go through the Thanksgiving rituals. We would eat something else. But of course, it's a holiday, and they're about as American as you get. And I've invited him to come to Ethiopia before. He's talked about it, but he's never left the United States because he says there's a thing among natives of like the homeland. Like there's few of us left.
Really?
We don't leave. Yeah.
No?
A lot of natives don't want to leave.
I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
because there's a sense of like we are attached to the earth. We are a reminder of you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What this place used to be in the grand
even to
scheme of
visit?
time. No, I don't think he's ever left the United States. And in the grand scheme of or at least not back when we were close. I spoke to him recently, but in the grand scheme of time, the that's another thing. It's almost always identified with Columbus, Cortez, the original conquistadors, or Italian or Spanish. They're the ones who. That's not true.
Spanish, especially the South Americans.
Right, but by the time Cortez and Columbus and all these people had died, the native populations were almost all entirely intact. Like this mostly happened in the
Gradually.
1800s. Yeah, and to this day they're held in reservations. They eat fried bread because they're held in territories that where nothing else grows.
Really?
85% unemployment, no employment opportunities in some of these places, rampant alcoholism. And they're taught that people project on them. They'll be like, well, they got the casinos now.
Yeah.
Native Americans. I don't know of any of these fat rich Native Americans walking around with their casino. I mean, but this is a very bizarre way of dealing
How come
with the
there's no
guilt of that.
large scale movement, especially in this day and age where there's a shit ton of movement and anybody can start a movement and outrage is cheap? How come the Native Americans don't seem to have such a large scale movement of
So
at least
so
raising awareness?
there is something called the American Indian Movement,
Yeah.
AIM. One of their leaders was jailed up until recently. Actually, I voted for him for president in 2004 because he was on the ballot in California. His name was Leonard Peltier, framed by the FBI for killing one of theirs after they went into.
Was he framed or is it one of those?
Oh, he was framed.
He
It
was
was very.
framed.
It was very. Actually, Rage Against the Machine did a video about this. The
Really?
song "Freedom"
Uh-huh.
is about what happened to Leonard Peltier. But they've gone after the members of the American Indian movement pretty forcefully.
Really?
Of course, they don't have numbers, right?
They
don't have the numbers to really bring attention to their cause. Otherwise, everything. Now there was eventually, after all of the outrage over the football team called the Redskins and over Native American mascots, now they're just called the Washington Football Team. They don't even have a name. They're called the Washington. They were stripped of their name, or they were pressured into getting rid of it. But that owner of it's Washington too. It's Washington D.C. That owner was insisting for the longest
To keep
time
it.
on not getting rid of it, and it's just a very odd thing. You're right. I mean, why is there not more of a movement? Why is there not more
Why is there
outrage?
more large-
Because there aren't more Native Americans, right?
That's it?
And
Because it
even
doesn't
the word,
require-
we don't even know what to call them.
Because it
because
does-
a Native American. I'm technically a Native American. I was born in America. Native just means they were born.
No,
there.
yeah,
So
that's
what?
semantics,
Right?
yeah.
No, but the semantics are important too. Like,
Yeah.
what name do you call them by?
Red
The
Indians.
population. The Canadians call them First Nations, Indigenous. But there's this lack
Such a
of real.
Canadian way of
But you
saying
don't
it.
Yeah, but there's a lack of like consciousness.
When
about-
you have white
You're
people
racist.
though, you don't need to have a lot of numbers for minorities. What I mean is on the Black Lives Matter marches on today. It's like a shit ton of white people, right? So how come those white people aren't marching for the
Not
Native
more than
Americans
black
as well?
people.
Not more, but you still have a lot of people that want to fight for the rights of the
Right, but
minority
at
to
the
make
core-
up for all the bullshit they
I
did,
get what
right?
you're saying, but at
how
the
come there
core-
are not white people who feel guilty about that shit?
There are, but at the core of those movements, Black Lives Matter doesn't exist if the black population was less than 1% of the
Is it
United
less than
States.
1%? The Native American
Yes,
population.
it is. Last I checked, it was about 2 million.
Why don't they have more
In a
babies?
country of 300 plus million.
They should have
people.
more babies.
Well,
That should be the movement to just have
well,
more babies.
also
I think
many
it's
of them are
mostly
religious.
integration. They're just like
Interbreeding.
Yeah, interbreeding.
Well, no,
There's a
they're
lot of
kept on
people-
reservations. No, many of them are kept on reservations.
So they don't
And
interbreed either.
And many of them,
They're kept in zoos, pretty
there's a
much.
lot of religious zealotry
off.
that. Yeah, there's a lot of religious zealotry. Many of them are
So they don't
are
have any
indoctrinated
financial power. They don't have any. They don't have numbers.
They don't have resources.
What resource?
Like
casinos?
No, like natural resources.
Oh, and the
They kept
reservations.
them-
you
yeah,
mean?
reservations.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
reservations.
They are one of the first targets of voter suppression, voter ID laws, etc. Other than black people as Native Americans. And they received. You know when Native Americans were allowed to be part of citizens in the United States in their own homeland?
When?
The 1920s.
Really?
Yeah, about 50 years after black people.
Yeah.
Who didn't exactly have it easy, right? So you know what I mean? Like it's a very but what you had. The reason I'm passionate about this and I talk about this is that, well, first of all, if you look at their democratic structures, at a lot of their conception of the universe, of religion, of their understanding of sexuality, of the role of women, their openness to gay people, to a lot of a lot of the things about their way of viewing the world, I really appreciate. But it's what you just asked. Why isn't there more of a movement? Why isn't there more outrage? Because there aren't more number, which means that the rest of us have an even greater. I mean, if we have should be pressured into being allies for for the plight of women, or white people should be allies towards black people, more than anybody else. The people that we should feel very much empathy for and really speak up for are the people who aren't here to speak up for themselves.
Of course. In terms of suffering injustice, I feel like it's the worst example.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
And
Speaking of Kevin, is in Indians. While I was reading an interview, it's a little unrelated. Haile Gerima was talking about his childhood and his background as a filmmaker, and he was asked, what is your what inspired you as a kid? And he was saying his dad, I think, was a playwright, but he also said, growing up in Gundar, as children we used to play cowboys and Indians.
Yeah.
And that kind of inspired me. Was that entire? It has to be bullshit, right?
That they played cowboys and Indians.
In Gundar.
What years were this? Well, see, I mean,
I'm guessing with Haile Gerima's age. I don't think any generation of Ethiopians played cowboys and
well,
Indians.
but you see, you'd be surprised at how the American influence often expresses itself through game. Like my dad and many of Butcher's friends knew baseball pretty well, and they knew the rules of baseball because baseball. If you look at the countries outside the United States where baseball exists or is prevalent, it's all countries.
But
where
it
the
depends
American
on
military
class.
had a
What
presence.
class of people were they?
Right, but I mean, they
Were
were
they
exposed to Americans.
Yeah.
But it is possible that
That's why I was
way,
confused about this.
it's possible that
especially
some
rural Ethiopia.
missionary or some settlement came to some small group came to Gondar and taught them cowboys in India, or maybe they even saw it in a movie because they would watch cowboy films.
Or maybe
on
he's
some
just
level,
he's just
You
it
never know.
was a big culture, like just generally in movies and a lot of the
I mean,
videos we see. Like I've seen a Michael Jackson clip that was with Native Americans, like black and white. The clip.
Oh yeah,
I remember.
Yeah, there's so many.
No,
of
it was.
those,
Of course,
You're
our
saying
generation.
he's misremembering how to get him as
Maybe he's
possibly
Yeah,
misremembering?
I think that's more likely because considering his age, considering that it was in Gunda, raised he was not like some aristocratic family from what at least other interviews I saw. That's a normal rural life,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So normal Gundar people growing up playing cowboys and Indians, like how many? 70 years ago? I feel like it's more possible that he's misremembering shit.
Or maybe,
And he's associating American childhood with his childhood.
Well, maybe one person or a small group of them saw the Western. You said it yourself
movies
about the
back
cultural
then, though,
exports
yeah.
from Hollywood. They may have seen some of it, or maybe somebody
What,
who
a
they knew in
movie?
Addis Ababa. Some connection. It only takes a few people to bring. Here's a game, or here's a. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Or-
but here's the thing. We had so few games that usually it kind of spreads.
All right, maybe he's misremembering. But
Right,
you know,
that's-
it reminds me of a very important trope in the film Parasite, which is one of my favorite films. And I know you're not as high on it,
No.
but the film that won Best Picture last year was a Korean film. The young boy character,
The rich boy.
Da Sung, the pampered one,
Yeah.
who we at first think his artist thing, his suffering child thing is a fake until we find out that he actually had an encounter with like a real life ghost.
Awesome
Was
scene.
hidden
Though.
into-
That scene
yeah.
I thought was amazing. It was
Yeah.
Pure
It's
horror.
One of many awesome scenes. But you know, his whole thing is he's obsessed with Native Americans.
Yeah.
And his father brings him all these toys and all these games involving, because his father, a lot of his wealth, like a lot of people throughout the industrialized world, is connected to the United States.
Yeah.
Right. There's that poster. Mr. Park walks through Central Park. Right. So he has somehow his connection to the United States.
Westernized, yeah.
Right. And so he brings him from America all this stuff, fetishizing the violence, the genocide against Native Americans in a completely different through the cultural exports. But then ultimately that's the war game that they create at the end of the film that turns into an actual breakdown in violence, right?
massacre.
So this does recur, right? Dancing on the graves of these people and being playful about it and laughing in that way is a dangerous game to play, you know, is I think the point that he was making.
Only Brando, a non-Native American, that made a point
such a big stage at it.
Yeah.
With the
Yeah, you're
Oscars.
telling me. Yeah, when Brando won the.
Refused to accept,
He sent
Oscars.
what was her
Sent
name?
Native
Somebody's
American. Right.
little foot or whatever.
Yeah, and it was when he won the Oscar for Godfather, which was
Second
the
Oscar,
second best actor, actually. But like a lot of people remember, now there's all the speech making that people trying to be Brando about all these important issues. And people go there kind of grandstand. People blame Brando for that, like you turned accepting an award for a movie into an opportunity to make some kind of political statement or a political stuff. But Brando that was Brando. He would make stunts. He actually believed in the cause of Native Americans. He wasn't just
And he was
a Hollywood actor
disdainful
trying to
towards Hollywood and acting and all
of course.
He was the last one to turn down an Oscar.
I mean, he didn't turn it down, right? He accepted it through the.
No,
the
Guinness
Native
considered
American-
turning it down, right?
I guess so.
Yeah, there's
has
only 2 of
anyone
them.
Turned down?
Yeah, before
Who else?
the Patton actor. Patton?
Patton,
Patton.
the guy, the actor,
Yeah, I forget his name. Yeah.
Howell or something like that. C. Thomas Howell, I think is it.
George C. Scott.
George C. Scott.
Yeah, he turned it-
Who's
he
C.
turned it
Thomas
down.
Howell? George C. Scott. Yeah, the actor
Patton,
played
yeah.
Patton.
He turned it
Yeah,
down.
which was also written by the director of The Godfather and the writer Francis Ford Coppola wrote Patton.
Did he?
Yeah, he wrote the screenplay.
Really?
I think he won an Oscar for it. It was very,
Really?
very well received. That's how he got into directing.
I didn't know that.
Originally as an actor, he came from the theater before that. But yeah,
Such an awesome stunt to turn down the Oscars. They need to do it more often.
right. I mean, if you're Brando, you can do that. If you're anybody else, you'll be exercised from the theater. But everybody knew Brando by then.
Yeah.
They were almost turned down and they actually won.
No.
The one
Brando.
before the last, remember?
Wow.
No, with
The
Oh,
Moonlight?
La La
Land.
Yeah,
Sorry, La La
Moonlight,
Land?
yeah, Moonlight and
La La
La La
Land and
They
Moonlight,
couldn't
yeah.
even do that because they
Yeah.
were just
Right.
turned down already.
It's so
even if
sad
they
for them.
won.
They're walking all the way up there. And
Do you
then
think
getting
that was
away
on
with
purpose at all? Is there
Yeah,
any
there-
way?
there
There
is
must
a
be a
theory, but I
conspiracy
don't
theory,
think so.
yeah.
I
The
don't
dude
think
was
so.
old though.
I don't think so.
The-
Warren
the-
Betty is too old.
who's
Well,
that?
why would
Betty.
they? I
Very
don't think when
well-known
they bring out the
actor.
card, I don't think they have the names of all the nominees. Why would they do that? Why would they confuse you like that?
No,
They
but-
just give you
No,
the name of the.
because
But
they
I think he
won.
wanted. Maybe he was sure that La La Land would win.
Oh, okay.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So there's that sort of mental replacement. You know.
But who'd even how did they even check the card to be like, oh, actually?
But he
can I-
literally showed it to the audience. Did you
Yeah,
not? The
just
guy
did
that
it
came
from-
out, that
just
ran
did
out.
it from
He
the
literally
eyes,
showed it. He
yeah.
told him it was a mistake, and then he took the
Oh,
card
okay,
and he
that's
showed
what
it to
happened.
them.
Right.
And it just says Moonlight with the
Yeah.
No,
and
but
it's the
like,
first time
I think
anybody's
it
ever
was a
seen the
mix.
Oscar, the thing they read.
Right, right.
You know, it's just a
right.
big name.
As
you
it
know?
turns out, it's just the name of the.
Yeah.
the
But I
award.
think it was just a mix-up because they were told to present 2 Oscars though. The first one, and then like there.
Oh, okay, like 2
sometime-
different awards.
Yes, and then he just like misread the one where like La La Land has already won, and then he read it again, kind
Right.
of thing.
I mean,
And
he's
then
an
they
old
just
ass
looked at
dude.
the paper and it's like Best Picture. It actually said
Yeah.
Get Out.
Yeah, it was Moonlight.
Well,
Moonlight. Yeah, yeah.
Moonlight.
Get Out did not win
No.
Best Picture.
No,
They would
like
not allow that.
PMP, like,
Yeah,
my
yeah,
brain
yeah.
always goes to-
Yeah, I haven't seen either film, but
The
it was
Oscars
also
should have
surprising-
more stunts like that,
Yeah.
right?
It was also surprising because La La
Crazy
Land
shit
is like the
that.
classic. They love films. Like Hollywood loves
yeah, that's-
films that
What other, like, really
glorify Hollywood.
well-pronounced movies do you know of, like, 2 black, gay, overtly sexual movies than Moonlight?
Black
Before-
gay movies.
Black
It's
gay
very
movies.
rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Well, there's
Very
Dear
rare.
White People. The guy directed
Yeah,
Dear
yeah, yeah.
White People,
Oh, yeah?
Justin Simeon.
Oh.
The character
the
was
character's
supposed
gay?
to be the character, the one, the skinny black guy with the glasses was into film and was a Robert Altman fan.
So the
just
major
like
character.
Justin Simeon. Is he the major character? It's sort of like an
He's
ensemble
not the
part,
major
but-
character.
Oh,
Right,
no,
it's a Robert Altman
minor
guy.
gay characters, that's quite common.
Right.
But I think she means like the main
Well, but is there a
protagonist being
main
gay.
is there a
And then,
main
like,
main character of
overtly
that film?
sexual
Right?
character too.
It's
Oh,
one
it's an
of-
ensemble,
He's one
okay.
of 3 or 4 key
Oh, I
characters
see,
in an
okay,
ensemble
okay,
piece.
yeah. I thought you meant
along
like
with the
he's a
light skin guy who
supporting
runs that
actor,
radio
okay.
show, right, called Dear White People.
I didn't
Yeah,
know
he's
that.
the guy with the afro who's gay.
Oh, so
And I'm
he's
pretty
a
sure
man.
Justin Simeon, pretty sure I should be careful
Okay.
saying this, but I think Justin Simeon is gay. And but yeah, no. Besides that, it's
Forget Black also. It's very. You can count with one hand the movies where the protagonist is gay.
Yeah.
Well,
Brokeback
you're right.
Mountain and
You're right.
And they're
Moonlight
white.
and
And all of them.
But
are
they're
white.
also very rare. Even the ones with white. That's what you're
Right,
saying,
right,
right?
yeah.
White gay.
outside of
Um,
Brokeback Mountain, Moonlight, and Call Me by Your Name. What else there?
I haven't seen Call Me by Your Name.
That's
What
it.
else?
I think that's it. At least famous ones.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
the
I mean,
one
it's
I mean,
Also cringe,
no,
yeah.
there's what they call queer cinema, right? There's
Right.
this underground, like a lot
Right.
of.
But it's
gay
not a
stuff.
mainstream,
But it's
yeah.
not a mainstream movie.
Right.
No, it's not.
Well, I mean, even I remember when 6 Feet Under came out. It's a television show on
Yeah,
HBO.
gay character.
Yeah, gay character, and actually the actor who later did Dexter is a very famous actor.
Yeah,
he's
what's
not
his
gay.
name? No, Philip.
Michael Seal.
Michael Seal. Yeah.
But he's making out with this black gay cop boyfriend, and it was seen as like this is like risque for the sake of risque. But it was a good show, but I would watch it, and of course it was still like
The Wire of anime as a main.
Right. That's another thing.
Omar,
Like,
yeah.
let's make the most gangster character on the show. Randomly, it feels a little contrived, but
What do you mean the gayest character? He's not stereotypically gay though.
but he is gay.
Omar?
Like literally, like he's into men. He has sex
Oh
with
no,
men,
he's
yeah.
literally gay. I thought you meant
Yeah.
the gayest character.
No,
the
no,
flamboyant guy. The gay.
yeah, I mean, there's one or two other gay characters in the show, but yeah, no, they
Yeah.
made, you know what I mean, and it feels a little contrived, or a little bit like let's do something edgy here, which
Yeah.
HBO was doing, but yeah,
I don't think it's just edgy. I think it's also for what they call pink money,
what's that?
which is to tap into the gay market. It's so common that it has a name.
Pink money.
That's what it's called. Yeah, if you add a gay character in your show or film,
Uh-huh.
the same thing that happened with this happened with women. A lot of the classic sitcoms when I just
Yeah.
featured men.
Yeah.
That's because men used to watch TV, right? So there's no need to have relatable female characters. And
Well,
then
they would watch prime time in the evenings. They would watch.
Yeah,
it. In the
there's
daytime,
there's stuff for women, exactly.
Yeah, it was a
so,
soap
so,
opera.
so
it was
slowly
spouses.
with Seinfeld, they literally there was
Elaine,
producers
yeah.
they forced them to have a major
Right, she's
character.
not there at
because
the
they
beginning,
want exactly they wanted instead women are also a very big market.
Right.
And then slowly from Seinfeld on there's Friends and then equal number on it.
Right.
Because with Seinfeld it's just one female and 3 guys.
You're right. Older sitcoms don't have a lot of
And then,
major women
and then with
characters,
Friends,
yeah.
then when they realize half the audience is women, so they have to make equal
Right.
through women.
It
through
took
men.
them to the 90s to
Right?
realize that half
And-
the population
and
was
then
women.
at least the
They're
half
gonna
watching
want-
population, and then
Right.
slowly then you had to add black characters.
Right.
Right
gradually.
right up until How I Met Your Mother, and it was like the Friends.
There were like none in
And then
Friends. Maybe
Gazabola,
one or
it's
two,
entitled.
and
No,
then, and then none in
Gazabola,
Seinfeld.
you always have a black character.
Right.
Gazabola now they realize they're missing out on a lot of the LGBT community.
Well, why did it take them that long? These people
Okay.
watch film.
So
they
now-
watch TV. Like they thought
They-
only old white men watch television. Like in America,
No.
they didn't realize the
it's
money
not. It's
involved.
not just watching, but in terms of is the audience big enough to actually tap into it? You know what I mean? Of course, women were a huge population, but did they watch TV at that time? You know what I mean?
Or
And
maybe
then
it's-
not just that, but like TV shows nowadays, or even like Ellen, like
Yeah.
actual shows that are what's the word I'm looking for? The live shows that
Yeah.
are happening. They're not the
talk shows.
The talk
Talk
shows.
shows,
So the more market, the more production they have, or the more profit they have, is not just through how many people watch them. It's through side markets, like memorabilias and all those
Merchandising, I guess.
merchandises that have a lot to do with the movie. And now that women are more being monopolized and having money and gaining that,
Yeah.
and then they especially with
So they can afford to kind of
with the visuals,
stuff and, yeah.
especially like with makeups and all the like clothing, and there are more products that women would buy rather than men, right? So
Yeah.
men would
So
buy
they wanna
certain products that are like football memorabilia. or
And they might also be
something.
men
But
are
then
more
we-
men are less in control of women's buying power than
So might as
than
well
they
just
than
tap
they
right
used to.
into
Yeah,
the market.
yeah. It used to be like probably women had to
And-
go through a man to.
in terms
Not
of in
only
terms of tapping into
women's
the
money, but men's money are indirectly being
Yeah.
in terms of
One or another.
tapping into the
Tool of
minority
production.
market, this is happening more and more. At least this is my theory. They realize that it's much cheaper and much more feasible to just roll up minorities into one. Which is, I think I noticed a lot of shows feature black gay characters.
Yeah,
But you don't have to hire a black guy
Right,
and a gay
right,
guy. Just
right.
have them both, and
Well,
then
we're
you
Right.
tap into. It's like if they get a black, gay, trans woman,
Oh, I mean,
lesbian, then you tap into all
That's
of them.
not just in popular culture. You see this in academia, like in so many in so many courses that I would take, like literature courses, even like history courses at the highest level, at PhD level. Where what they would do is, they would have like the one black author,
Yeah.
like the one female. We have to have a black. We have to
The
be, like
token
token.
one, yeah.
And then sometimes like when I was doing PhD in history, they doubled up. They had like a black female author.
Yeah,
and that was, and everybody
So you
else.
can roll it
yeah,
in.
and then
Yeah,
in
exactly,
the opening
yeah.
historiography course for all historians.
Yeah, it's
at
one
an
black
Ivy,
female.
at the PhD level, at Ivy Leagues, one black female, and then everybody else
Boom,
is
done, yeah.
is going to be a white guy, and it's but we're also making an assumption that people only want to see themselves or someone who looks like them.
I feel like
Might be
that's
a fair
proven.
assumption.
No, it is. I think it's like a good example of this is how it's like the Seinfeld era, the '90s TV sitcom era. Like,
Yeah.
nobody expected black people to have such a huge market until Martin came along.
Yeah.
The show, right? And then all of a sudden, it's a thing on its
Right,
own.
and black
Yeah,
people are
and
watching
they're
Martin, and white people are
Exactly.
watching something.
And then what would
Yeah.
you do if you're
Right,
if you're
right.
a TV producer at that point? You want to tap into that market.
Actually, she makes a good point. First of all, there were plenty of black sitcoms in the going back to Sanford
yeah,
and
the
Sons
Cosby
and what's
shows.
happening.
Yeah, of course,
And
the
then
Cosby,
Cosby kind of Cosby was like he didn't like rerun and all these like ridiculous black stereotypes. So it was consciously about like elevating the image above it. And then in the '90s, I mean, Family Matters and Fresh Prince and Martin and but you're right. Like,
but I think in terms of like Cosby Show, the audience I think was white.
Well,
you know, to a certain extent,
others,
you know,
right,
so it's not.
Whereas
So
Martin
there was no
for black
division.
people,
There was no
right.
division.
Martin
Cosby,
is
Cosby,
for black people. Yeah,
Martin was for like white people did not understand Martin.
No.
It wasn't for them, and all of a sudden you have these TV executives who realize there's a lot of millions we're losing out on this.
Right.
We got to add a Martin-like character,
Right.
the smart talking black man,
Right.
and then you drag that audience into this.
Right.
market.
No, you're right. I mean, Martin was very different. It
Yeah,
was.
it
Very,
was.
I remember at the time thinking Martin was very different. But see, that's just it. If white people are willing to watch Cosby, and they're willing to watch a black show as long as it's like a certain kind of black people that they relate to, and race isn't really. They never talk about race on Cosby.
They don't.
Almost never on Fresh Prince.
It's too
Never
hot.
on Family Matters.
Too
Not
hot.
once.
Yeah.
Right? It's just normalizing black people. It's the project. But like, given that that's the case, I think that. I mean, that suggests that people are willing, to some extent, to see people who are not like them, and maybe part of the calculation is women of any color are more likely to watch shows with men than men are with women, and black people are more likely to watch shows with white people than, you know what I mean? Because like there's more in larger numbers. If anybody's going to cross the lines, right, it's going to be to see white men as prominent characters on.
I mean, that's still the case with Hollywood movies. Exactly. The biggest draws are still
we're
white
used
men,
to it. Yeah,
right?
yeah. We're still used. We're
It's the
used
Tom
to it.
Cruises and the Tom Hanks and whatever. And then there's usually just one black man of the era. With black people, it seems like it's either Denzel or it's either Will Smith. You get what I mean? There's like one big black star.
But is it fair to say that now maybe it's because films aren't what they used to be or fragmentation or whatever? But Mahershala Ali has won 2 Oscars now.
Yeah.
And nobody.
I don't know it was 2.
Yeah, he won for Moonlight and he won for the Green Book, right? He won 2 supporting Oscars.
Yeah.
So like and Mahershala Ali, and then there are others, right? But like Mahershala Ali isn't talked about the way Denzel was talked about when I was a kid. Denzel was dead. It was a big thing.
No, because there's a difference. I'm not talking about acclaim. I'm talking about star power.
Yeah.
Denzel had star power. You can put him on a poster.
So did Will Smith. So did a few others.
That's what I'm talking about. Not acclaim. I mean, like star power.
Yeah. Like
because there is talented black actors.
Right. But there aren't too many. Like,
but you can't put him on a poster and expect a lot
not any of them currently. Not like.
No, Will Smith is on his way out, pretty much.
Yeah, that's going back to that previous.
So currently there is no black. No, before after Will Smith, for a certain while there was Kevin Hart. That's why I mean star power, not comedic.
Comedy.
For comedy, yeah, good, but he was all over the place, and people just watched his movies for no reason.
Right, comedy actor. I mean, Martin Lawrence was doing that. A lot of
of course. Yeah, I know what you mean.
What's his name? The guy who does Medea.
Oh yeah, Tyler Perry. But currently, Cuba Gooding, I don't think he was like. Would you say he's like
comedy
poster material? Could you just put his
face
on
on crappy little comedy films, like about the snow dogs and the whatever.
But that wasn't such a big. It's kind of in like a.
There's only a few that could draw, and to this
but
day,
that's what I mean. Like, there's
certain
certain actors that you could just put on a poster.
Right.
And a lot of them, I don't know, that you probably saw, you'd forget the titles of. I could show you scenes from Kevin Hart movie you definitely saw, but you do not remember the title because he can release movies like 3 times a year, and the same plot, same thing, but it still grosses over $100 million.
But it's not like Oscar, critically acclaimed movies that Kevin Hart makes. They're not.
Not critically acclaimed. I meant like money making. Currently there seems to be nobody though, black actor.
Idris Elba maybe.
Closest. He's the closest.
Can we think of anybody who is like a black leading actor? What about on the women's side?
Michael B. Jordan? I don't think so.
Chadwick.
Maybe
sort of.
Chadwick was on his way up.
Yeah.
On the women's side of Rasuman, because you're in Erla, you had Julia Roberts, which was like big name,
Issa?
right?
Issa Rae? Not really in film.
Yeah, not really in film. Yeah.
Just in that one TV show. Who else?
Who's the woman who?
You know, at the time was Jennifer Lawrence. You remember that? Jennifer Lawrence was a big draw at the time. She was like a highest paid actress.
Yeah, but she's not black.
No, you meant black women.
Oh, we were talking about women in general.
I thought you meant like women who are like big stars.
Viola Davis.
Oh, black women. That's even more hard. That's even more difficult.
Viola Davis is pretty much it. I think.
She was in Hidden Figures and.
Yeah, I mean
Octavia Spencer maybe.
But do they have star power?
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
It's weird.
I thought you
just
meant women.
Changed. Yeah, that hasn't changed. Like there's a lot of artsy, a lot of talented. You know, the guy in 12 Years a Slave.
Yeah.
Was in a lot of stuff.
Chiwetel Ejiofor.
Yeah,
or whatever.
I can't say his name.
Chiwetel
So.
Ejiofor.
The guy who played Martin Luther King in Selma. There's a bunch of really talented people who are getting artistic films. But
Daniel Kaluuya is
but I mean
really
none of
good
these.
for us.
Yeah, but none of these guys really have that.
It's more
kind of
like
style.
an
They're not
improvement.
Denzel. Yeah, you're right.
No,
They
they're
don't. They don't.
Don't put
This
him
is
on a
the
poster.
same thing as like the one black guy in the critically acclaimed movie, more than the substantial person who's consistently in well-known blockbuster movies, and not just blockbusters, but also critically
Acclaimed films.
acclaimed movies as well.
Then even with the normal white actors, they're not being replaced as fast. Though there used to be like at least 5 big names, right? Yeah, like at least 2000s you had, and Tom Cruise has always been on the chart, right? Tom Cruise, you had
Hanks.
Johnny Depp, you had Tom Hanks,
Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt.
Although Brad Pitt never seemed like he had significant star power. I mean, he always seemed underwhelming as far as like as a movie. Really talented actor, but and obviously very good looking guy. But Brad Pitt never had that. Brad Pitt to me never had quite the charisma of.
No, he didn't.
DiCaprio.
He can't. Brad Pitt.
He's overrated. I'm so sorry.
Now here's the thing. Brad Pitt, I think,
Brad
makes a
Pitt is
great
one of the most
supporting actor.
overrated,
Brad Pitt.
well-known actors
Here's the
that
thing.
I
Brad
know.
Pitt makes a great supporting actor, right? He can't carry himself by himself.
He makes
Because think about it, you have him
certain
in
kind of good
you have him in Fight Club, you have him in
Or in pairs with a woman.
yeah,
or with
exactly,
George
with
Clooney.
somebody. He needs to play off somebody.
But
Exactly.
he's
Ocean's
like
11 or
Clooney
Snatch
to me
or
in that. He's like Clooney to me in that. You're right. He's not that good of an actor. Clooney's not that good of an actor either. But they're very good with their selections.
Yeah.
They're usually in good films.
Yeah.
Usually in films that have somebody. You know what I mean? Like they don't make too many career mistakes.
They don't. They don't put too much on their shoulders.
Yeah.
Clooney takes a bit. Clooney takes a bit more.
more.
You have
Yeah,
up in
yeah.
there. You have Michael Clayton.
Well, and now Brad Pitt had a terrific performance in it. Do you see Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Yeah.
You didn't think he was great in that?
Again, supporting. He
He's
plays
supporting.
off DiCaprio.
Supporting, but
He
he's
plays
great.
off
No, he's
very
fantastic.
well.
No, I agree. As
No,
a
he's
leading man, and as well,
he's
but
not.
like I thought he was great. In
No,
Once
he's
Upon a Time
fantastic,
in
yeah.
Hollywood. Like I
Yeah.
loved
Yeah.
this.
In fact, I think he saved the role
Yeah.
because I think it was a shitty. I think it was
Kind
the
of, yeah.
worst written role ever. Because what was Tarantino trying to do with it? Because it seems like any other
The loyal friend guy.
Yeah, it's not just that he's loyal, but he just seems so one-dimensional.
Yeah.
One-dimensional
And you
sense
don't really
on
buy
paper.
that he kills his wife, and you're supposed to believe
think
that
about the
guy
character.
killed
If for somebody who's never seen the film, if you describe the character, he just seems like just a simple character, which is you have this good-looking guy, right, and he's quiet, and nobody fucks with him. He can beat up anybody. He literally beats up Bruce Lee, right? And he's quiet and he's mysterious, and he's good with working. He takes his shirt off and starts. He's like a typical modelish type of guy. And that's it.
You know what reminds me of Tarantino?
With Brad Pitt's character, I feel like it's a simple. It's like
overly
it's how
artisticized.
his character. I feel like it's how women fantasize about Brad Pitt. That character.
Are you
Yeah.
kidding me?
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Really?
no, he's a superhero.
Yeah, he's a superhero. Like
He's
nobody
a
can fuck with him.
stunt
He's
guy.
quiet. He's mysterious.
That's
He's
kids.
super cool.
You know
That's
who else is
like
underrated like that?
14-year-old,
That's what I mean.
10-year-old,
No, that's what I'm saying.
Superhero loving kids.
No, not.
probably
But
think of
females
Brad Pitt.
specifically. I think it's like it's the scene of him going on the roof and taking his
Yeah,
shirt off,
right,
and
right.
then just hammer. It's like that's
Right.
for the teenage girls or something. You know,
Yeah,
what is
yeah.
he doing? And that's why DiCaprio is a very nuanced character. You know, he has a lot of bravado, but he's also very insecure. No, not DiCaprio.
Yeah, but the
I'm
character,
not talking about the
the
performance.
character's well written. Yeah,
Because
yeah.
Brad Pitt saves. I think he
Right.
plays it way better than the role is supposed to be.
You know who he reminds me of? Another Tarantino character that a lot of people complain is very underwritten, but very important role. Maybe a leading actor, but who's really supporting actor is Robert Forster in Jackie Brown.
Yeah, Robert Forster. Yeah.
So I didn't even know that guy was popular, but everybody when we came out of seeing Jackie Brown, we were like, what was that guy? The Baylor guy, the most
Yeah.
boring, like the most bland,
Yeah,
most
yeah.
understated,
Yeah,
no
yeah.
charisma whatsoever.
No,
And
I love the performance though. Tarantino, I think,
Did
is
you?
really. Yeah, I really thought he was. It worked. Again, like you said, the writing. I think that fails.
yeah, the character is
And-
there's nothing to that character.
No, there isn't.
Nothing.
Yeah.
The character is nobody.
He just likes.
And he's the main character in the story. If you look
Pretty
at
much,
it,
yeah. He likes
Not in
Jackie
top
Brown,
billing,
and
but
yeah.
yeah. Eventually he comes to like her, but he's not really like
Yeah, no, he's
that
not-
into
he's
her
not-
at
he's not
first.
head
Or
over heels,
anything.
yeah.
He's just like
So-
a really boring Baylor.
He's the guy.
Not
Tarantino, when Tarantino
Bale
fucks up,
Bondsman.
he kind of properly fucks up. Like you have Mr. Wolf of Pulp Fiction. We're talking about this.
a
a lot.
terrible.
Yeah, terrible character. Exactly.
Terrible.
When he
character.
messes up, he messes up, but he
Yeah,
makes
you're
up
right.
for it. You know what I mean?
Right,
makes
he
up
does
for it.
often
Yeah.
have like one
Yeah.
really. I mean, it's what's bad about that character is not the character itself; it's the story, right? Because again, everybody looks back and goes, "You needed this mastermind. You're sending the wolf to like
Yeah.
To what exactly?
Exactly.
Like, to tell them to clean the car. Like,
it's like he got lazy, Tarantino.
Yeah.
What I mean is he wanted to create a really cool character, but he didn't want to come up with cool things.
or he just
He just came up
started
with
to
the common
think-
sense things. You know
Or
what I
he
mean?
thought that it was common sense, or he thought like he didn't think he had to try too hard.
A lot of
other
bad
areas.
writers do this.
Yeah.
A lot of bad films like that where they present a certain scene. Like, you know, you see these bad heist films, which
Yeah.
we think they're cooler than they are.
Right, they
And-
over present it. They
Yeah,
over, and then,
you
ends
see
up
the
being
heist
about
in the
nothing.
end, and it was just dumb
Right,
with a lot
right,
of plot
right.
holes. And that's kind of what happens with that, because they
It's all smoke
present
and mirrors,
the
yeah.
wolf and they
All style, no substance kind of thing.
Yeah, and then with Wolfram, it's kind of you're curious about it. You think
Yeah,
some
once it-
shit is
yeah,
gonna
and
go
then
down.
nothing-
Some shit is gonna go
and
down.
then nothing-
And he
he
literally
hasn't
came
cleaned the
over
car.
and a cleaning lady could have
Yeah,
offered
yeah,
advice.
exactly.
You know what I mean? Who were just, you know, you said there's a nice coffee, and then he just
Yeah.
told him to clean it.
And it's too bad because Pulp Fiction is one of the great films of the 90s.
Yeah.
An
Of
all-time
all
great
time,
film.
yeah.
And that one character is the biggest issue with that film. Like, it's just like, or that storyline.
But I feel like that's completely forgivable because what they were doing was so innovative
Right, in
and
every other
so
way, yeah.
creative
That's
that
probably
when you have
why
that many
that-
balls in the air,
Yeah.
one might fall and it's still forgivable.
That's
That had
probably
so
why
many
that character stands out as bad.
Exactly,
Because everything
because
else about the
it's
film
fantastic,
is
yeah.
fantastic, and then that one character makes no sense,
Exactly.
right?
It just kind of.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
But anyway.
Scorsese does this a lot. Though. We're not with characters, but with scenes that clearly should have been cut. And for the life of me, I cannot understand how they can make such a movie. I'm sorry, The Irishman. I do remember Robert De Niro finding out his daughter was shoved a push by some convenience store, and then he goes and beats him up.
It's a terrible scene.
Do you remember that? It's
That
just an
scene-
old man kind of just
Right,
kind
right.
of
And
just
everybody
sort of.
saw it was like, what? Old ass there, and like everything about it is like, why did you need that? You know what I mean?
It was like it wouldn't even pass as a rehearsal for Scorsese. Normally, you know what I mean? It
Normally.
doesn't even look like a rehearsal.
Right,
thing.
right.
It's just so bad.
It's a terrible scene.
It seems like a joke, and not why, because there's no way to kind of slip through.
Yeah.
Scorsese knows what he's doing.
Right.
Why the fuck did he let stuff like that go? Casino Land did a similar scene.
Because he's
where-
too good, like that he doesn't, he believes.
No,
that
it seems
he's-
that because
Why?
he can pull off a 3 hour and a half film
Right.
with just impeccable scenes. Everything is he gets the right take,
Mhm.
right? So it's not by chance that, or it's not pure arrogance. Because if that was the case, then it would have been a shit film, or at least more shit scenes. You know what I mean? There's just one scene in an otherwise perfect movie that requires way better acting for other scenes. And also, he executed more difficult scenes way better because there's fighting scenes. Do you remember Al Pacino? He has 2 fighting scenes in prison and with the late scene and
yeah.
execution scenes out, and he pulls
Right.
them off perfectly.
Perfect, even with
And
old.
even with difficult scene, more
Right.
difficult. This simple scene, which you could just replace with a stunt double. It's almost intentional, isn't it?
By the way, I love Harvey Weinstein in the Irishman. He
Oh, it's
has one
fantastic.
scene,
Yeah,
right?
Angelo
One
Bruno.
scene, but
Yeah.
he's so
Man-
subtle, so understated,
subtly
in a
menacing,
perfect
yeah.
way, and it goes perfect with the writing of
No,
that one
I
scene.
think
Angelo
it's
Bruno, yeah.
a perfect film. Just that scene confuses me. Casino Land, there's.
You think it's a perfect film, The Irishman?
Yeah, I think it's. I would say it's a perfect film. I think it's a great film.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't have a problem with the duration, or
No, not at all. I think it's fine. I didn't feel it was too long. I think the fact that it was long was effective in the end.
You didn't think De Niro's performance was a little bit of a letdown?
It
Like
wa-
the other two kind of out.
it wasn't bad in any way. It was good,
Right.
but the other two outshine him
Outshine
so
him.
much
Outshine him.
that he kind of seems a bit.
Especially Pesci. To me,
Just-
Pesci takes the.
Yeah.
Takes
Oh,
MVP.
absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
Especially because it
Pesci's-
was surprising. Because he's
Yeah.
not. He didn't
It's
do
the
himself.
opposite of what he did in
Yeah.
Goodfellas,
Oh, in Casino,
and
yeah.
in Goodfellas and Casino. In Goodfellas, especially, he steals the show there,
Yeah,
playing
he
the
does,
opposite
he does.
character. Now he comes back and steals
But
the show here.
he's the
Like,
thing. But he's the thing about De Niro. I think he's overrated generally.
Pesci.
De Niro.
Okay.
Because
So Pesci must be underrated, right? Because I guess he just doesn't do enough films.
You know what's
like-
funny to me? The idea that on Goodfellas, like
Yeah.
De Niro, the production notes or whatever. When you hear about it, he went through so much research. De Niro,
Yeah.
right? He was nagging Henry Hill, asking him how the real what's his name? Jimmy Conway used to hold a cigarette. Everything. He didn't even allow people to give him fake money. When
Right.
the whole passing the
Right.
bill scene, because
And
he
he's not
felt
even
he
that
felt
good in
didn't
it.
feel natural, right?
Well, it's that method acting.
Exactly, all that research, all that
Yeah.
method into it,
Yeah.
and then you have Pesci, which apparently did not do much research. He kind of just studied the character and just
Right.
got it and just jumped into it.
They say Joe,
He's still way better, right? He's
you know
still way
Henry
better.
Hill, the real Henry Hill, and I invite everybody to see the video of the real Henry Hill. I told you about it, 2002, when he's doing the Goodfellas, when he goes to New York, then
Yeah.
he's drunk off his rear end on
Yeah.
Howard Stern and revealing that he's killed several people
Yeah.
that's not in the film, and that his daughter dates a black guy, whatever. He takes a shot at Joe, or he says Joe's a
Joe Pesci.
Yeah, he calls him a douchebag. He goes, Henry Hill, the real Henry Hill goes,
Yeah.
he goes, Joe's a douchebag. He thinks he's trying to be a wise guy. He thinks he's one of us. He tries to be a tough guy. He's not really one of us. But Joe Pesci kind of lives the life. You know what I mean?
In real life.
Well, yeah. I mean, like in the sense that like he hates doing promo.
Yeah.
He
yeah.
thinks the film
he
should
does.
speak for himself. He
Yeah,
hates doing
yeah, he
it. And
does.
he's just.
But is that
because
because he thinks he's a wise guy, or because he thinks?
That's the way Henry Hill kind of presents it. Is like Joe's trying to be like the real deal, so much so that
Yeah, exactly.
But-
I don't think it's because of The Godfather. I think it's just his
You mean
personal
Goodfellas?
philosophy. Goodfellas, yeah.
Oh.
I think it's just his personal philosophy. So I think it's just his personal philosophy, and with all that preparation, and Joe Pesci still steals the show from him.
Yeah.
In The Irishman, you know what I mean?
Right.
And he's been off acting for so long. You'd think he'd be a little rusty, but nah, he just jumps right in with a very difficult task.
Especially doing the exact opposite. It's the
Exactly.
exact
That's what makes it so
opposite. God, I mean, and he's probably the most underrated actor of that generation.
But
And
two
now we
things-
all know it. Yeah.
But two shortcomings that I can think of for that movie is that scene, that really odd scene that takes me out of the film. And Linda Noah. So, and that scene in the de-aging technology, which kind of takes me out of it for a little while, especially when they're referring to De Niro, who's clearly really old, and they're saying, this kid. Was it the kid? Was this, I think when he was introducing him to Harvey Keitel's character, and De Niro sits down.
Right.
And
He
he's
refers to
asking
De
him,
Niro as
this
a
is
kid.
the kid. This is the
Right.
kid. It is so funny.
Yeah,
it
De
takes
Niro.
you out of it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I mean, he is supposed to be. Buffalino is supposed to be a little older, but
No, definitely.
it doesn't feel.
I think the character
De Niro,
was
you
supposed
can
to be
de-age him as much as you want. That's not a kid
Exactly.
here.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. It
His
doesn't make
face
sense.
just looks old.
Right, they should have taken him out of line now.
Yeah.
Don't refer to De Niro.
No, otherwise, the length, the unusual editing, which is
I guess you guys have been talking about the movies section, which you are more accustomed and in love
Correct.
with.
Which we don't have an hour subject for, but so let's see. We have a few hours left, and we jumped ahead to Must Talk. Okay, so I guess we'll wrap up.
Yes, I guess we have a few more topics to go through, but I think we're going to do it next time.
Mhm.
And I think what is left to talk about mostly is the final and kind of inclusive kind of topics, which are the mastatic type, which is all about. We talked about a lot of topics that has a lot of conversations, but forgiveness and mental health and forgiveness and justice, and how justice is defined, as well as mastal, which is understanding yourself, and the mental
And observation,
and
attentiveness,
everything. And finally, the idea behind how we could include all of the ideas that we were talked about for forgiveness and justice, and for understanding them well enough to be at peace with them. So all these three topics we'll talk about. Next time, and thank you for listening to us. And
Thanks everyone who listened. We really appreciate
yeah,
it.
and we hope we can talk more about these issues in the future.